Professor Sahani, we
Yes, please.
yes, we are live in 1 second.
Okay. Are we live?
Yes, we are live.
Okay. Very good morning, very good evening, very good afternoon, depending upon our time zones. And my name is Dr. Sanjeev Sahani. I'm a professor of psychology from OP Jindal Global University. Greetings from OP Jindal. And I'm very happy to moderate this session because this particular topic is very close to my heart. And I have a very, very learned people with me. I would like to introduce all of them before I introduce the topic. So the first speaker we have is Dr. Nora McRae, Associate Provost, Cooperative and Experiential Education. Then we have Professor Dr. Moon J. Kim, President of Continuing Education Division. And we also have Dr. Roswitha M. Abo, who is head of the Office of International Office. So I just want to tell you that I have a little brief description of Nora McRae. She's an associate provost, cooperative and experiential education at the University of Waterloo. I was really wondering that if Waterloo in England or Canada, then I found that she's a graduate of Rotman Director Education Program, a leading national program for experienced board directors. And she served as a faculty member for a WACE Planning Institute of Global and Experiential Education and the WACE Assessment Institute. McRae also served as president of the Canadian Association for Cooperative Education and is a member of the World Association of Cooperative and Work Integrated Education Executive Council and Global Strategy. So Dr. Moon J. Kim is PhD of law, and he is a current president, the Center of Lifelong Education and Community Development in Kyungpook National University. And Roswitha is the head, Office of International Affairs, University of Khairun, Termate in North Maluku. And I welcome all three of you. And why I said that this particular topic is very dear to me, because in India, I would just like to give you a little perspective. In fact, we are doing great in digitization. Unprecedented transformation has happened in India in the history of free world. Today, if I talk about FDI, it's almost touching $1,000 billion from 167 countries, not in one sector, in 61 sectors, and it has come across 31 states and union territories of India. And I also want to tell you half of this FDIs, almost $500 billion, has come in the last 70 months. So there's a sudden change. Now, when this industrialization thing happens in any country, you also need a competent, trained manpower as well. We are having a 1.4 billion population, and I also want to tell you the gross enrollment ratio is somewhere around 25, where government says it is 27%. But although we have achieved a major milestone where 100% children are admitting to the school at the elementary level. That is a big achievement for India. But by the time they reach to the primary school or the middle school, almost 21% people drops out from the schools. By the time they reach to the high schools, or we call it as secondary school, another 23-4% drops out. And basically in the higher education who completes are only 27%. Now the problem is, out of this 27%, most of these children are having a non-marketable skills. With due respect, I'm not trying to demean any subject. I'm just, if somebody is into political science, public administration, history, they have done a bachelor's, they are not a skill-oriented people where they can look for a job which is skill-oriented. Now, I know the data of Germany and South Korea, where I'm fully aware that almost more than 90% have some sort of a training in vocational training. So we in India, in an industry, we don't get at times the competent manpower within India, like in the mining work. Jindal Group is the 4th largest industrial house asset-wise in India. And when we look to have people in our mining areas, we don't have a competent people. We may have to hire people from abroad, in spite of having such a huge manpower. Those are waiting for jobs. Second thing is which the employability has changed over the years. It's almost like, the 46% people are only being employed, those who have done some type of education. Even our engineers, in fact, you'll be surprised to know we have more civil engineers than masons. We have more electrical engineers than electricians. So skill development is missing in India in a big way. That's why I mentioned that this particular session really attracts me so much, that how in our respective countries, what we are doing and what the government is doing, how society is perceiving, and how we can go ahead in skilling, reskilling, upskilling the manpower. So may I request, let me start with Dr. Nora McRae, please, your viewpoints, please, on this.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sani. And I do want to apologize for the fact that my video feed is not working for some reason, but I do hope you can hear me. And I want to thank you very much for the kind invitation to speak. And I do represent the University of Waterloo, which is in Canada. It's in a community about an hour west of Toronto. And the University of Waterloo has many, many strong features. It's a fairly young university, started 65 years ago. And when it started, it had as part of its programming, and this is very unique in the Canadian context, a program called cooperative education. And cooperative education is a form of experiential learning, but which explicitly has students working in workplaces. So students go to school for a term, they'll do a term of studies, then they'll go and work in 4-month, full-time, paid work terms in fields related to their studies. Then they'll come back, do another term of study, go back out and work, come back, study, go out and work. So if we're talking about our engineering students, for example, they will graduate with an engineering degree and 24 months of full-time paid work experience that aligns with their engineering degree. And this form of education is cooperative education, and we're known for it across Canada. We have the largest program of its kind in the world, topping about 26,000 students a year engaging in this program. So thinking about developing skills and the motivations to that help students stay motivated to complete their studies and retain in their programs and are attracted to institutions, as well as partnering very intensively with industry, this is something that we do in our programs quite extensively, and is something that's very important to the University of Waterloo and the portfolio that I lead. So it's a very interesting conversation for me as well, and I look forward to hearing about from the other panel members.
Great, Nora. Thank you very much. I've been to your university twice. It's a beautiful university, but I didn't know that you are training 26,000 people in your university on this. It's an amazing thing, and the other universities like us, we must learn. So in my next trip to Waterloo, I'm definitely going to come and see you, ma'am.
Absolutely, thank you.
We have now Professor Dr. Moon Jae Kim. Yes, please.
예, 안녕하세요. 경북대학 평생교육원 원장 김문재입니다.
Good morning. This is Moon-jae Kim, President of the Center of Lifelong Education and Community Development in Gyeongbuk National University, Republic of Korea.
이 자리를 만들어준 인달대학교 부총장님, 닥터 사니 교수님, 여러 교수님들에게 감사의 마음을 전합니다.
I would like to say thank you, JGU Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sani, and many prestigious professors and speakers as well for having me here.
그리고 올해 인도에서 개최하는 G20 정상회담을 기하여 이러한 대학 회의를 개최하게 된 것을 축하합니다.
And also, congratulations on your holding the World University Summit commemorating with the G20 Summit India this year.
저는 이 자리에서 평생교육에 대한 한국의 관점을 소개하려고 합니다.
Today, I will talk about Korean approach to the lifelong education.
한국의 모든 학생은 초등부터 고등학교까지 12년의 무상 의무 교육을 받으며 높은 교육열로 인해 현 청년층의 약 85%가 대학 교육을 이수했습니다.
All students in Korea receive 12 years of free and compulsory education from elementary school to high school. And also around 85% of young people are currently completing university education due to high educational fever.
실제 전 국민의 문율이 1% 이하의 정도로 교육의 형평성이 없습니다.
In fact, the equity in education is very high to the point where the illiteracy rate of the entire population reaches less than 1%.
그러나 사회가 고도로 발전하면서 극심한 출산율, 학령, 노동 인구의 감소로 이어져 사회적 부작용을 낳고 있습니다.
However, to low birth rate that occurs as society progresses to high level leads to an extreme decrease in both the school age and work age population, resulting in various social side effects.
이에 한국 사회는 인구 감소 및 노령에 따른 사회적 부작용을 해소하는 방안의 하나로 평생교육을 활용하고 있습니다.
Accordingly, Korean society is taking advantage of lifelong education as one of measures to resolve those problems by population aging as well as population decline.
이런 점에서 한국에서 평생교육은 노동 인구의 재취업, 재교육 또는 노령 인구에 대한 교양 함량을 목표로 하여 학력 교육, 시민 참여 교육, 문화예술 교육, 인교양 교육, 직업 능력 교육 등에 집중하고 있습니다.
In this regard, lifelong education in Korea aims at re-employment, re-education of the labor population, or education for elderly, focusing on supplementary education to upgrade the educational attainment, citizens' participation education, culture and art education, humanities and liberal education, and occupational education for ability enhancement.
한국의 평생교육 실시는 크게 정부 주도의 교육과 민간 주도의 교육으로 나눌 수 있습니다.
The implementation of the lifelong education in Korea can be largely divided into two categories like government-led and private-led education.
첫째, 정부 주도의 평생교육에 대하여 한국의 평생교육은 1999년 제정된 평생교육법, 1991년 제정된 직업교육 촉진법 외에 국가의 로 규정되고 있습니다.
First of all, regarding government-led lifelong education, the lifelong education is a governmental duty, which is regulated by Lifelong Education Act enacted in 1999 and Vocational Education and Training Promotion Act enacted in 1997.
국가는 평생교육 기본 계획을 수립하여야 하고 이를 지원하기 위한 국가 평생교육진흥을 운영하며 평생교육사 자격 등에 대해야 합니다.
The state shall formulate lifelong education promotion policies, operate National Institute for Lifelong Education, and manage the qualification for lifelong education teachers.
지방자치단체 지역에 특화된 평생교육의 지역 특성에 맞는 정책을 수립하고 운영할 권한을 가지므로 온 국민의 수요를 충족할 수 있는 밀착형 평생교육이 이루어지고 있습니다.
Local governments will also have authority to establish and operate policies for regional specified lifelong education. So lifelong education that meet the demand of the whole population in the country can be achieved.
둘째, 민간 평생교육기관의 운영은 자율에 맡기되 일정한 자격을 충족하는 기관에 대해서는 적극적인 지원을 해주게 됩니다.
Secondly, the operation of the lifelong education institutions is not controlled by the government, but active support is provided for the institutions that meet the certain qualification.
민간 주도의 평생교육 내지 교육시설에 대해서는 국가 운영에 관해 평가하고 결과를 공표함으로써 수요자에게 정보를 제공뿐만 아니라 행정, 재정적 지원에 반영하면서 경쟁을 유도하고 있습니다.
Lifelong education or vocational education led by private sector is evaluated and open to the public by the government, which not only provides information to the educational demanders, but also induces fair competition among lifelong education facilities by reflecting the performance in administrative and financial support.
이 정부 주도 평생교육 중 대학 주도 평생교육은 특히 학령인구, 생산인구의 감소는 대학의 재정 극복을 위한 성인 대상 교육, 그리고 인구 고령화 문제 해결을 위한 노인 문화 교육에 점을 두고 있습니다.
Especially the university-led lifelong education focuses on re-education for adults to overcome the financial crisis of universities, and cultural education for elderly to relieve the issue of population aging.
마지막으로 평교육 제도의 한계는 평생교육 필요한 분야 발전의 소외 계층의 일회성 이벤트로 절 가능성, 교육시 난립으로 인한 중복 투자 등의 해결하기 위해 다음과 같은 제도들을 마련하고 있습니다.
Lastly, to solve the limitation in implementing the lifelong education, like difficulties in discovering fields requiring lifelong education, issues of excluded group from the education, chances to become a one-off event, and overlapping investment due to the proliferation of the private educational facilities, we prefer following measures.
첫째, 다양한 층위의 평생 사업이 효율적으로 실시할 수 있도록 하는 것은 결국 정부의 역할이라는 점에서 계획 수립부터 지원까지 일관된 정책을 유지하는 것이 매우 중요합니다.
First, it's very important to maintain the consistent policy in that it is the governmental ultimate role to ensure that lifelong education on various levels should be efficiently implemented.
둘째, 교육 프로그램의 개발에 있어 교육 수요의 발견이 중요한 이를 위해 매치업 프로그램 운영하여 개별 기업이 필요한 수요를 충족할 뿐만 아니라 인공지능, 데이터 등과 같이 미유망 산업 분야에 대한 교육 프로그램 개발에도 중점을 두고 있습니다.
Second, to develop educational programs, it is important to discover educational demand. To this end, the mature programs are operated to meet the needs of individual companies and also attempts to develop educational programs for promising future industries such as artificial intelligence or big data are emphasized.
넷째, 평생교육의 실에서 소외계층이 발생하지 않도록 하는 것이 평생교육 국가 의무의 핵심이라는 점에서 교육시설의 지원뿐만 아니라 지역 형 평생교육 활성화 및 소외계층을 대상한 평생교육 바우처 등의 정책을 펴고.
Third, as removing the alienated groups from lifelong education is the main role of the state. We are providing the educational voucher for lifelong education with the vulnerable, as well as financial supports for educational facilities.
넷째, 평생교육이
A minute, Professor Ho.
Hello?
Yes, Professor Moon Jae Kim, thank you very much for introducing. I would like to, first of all, I know a little bit about South Korea. Their vocational program is probably best in the world because 20 years back when I wanted to start community colleges concept in India with the help of United States India Education Foundation, and we wanted to skill these school dropouts and so on. And that is the time when I learned the system in South Korea and that how amazingly they have achieved that. So I still remember that they said that 92% of the Koreans, if this percentage has been changed, I'm not aware of, but they said 92% of the Koreans are having a one or the more skills to undertake any kind of work. And we will get back to you soon after hearing Professor Roswitha M. Abo. So just let us know about your country and your perspective on reskilling and upskilling.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Sahni. I think first of all, I'd like to introduce my campus, Universitas Tairon, or we can call it Unhait. It is actually just established from a private to state university, changing from a private to state university in 2004. So it's almost 20 years now. And we are very small island, and especially in the northern part of Indonesia. And we follow all of the condition that stipulated by the Ministry of Education related to the lifelong learning and experiential learning of education in 21st century. As people may know worldwide that the changing of administration in Indonesia government, it also brought the new changing in the establishment of new curriculum in Indonesia. And under this new ministry and the policy, we have been experienced 10 times curriculum changes related to reskill or to develop the skill of the students. So from 1947, and now it's moved to emancipated learning, or we call it Merdeka Belajar. So this one seems quite promising because it adjusted with what the need or the development of the technology now require for the output of every graduate. So in the growth of knowledge and information, Indonesia policies also follow the what that has been worldwide. So especially in Indonesia for vocational school, they also engage industry or private public sector as a field practicum or apprenticeship. But it's not only that, because in Indonesia vocational school, they are considered that in the position of senior high school. But now, not only after that senior high school graduate, but for the university, before graduate from the university or the college, they also engage in the industry or private and public sector to do the field practicum. In the emancipated curriculum, there are the adjustment in designing lesson plan, autonomy to respective school to design lesson plan, learning objective, learning activities and assessment. And it is focused on cognitive, affective, and psychomotor analysis. As we concerned that long before the implementation of emancipated curriculum, the teacher, there is no single autonomy that given to each of the government or the region or the teacher themselves, because it's centralized. The curriculum is centralized, and each of the schools should follow what's stipulated by the centralized curriculum. And that means there are no adjustment of what is required by each of the school. So this is very important, because in designing the curriculum, the government give the opportunity for each of the respective school, because as we know that Indonesia is consisted of archipelagic islands. So we are 1,000 of island, and we're living not in one land, but we are separated from island and 1,000 of small island. So in restructuring the new curriculum, the government of Indonesia needs a very, very big effort to do that. Yeah. So in curriculum, before emancipated curriculum, we call it curriculum 2013. There are 7 part of component for designing a lesson plan in order to achieve the objective of the learning path. For the emancipated curriculum, they're just simplified to become only 4 part of the component. And in related to education for 21st century now, the Ministry of Education and Culture make the policy. When we call it the emancipated learning, there are around 23 policy that bring fundamental changes to Indonesian educational system. This is through the emancipated learning. The first one, it was released in December 10, 2019. This is focused on primary and secondary education. First one is the replacement of the National Standard School Examination. This is the mechanism that require all the students to undergo the examination, but this is actually, it is not satisfactorily. So the government just give it back to the school to assess the student competency in the form of written text, but also with the student portfolio. So the respective school know very well the capacity of their students. So it is not only centralized, but it's autonomous. Yeah. So the second one is the replacement of the national exam. So as we know from since from the beginning, before this emancipated learning implemented, the national exam is still run by the government, and this is not quite agreed by most of the school in all of the region in Indonesia. And the simplification of the lesson plan, the teacher are given more autonomy to develop lesson plans that are effective, efficient, and best facilitate the students' learning. For 23 emancipated learning model that I have mentioned before, I think I will not go through to the 23 emancipated learning model, but I give 1 or 2 examples. The first one is given the autonomy to respective school of elementary and senior high school. And the second one is for emancipated campus. In the emancipated campus, especially this is for the higher education, well, actually, there is a lot of complaint related to when we talk about the independent or emancipated campus, we also talk about independent curriculum. So the teacher and educator was feared that their curriculum would make teacher, the student as like the guinea pig or for the education system, but I think this is not the case, because for the government gradually improve the system of this policy, and give the opportunity for each of the respective campuses to do some transformative move. Like, for example, they are free to open the new study program by consulting with the central government. And in the higher education accreditation system is no longer by numeric system, but with the quality of the campuses itself. And the state university become the legal entities. Before that, it's not legal entities. And also the right to study 3 semesters outside the study program. What I would like to relate here is that the right for the student to study outside the study program or their own university, to implement or to experience the learning in another place. And this also given them the opportunity to develop their skill, and to this is to reach the objective of a lifelong learning. For the emancipated campus, the students are also given as for the information, for 23 models or the policy, the government provided a fund for every project or every program. So one of the emancipated campus program is the independent students exchange program, from where they can get new experience when they study out of their study program or out of their university. They can study within the university in Indonesia, and also they can have the opportunity to study abroad. They may give will give the student the cultural exchange, inspiration, and also reflection and social contribution. By doing this program of student exchange program, they will get a new experience. This is regarding the value of diversity, of ethnicity, religion, belief, culture, and language. They also have the opportunity to reflect on national values and the diversity. This is they experience it in the point of view in understanding the real condition that students encounter every day. It has also strengthened their ability to build unity in the diversity. They can meet and interact with the students from different universities, develop their leadership skill and self-confidence, and also get an opportunity to take a choice of course outside the study program, and also to broaden and deepen their academic knowledge.
Excellent.
Yeah. So,
well, listen, we have to come back to you because we have some.
Okay. Okay,
so
thank you, sir.
I requested my friend Professor Moon Jae Kim as well. Now, it's a great learning, first of all, from South Korea to Indonesia, because, we need to learn these things for India. But I just want to tell you where Nora needs to pitch in is that more than 12 million young girls and boys between the age 15 to 29 of your age, they are expected to enter India's labor force for the next 2 decades. Now, the question is, what are the challenges in redefining skills development, lifelong and experiential learning, and how can these challenges be addressed? We would love to hear to Nora first, and then we will go to Professor Moon Jae Kim, followed by Professor Roswitha, please.
All right, thank you for that very, very pertinent and complicated question. In my mind, and based on our programming and the way we do things, skill development is very much something that cannot be done in isolation of industry. We need to be connecting with industry and community to find out what it is they're actually needing. And this need becomes even more imperative as transformation, digital skills ramp up and change so rapidly. So I think one of the mistakes that we can make in higher education is thinking that we know necessarily what those skills are. So the first thing is, in order to make sure our students are ready for the workforce, we need to be connecting in with industry and finding out very intentionally what is it that industry needs from us, and then how can that dovetail with our academic programs. So I am not suggesting that industry tells us what we teach, but rather that we make sure that what we are teaching is going to be of relevance as students graduate and get into the workforce. So I would say that's the first thing. Secondly, our programs, as I've mentioned, are work integrated learning or cooperative education. And again, this is an intentional partnership with industry. If industry needs skills, then they also need to participate in supporting the development of those skills in our young people. And that's what happens in our co-op programs, for example, in work integrated learning, is that they are partners in the education. Our students get excellent education and academic programming, then they go into industry workplaces, and our industry partners are also an educational environment. They support the learning of our students and help them continue to develop. And it's this type of partnership that I think is critical strategy in addressing the questions and the challenges that you've raised, Professor Sani.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we would like to hear from Professor Moon Jae Kim and then from Professor Rosebit as well.
교수님,
Yes.
예,
한국의 평생교육은 국가의 의무로 규정되어 있기 때문에 기존의 교육 시스템과 충돌한 지점은 거의 없고 분업이 잘 이루어지고 있습니다. 한국 사회는 인구 감소 및 노령화에 따른 사회적 부작용을 해소하는 하나로 평생교육을 발령하고 있습니다.
as we already mentioned in the introduction, so Korea lifelong education is regulated by the state duty. So between two educations, there are a few points of conflict with the existing education system, but well balanced. Accordingly, Korean society is taking advantage of lifelong education as one of measures to resolve those problems by population aging as well as population decline.
대학 주도 평생교육은 특히 학령 인구, 생산 인구의 감소에 따른 대학 재정 위기 극복을 위한 성인 대상의 재교육 그리고 인구 노령화의 문제 해결을 위해 노인 문화 교육에 중점했습니다.
For example, the university-led lifelong education focuses especially on re-education for adults to overcome the financial crisis of the universities and cultural education for elderly to relieve the issue of population aging. 그리고 교수님 7번도 같이 해주십시오.
예, 또한 우리 한국의 경우 심각한 인구 감소로 인해서 외국인 노동자들이 노동시장에 참여하고 있고 다문화 가정 또한 급격히 증가하고 있습니다.
In Korea, many foreign workers are participating in the labor market, and multicultural families are rapidly increasing due to the serious Korean population decline.
단일 민족으로 여태 겪어보지 못한 문화적 차이는 필수적으로 차별을 낳을 수밖에 없다는 점에서 정규 교육 단계에서부터 차별 해소를 위한 교육이 필수적입니다.
In the sense that cultural differences that have not been experienced as a single ethnicity in Korea inevitably lead to discrimination. The education with the cross-cultural competence or intercultural dialogue is essential to eliminate discrimination in every stage of the education.
따라 교육 정책을 입안하는 단계에서 문화적 다양성을 위한 과목을 필수화하는 노력이 필요할 뿐만 아니라 개별 교육기관 차원에서도 차별 예방 교육을 정규화하려는 노력이 필요하다고 생각합니다. Thank you.
Therefore, it is necessary to make effort to make a subject for cultural diversity essential from scratch of formulating education policies and also regularize anti-discrimination education at the level of individual educational system. And also, I'd like to say sorry for being delayed in delivering the introduction. It's only because we need translators. So please understand our situation.
Well, thank you very much. It was very much interesting, but we having so many questions, and the whole world would like to learn from you. That is the reason I cut short, and because we wanted to ask more and more questions to you. Now, this particular question goes to Professor Roswitha, please.
Thank you. Yeah. So in Indonesia in 2023, 5.86% of the total national workforce, most of them are unemployed from the age group 20 to 24 years. There are like accounted for 2.54 million people. So related to the implementation or to achieve the lifelong and experiential learning, I'm talking from the higher education perspective, especially from higher university. The students are given the chance to follow or to join the program, and this is the government trigger the campus to students to do the entrepreneurship program, and also a lot of program that may encourage them to study outside the university. They can study with the industry, with the private sector, and also with the public sector, the government, and from the beginning, before they join the internship or field practicum, the campus established a good collaboration with the industry and also with the government or the institution, and then they are free to exchange the student to the industry. So this become like promising, but step by step, the Indonesia will follow what has been required by lifelong and experiential learning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My next question is to Dr. Nora. What is the role of cross-cultural competence and intercultural dialogue in promoting education for all in the 21st century? And how can they be fostered in education system?
Thank you. And this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, is the issue of cross-cultural competence and intercultural effectiveness. Any organizational setting will have different cultures within it, whether it's cultures based on gender, on different ethnicity, on age, on different perspectives. There are cultures happening everywhere, and it's a critical capability of our students to be able to understand their own cultural stance, their own cultural values, and those others that exist in the groups that they're wanting to work with, and more to the point, have skills and capabilities to be able to have effective encounters in situations where cultures are different and there may be cultural clashes or challenges. And I think this is becoming even more imperative and important. In our case, we do provide educational programming to students to prepare them for example, workplace cultures and how they can be effective in different workplaces. And the programming and the theoretical construct that we use is something called cultural intelligence, CQ, which you may be familiar with. And that's a body of research and work that's been around for over 2 decades, I'm quite sure. It was 2003. Chris Early did the first publication on cultural intelligence. And it really gives these 4 dimensions that are part of developing cultural competence, a knowledge dimension, motivational dimension, metacognitive or a strategic dimension, and a behavioral dimension. And we teach students about that and also help them understand how to develop strengths and capabilities so that they can be effective in any kind of cultural setting. And that's whether they're working in a company in their hometown, whether they're going internationally, whether they're interacting with students in their classrooms from very different cultures. So I think it's extremely important. And when you speak to industry and industry leads, it's a very important capability for workplaces as well. Thank you.
Dr. Sani, could you please unmute yourself?
I'm extremely sorry, Nara. You know what I was mentioning, being a behavioral scientist, I'm fully aware about the importance of cultural intelligence, even more than the emotional intelligence. So thank you very much. And we would love to understand these four major pillars under this. Now I have a very specific question to Professor Moon Jae Kim. The question is, in the absence of any regulator of higher education institution focused on lifelong learning in South Korea, how does government ensure that quality is maintained?
교수님, 저기 발표문의 끝에 나오는 이야기를 하시면 될 것 같습니다. 어떻게 한국에서 평생 교육의 퀄리티를 유지할 수 있는지 그렇게 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 그러면 마지막에 한계로 발표하셨던 부분을 이야기하시면 될 것 같습니다.
예, 한국의 경우에 평생교육 사업이 효율적으로 실시할 수 있도록 하는 결국 정부의 역할입니다. 그래서 계획 수립부터 지원까지 일관된 정책을 유지하는 것이 중요하다고 생각합니다.
So in the perspective of Korea, it is very important to maintain consistent policy in that it is the government's ultimate role to ensure that lifelong education on various levels should be efficiently implemented.
또한 교육 프로그램 개발에 있어서 교육 수요의 발견이 중요한데 이를 위해 매치업 프로그램을 운영하여 개별 기업이 필요한 수요를 충족하고 있을 뿐 아니라 인공지능, 빅데이터와 같은 유망 산업 분야에 대해서도 교육 프로그램 개발에도 중점을 두고 있습니다.
To develop educational programs, it is important to discover educational demand. To this end, the mature programs are operated to meet the needs of the individual companies and also attempts to develop educational programs for promising future industries like AI, artificial intelligence, or big data are emphasized.
또한 평생교육의 실시에 있어서 계층이 발생하지 않도록 하는 것이 평생교육에 대한 국가 의무의 핵심이 되는 점에서 교육 시장 지원뿐만 아니라 질착형 평생교육 활성화 및 소외계층을 대상으로 한 평생교육 바우처 제공 등의 정책을 펴고 있습니다.
As removing the alienated or exclusive groups from lifelong education is the main role of the state, we are providing the educational voucher for lifelong education with the vulnerable, as well as financial support for educational facility, which is in the private sector.
마지막 평생교육이 개인 차원의 일회성 이벤트에 가지 않도록 하는 장치로서 교육 이수자의 학점을 적립하는 학점은행 제도를 시행하고 있습니다. Thank you.
As a tool to ensure that lifelong education does not end up as a one-time event, we are utilizing the credit bank system for those who completed the class to accumulate completion credit.
Great, thank you very much. In fact, we are getting many questions from the audience from all over the world. And one interesting question, which is for Professor Rosvita, is that they said we have talked about the requirement that today's students commit themselves to be a lifelong learners, to prioritize learning in decisions about what jobs to take, where to live, and what to do. What are the mindsets and tools or abilities that will be needed for students to be leaders in the future?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So in this case, I still talk about the emancipated learning. That first, the curriculum itself prioritizing a project-based learning or the case method. In this case, the students are given the chance to develop, to design, and also to work by themselves to solve the problem, and they will get the experience by doing that system. In this new policy, 30% of the student learning is practical, and the rest is the theory. But they were given the opportunity to experience what they have already done, and for what we know as the emancipated curriculum, there are 20 credit points that the student can obtain from outside their campus or from outside their class. So in this credit point, they can also work as an internship in the industry, and they can they immerse themselves with the work of the industry, and as I already mentioned before, beside the industry, they can also work with the government, with the private or public government, and they can develop their themselves. And they will have the competency. So it is even the hard skill or soft skill, which is useful for them, because this will make they will experience this, and this will make them become more competent and ready to enter the world of work. This also give the wide space for students to improve their competency. So from before they graduate, they already develop their skill, their competency, and they are ready to come or to enter the workforce.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question, which only 1 minute reflection from each one of you is required. This question is also being posted by the audience from somewhere in the world. It says lifelong learning is going to be a norm in future. So we will see older generation shifting domains. They will need internship and apprenticeships, things that at present are done by young students at the age of 20 to 30 years old. Question is, how can universities and companies support such older individuals in their transitional journey? Can existing structures of career support continue, or will we need major changes in them? So this question is to all three of you, but 1 minute each, because we have just 5 minutes left. Please go ahead. Nora.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. And it's something actually that we've been thinking about as well as we look to the future and the trends that we're seeing in the Canadian landscape, and many of the similar things that Professor Moon has mentioned about aging workforces and the need for lifelong learning, also as a strategy for health and care of aging populations. And this missing piece about work integrated learning or internships for the more mature learner is a real need, actually, and a real gap that we've identified here at the University of Waterloo. The way it is enacted right now is when students go into workplaces and they work in teams with employees of that organization, effectively there's intergenerational learning happening within that context. But I think there's a lot of room for being more intentional about that kind of programming, and being more welcoming of the older learner to be able to not only take courses and learn new material, but also apply that learning in work integrated learning contexts, such as we do currently with cooperative education or work integrated learning internship programs.
Great. Yes, Professor Moon Jae Kim.
예, 교수님, 그
예.
9번 문제 아까 전에 그
예.
답변을 하셔서 다시 하시면 될 것 같습니다.
뭐 아까 말씀을 드렸지만 한국의 교육은 국가의 의무입니다. 그래서 기존 교육 시스템과 충돌하는 것은 거의 없고 서로 분업이 잘 되고 있습니다. 한국 사회는 인구 감소 및 노령에 따른 사회적 부작용을 해소하는 방안 하나로 평생교육이 활용되고 있습니다. 특히나 대학 평생교육은 학령 인구, 생산 인구 감소에 따른 대학 재정기를 극복하기 위한 성인 대상의 재교육이 실시되고 있고, 고령화 문제 해결을 위해 노인 문화에 중점을 두고 있습니다. Thank you.
Fortunately, it is related to the prior questions that I answered. So we are suffering in the kind of population decrease and population aging. So as I said before, Korean society is taking advantage of lifelong education as one of the measures to resolve those problems. For example, the university-led lifelong education focuses especially on the re-education for adults to overcome financial crisis, and also cultural education for elderly to relieve the issue of the population aging.
Thank you very much. And the closing remarks by Roswitha.
Yeah, thank you. So I believe that through the emancipated learning, our ministry and also the government, industry, private and public institution aware of what they cooperate and collaborate with toward achieving the experience and lifelong learning. So it offers a new paradigm of skill development, experiential and lifelong learning, especially of what is required for 21st century learning. There are a lot of challenges, of course, but this must be the implementer of the emancipated learning itself. So it also gives chance for school authorities and local government to manage their own education in accordance with the condition in their area. So to accelerate the achievement of national education goals, preparing for the global challenges, not only for the 4.0 but also 5.0 revolution era. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Since just the 2 minutes left, I just want to tell you again that India is number 3 in the world in unicorns. India is number 2 in the numbers of startups. India is number 1 in the world, starting new initiative startups every day. I also want to tell you the major concern which we have, every minute, 30 people are migrating from rural to urban areas. Every minute, 30 people. Now, these 30 people, when they come to urban cities, they are looking for jobs. They have to have some skill in their hand. This particular session with 3 major stalwarts like Dr. Nora McRae, Professor Moon Jae Kim, and Professor Roswitha M. Ebe, we have learned a lot. This is a very, informative session for Indians, because we have learned today, what the universities are doing and what specific countries like Indonesia and even South Korea is doing. So thank you very much for your time. And I'm sure that thank you to audience from all over the world. People are sitting and listening this, and they have also contributed while asking a very relevant questions to all of us. I'm really grateful to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sani.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Professor Nora. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you who have joined us for this 21st session of the World University Summit 2023, organized by O.P. Jindal Global University. I am Dr. Mercy Debra, a professor at Jindal Global Law School and a moderator for this session. We have so far had a series of enriching sessions at this summit on a range of compelling issues, which go into the making of universities of the future. And so I welcome you all to another session that hopes to be interesting on the theme amorphous spaces and uncertain times, school to work transition and employability in the 21st century. The theme of this session resonates with a lot of us as educators and as stakeholders in our universities, as we often witness our students and youth experience difficulties as they transition from school to the workforce. Some of the things that I'd like to, in my initial remarks, underscore include that the first and foremost challenge that most students face is, of course, making the cut for a job. And while this is often a product of their own perseverance in acquiring the required skills and training to crack a job interview, however, this first step can be daunting for many who lack the guidance and training, and most importantly, the access to resources to be able to reach out to headhunters and secure campus placements. The second challenge that besets this area of transition from school to work is finding your fit in the job market, which is never an easy task, and with opportunities few and far between in various sectors of the economy, students often grapple with tough choices as to whether to take up jobs that might not be the best fit for them, or run the risk of biding their time waiting for a job that is proximate to their training and aptitude. And the third challenge is that besets our students is adapting to the job, where students have to learn and unlearn their skills that they may have acquired even in the course of their traditional education. And many times they are required to upskill and reskill themselves to adapt to the changing requirements of the job. And the fourth and the last most important challenge, according to me, is preparing our students for the unknown variables in the job market. And this requires a careful consideration as to whether we, as building universities of the future, have a mindset which is inculcated in our students of thinking ahead of the curve and imparting such skills that are transferable and translational in nature, giving our youth, who are architects and stakeholders in the future of nature building, an ability to develop interoperable skills to transition from school to the job market. Here in India, the government of India has launched a series of programs over the past decade, such as Skill India, Startup India, Made in India, to bolster the possibilities of creating more avenues for employment, given that India has one of the world's largest demographic dividend, particularly amongst the age group of 18 to 45 years. While this may be the India story, job creation and employability of youth remains a challenge for governments and higher education institutions worldwide. And so with those introductory remarks, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists for this session. Joining us for this panel to address some of these issues that are is an erudite and extremely experienced panel of university administrators and academicians. To begin with, we have the Vice Chancellor of the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Professor Dr. C. Muttavil Chelvan, who is a professor of nanoscience and nanotechnology and a well-accomplished scholar with about more than 180 research publications, and holds about more than 30 years of experience both as a university administrator and academician. In his role as Vice Chancellor of the SRM University, Chennai, Professor Muttavil Chelvan has been spearheading industry academia initiatives in various engineering specializations and has been instrumental, in fact, in his institute of creating innovation and incubation centers and fab labs, which provide students with a platform to transform their ideas into products and various prototype models. We also have with us Professor Cole Agar, who's the director of the Graduate and International Programs at Peking University, Shenzhen Graduate School in China. Professor Agar completed his PhD from the University of Wisconsin law school and has, of course, worked at one of the top law firms in Egypt in the area of international dispute resolution and commercial law, and has also taught as an adjunct professor of law at the American University in Cairo. My colleague, Professor Kalyani Unkule, is an associate professor and a visiting very accomplished academician and a visiting professor at various leading universities across the world. Interestingly, she's also founded the Wide War Initiative to encourage stronger higher education ties between India and Europe, which was as a continuum to her scholarship as an Erasmus Mundus scholar about a decade ago. And through this Wide Board initiative, she had sought to support the European Commission and create an Erasmus Mundus community whereby people could ideate on various and collaborate on various spheres of education. Lastly, we have Professor Sean, who will join us, but we will nonetheless continue our session. And to commence this session, I would now request, Professor Muthavel Chelvan, and then invite my esteemed panelists to share their initial reflections on the theme which is set for this session. Over to you, Professor Muthavel Chelvan.
Yeah, thank you, Mercy. Happy to be here. And good morning to all the participants. As has been highlighted by Mercy, there is a huge difference between a student in the school and then when he moves over to the industry or the workforce. It is normally said as when a student is in the school, he or she has to simply follow the instructions. Or in simple terms, it's like a conveyor belt. You do whatever they say, then you get to cross the bridge. But in the case of industry, according to Hilbert's law, the biggest problem at work is that no one tells you what to do. Or in simple terms, you are reactive in the school and proactive in the industry. Changing somebody from reactive to proactive is a big challenge. And that challenge has to be taken care by the academia, the schools or the higher education institutions. To my mind, there are 7 core dimensions which is very important to talk about or think about for a transition from school to workforce. The first and foremost is the career exploration. Before somebody joins a program, it is absolutely necessary for them to explore themselves, the different career options, and to determine what they want to do. But what happens here is they take up some program and after that they explore different careers. I think this should be the first thing before they embark into some program. Now, this could involve taking career assessment tests. There are a lot of online assessment tests available. So we can try, the students can try that and then see whether they'll be fit into that. Talking to professionals in different fields, that's another way of narrowing your career options. And then researching job opportunities. I think this is the first step, or this is one of the core dimensions when a student wants to move over to the workforce. The second one, obviously, is the education training. Now, in education training, it is generally felt that the institutions are there for the award of degree or certificates, or completing certain apprenticeship, or gaining work experience, or going through internship or co-op programs, something like that. Now, if we can, as an institution, if we can bring certain skills that are required into the curriculum, the transition will be easy. Then, while the student is in the institution, the next core dimension is they have to look for the available job opportunities. Or is there a work integrated learning program or opportunity in the company? Now, gone are the days where we can survey at the work just by having the knowledge of what we have learned in the institution. So work integrated learning program is one thing that the students should look for. Then the fourth one is about the skills. Now, skills, it is very frequently talked about. The first and foremost thing is the communication skills. Gone are the days where the students happen to work in a place closer to their locality. They happen to move out of the state, out of the country, and therefore communication skills is one of the essential things that is very, very important. During my college days, I have not heard of the term critical thinking and problem solving. Probably they're all built into the normal course of life. But today, a lot of importance has to be given to critical thinking and problem solving, which require the ability to analyze data, evaluate options, and make informed decisions. That's the second thing. Digital literacy, we cannot say I belong to an arts group, so I need not have any digital literacy. Teamwork and collaboration is very, very important. Unless this skill is with the student, it will be very difficult to cope up in the industry environment. Adaptability and flexibility, leadership skills is again another important thing. It is not that one should wait for 15 years, 20 years to become a leader. So the employers want workers who can lead and inspire others. That's very, very important. And the last one is about the cultural competency or diversity. So these 7 core dimensions are very, very important when you think of a transition from school to the workforce. So with this introduction, let me stop here and then I'll come back again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Muthuvil Chelvan. You've really underscored some of the important aspects related to the transition from school to work, particularly how important it is for students to undertake career assessments and as well as to tweak our curriculums and make them more oriented towards the job market requirements and the changing requirements of the job market in terms of digital literacy and other technological developments. I would now just steer the discussion to when I'll invite another panelist, Dr. Cole Agar from the Peking University, to weigh in on and give some initial reflections on this theme.
Thank you, Professor Deborah. And maybe I'll just start out by saying thank you to Jindal Global University for inviting me to be part of this really interesting and important event. And of course, in addition to thank you to all of our other panelists and our kind moderator, Professor Deborah, thank you to all the various participants who might be watching as well. For me personally, and kind of as a representative of Peking University's School of Transnational Law today, this topic in particular, I think, is really important. In many ways, Peking University started its School of Transnational Law, where I do most of my work, specifically to help bridge this gap between what it means to be a student and the workforce. Of course, it's kind of a dilemma that you've heard about for generations, that much of what you do in school does not always prepare you for the realities of going out and maybe getting your first job. And so when the school was created, it specifically was targeting this as one of the problems it was trying to solve. So from the beginning, the coursework at the university focused on a lot of kind of practical professional skills over maybe more doctrinal areas of law. So, of course, there are still all those core topics that you'd find at any other law school, and this would be analogous to other types of programs outside of law. But in addition to something like contracts, you would also find a class on contract negotiation. In addition to maybe a class on, tort law, you'd also find a class on, settlement and mediation. And so part of this, a big part of this was specifically to try to have graduates of the program that would have as seamless of a transition into the workforce as possible. And so maybe, I won't go into too much more detail there, other than to say, for us, it's always a very heartening, it's a very pleasing story to hear from our alumni when we get contacted by a student saying something like the example I'm about to give you, which is, I had a recent student from Australia, who had done our Master of Law program. And he contacted me to say that he was assigned, to a task, to a case at his first role at his law firm. And he wrote me to say, it was great because it was this internet regulation case. And it was exactly something that I had in one of my classes at the School of Transnational Law. And he said, out of everyone at my law firm, I was the only one who knew this sort of like technical area of law that we needed to solve this very kind of current contemporary issue. And it's those sorts of stories that help us know that we're doing something right in preparing our graduates for the workforce. But obviously, this is a much larger discussion as well that I'm happy to be a part of as the panel progresses, but I will leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Professor Agar, for sharing your experiences at Peking University. And part of organizing such summits is also to have a cross-pollination of ideas and see what each of us are doing in different countries and time zones and jurisdictions. Now, I'd like to invite my colleague, Professor Kalyani, to weigh in and share our thoughts on the theme of this session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. And Mercy, when I read the title of this, or the theme of this panel, I was wondering, does the transition from school to work happen just once in life? Right? I mean, because on one hand, we keep talking about lifelong learning, but on the other hand, we keep talking about, we define, or we think of this transition as like a one-time occurrence right after graduation. And so I thought that the most honest way in which I could reflect on this issue is through my position as a mid-career, working person now. And then I thought, as a mid-career professional, what are some of the questions that I wish my education would have better empowered me to be able to find the answers to? And so I just wrote those questions down, and maybe we can pick up some of them in the discussion to come. So these are my questions. Okay. When I feel I've hit the peak of this one thing that I've been doing, what's next? What comes next? When I feel like either I've hit the peak or I don't feel as rewarded or gratified doing what I'm doing what I have been doing, right? What is the balance between paying my dues and asking for my worth? Okay. I do feel that I do sense this dynamic between where I am these days and where many students are, which is that when maybe I was in their place, I was all about paying my dues, but they are so much already about asking for their worth. And especially at like a mid-career point, like this can really become something of a consideration. Let's just put it that way. Then as my personal situation and goals evolve, how do I navigate the impact that this will have on my work? And I know many people think of this just in terms of having children, but I think that this could happen. Your personal situation and goals could evolve in any number of ways, right? And I think that there's a risk of like oversimplifying that into like having family responsibilities. So that's not all that I mean by this. How do I know which qualities, abilities, and you mentioned this in your opening remarks, Mercy, how do I know which qualities, abilities, and interests I possess are the ones that lend themselves to a broad range of prospects to earn a living? How do I make sense of the need to move from being this one kind of profession? This is very important, right? Like, because we come to be perceived in the outside world primarily in terms of what we do. And then we start forming our self-image around that as well. How do I make sense of the need to move from being this one kind of professional, which people have come to know me as being, know me for, or know me as, to being something else? And how do I find the right language and confidence to articulate this choice? That this choice I've made to be someone else, right? Or to do something else. What is even the language for that, right? And I mean, do we have access? If I'm going to, on the other hand, if I'm going to remain in the same job or work, what steps do I need to take to ensure that I stay motivated and keep growing? And then final question I wrote down is, how do I find or build a community of mutual support around these issues? Because that is so important, right? Community of support, both in terms of like the mental and psychological challenges surrounding all of this, but also to really be able to see where your opportunities could be coming from. And so I feel that, often coming back to this one-time transition model that we have in our mind, around which we tend to have this discussion, I feel that this individualized winner-takes-all mindset that we often unintentionally promote in the prevailing employability paradigm, that you have to distinguish yourself as this XYZ kind of top of the pile, top of the heap, checking every single box and more kind of paradigm that this has become. I think it overlooks these vital down the line considerations. And I do think that there can be a trade-off, and there often is a trade-off between preparing somebody for that first job, or somebody investing 3 years or 5 years or 4 years exclusively focused on that first job, and somebody spending those 4 or 5 years knowing that this is going to be a continuing hustle, right? This is going to be lifelong hustle. I think that directing students increasingly in that direction of that first job. I just wanted to kind of set out here what is the trade-off. And so I thought that I would just kind of focus on that today.
Thank you so much, Kalyani, Professor Kalyani. Those are some of the very valid points that you have put it across and shared it for our consideration in this session, because a lot of times, both the training that we impart at schools as well as at universities seems to, ensure that the student is well prepared to make the cut in the job market, without also, mentally preparing them that this is a marathon race in the job market, and and that you are not just, we're not preparing you just to make the cut, but you have to understand that even as professionals, you are students for life. And it's a continuous ongoing process where we at some juncture hit dead ends, and then we reinvent ourselves and to see in what innovative ways can we continue to re-engage ourselves and also buoy our spirits and our interest in creating and innovating things, not just for ourselves, but for those around us and for the community, larger community around us. So those are some very interesting questions, and perhaps we would definitely like to revisit in the next 30 minutes of the conversation, the question, and just the conversation that we want to have in the next 30 minutes. And I'll definitely, we will take up a couple of those questions. But before we, roll this conversation, I just wanted to, I have a question for Professor Muthamil Chelvan, because he's a Vice Chancellor of SRM University, and he's quite an experienced administrator and academician for more than 30 years. And because you represent, a premier institute, particularly in the sciences in India, I just wanted to ask you, sir, that in the context of, assisting and preparing our students to transition from school to, the workforce, particularly as, as a leader of such a premier institute, and particularly in STEM disciplines, how are you repositioning your students in a technology-driven market? And how are you leveraging technology such as AI, robotics, and, along with your hardcore sciences? How are you preparing your students, and how has the experience been for you at not just your university, but in general, your observations of, how universities need to gear up and are preparing themselves, especially students in these STEM disciplines?
Okay. Yeah. Now, in my earlier round, I was mentioning only the 4 core dimensions, and Professor Kalyani has covered the remaining 3. The remaining 3 are professional networking, new job roles, and then the community support that she was mentioning. So these 7 are very core. Now, coming to your question, yeah, we did face a lot of challenges in recruiting, in making our students employable. The common buzzword today is, the industry personnel says that the present day students are not job ready. About 10 years ago, we created what's called as a career development center, where we happen to train our students. That happens to be a credit course also. So that gave an edge over the students from other institutions. That's the first step that we took. The second one is, we offered what is called as the one credit course, which is delivered by the industry experts. Now, for these programs or the courses, we were not looking at bigger numbers, and these courses will be offered only in niche area. The students are interested, they can attend that course, and the credit transfer will happen. So in that way, we created opportunity for our students to get connected to the industry do internship or project work. Then the third one is we thought that our faculty should be skilled enough to bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. So we introduced what is called as the faculty industry immersion program, where every faculty has to go to industry, stay there for 2 to 3 weeks, understand what's happening there, come back, and then translate those things in the classroom or bring in some change in the curriculum. Then the next initiative that we did was encourage the students to be an entrepreneur, become an employer rather than being an employee. So these things have brought in a lot of change in SRM Institute of Science and Technology. And our students are better trained when compared to many other institutions. We also did not stop with that. Since 2014, our faculty members were asked to do one online course per semester, which is beyond their specialization. So this has helped a lot of faculty to understand what is happening outside the university, outside the country, and then bring in all those exposure into the classrooms. So in this way, we have been trying to bring in some change and train our students to be ready for the workforce.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing some of your perspectives on how your university is gearing up to bridge this gap between and, sort of make it more smoothen the transition between the school as well as the workforce. And in fact, interestingly, a couple of years ago, for our viewers who are tuning in for the session, your university had a distinction of sending a nano satellite, which speaks volumes about the kind of innovation and incubation that you are undertaking at your university. Now, I'd like to have a question for Professor Agar. Dr. Agar, it's a very interesting, over the past decade, we've been seeing some very unique trends where our youngsters, have been asserting, have been extremely self-reliant and resilient, and boldly opting out of lucrative campus placement jobs to sort of carve out their own destiny by creating startups which have gone on to become unicorns and taking a lot of self-regulating professional pursuits, such as even becoming content creators or YouTubers. So it gives a sense that, no more do the traditional degrees that are otherwise imparted at our universities are increasingly becoming outmoded to meet the demands and the requirements of the job market. Do you think going forward, in your perception, based on the trends that you're seeing in China, and then you've also worked in Egypt, do you think that youngsters are now increasingly opting out of the traditional mode of work, where they are conscripted to be an employee, and instead preferring a style of work that gives them greater flexibility to upscale their own work at their own pace?
It's an interesting and fun question. And I should say, I mean, I will by no means claim to be an expert or speak for all of what's going on in an entire massive market like China or an entire country like Egypt. In many ways, I actually feel like I'm seeing more of that trend in the United States, which is where I am from originally. It's, you know, where I did my legal studies. I think China is, at least I should say, you know, based on the sliver of China that I see, based on, you know, sort of the students I work with, the you know, the employers that we see out there, I think it is still a very degree and credential focused job market. I also think, you know, I mean, my perspective might be skewed compared to, let's say, the technology world, because especially in law, when you're starting out, it's quite difficult in a big market to, you know, hang up your sign with your name on it and start right out as a private practice attorney, for example. So nearly all of our lawyers, you know, graduating out of our program are looking to go into top law firms. You know, they're or, you know, working as legal advisors to the big companies in China or elsewhere around the world. Maybe there are less, you know, again, compared to something like the technology world, there are less massive, radical new ideas out there to create a business around when you come from a legal background than maybe coming from something like stem cell research or robotics. But yeah, I mean, I'd say I see less of it in China, maybe a bit more of it with some students I've worked with in Egypt, you know, students who have gone out and maybe found trouble in the more conventional job market. And so they've decided, all right, I'm going to take a risk and maybe start my own law firm. Obviously, that's a bigger challenge. You need a lot of funding going into it. And then I probably see more again still of that with, you know, graduates and colleagues I have back in the US.
All right. That's an interesting perspective. Before I have some questions for Professor Kalyani, just as a follow-up to this question that I've put to Professor Agar. Professor Muthawil Chelvan, I have a specific question which also ties up with my question to Professor Agar, is as a head of an institution, as a vice chancellor of a university, do you think there have been any changes in the approach and perspective of students towards employability, particularly in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay. Certainly, there's a lot of change in the mindset of the students. Now, everybody feels that it is not necessary to come to the campus and learn. I would like to share one interesting conversation between me and a student, which happened about 5 years ago. A student walked into my office and said, "Sir, I wanted to share something with you." I said, "Please go ahead." And you know, in all Indian universities, this attendance is mandatory, minimum 75%, 80%. He said, "Why is this attendance mandatory for us to sit in the end semester examination?" I had no answer. But again, I asked him, "What made you to ask this question?" He said, "Whatever is available in the book, the teacher is teaching the same thing. There is nothing new for me to learn. I can as well sit in my room or house, wherever, and learn all these things." So this was raised about 5 years ago. And today, more and more number of students want to be away from the campus. Since information is available everywhere, they are mature enough to choose and study whatever they want. So in that sense, we have been permitting students to take more number of online courses, which is given through various platforms. I also personally feel that their interest is not to stay in one company. Initially, they may be there for about 2 years, 3 years. Then after that, they branch off to maybe for higher education or learn new skills and then move on to the other things. Now, this type of skilling happens because of the large number of clubs that are student clubs that are available in the campus. So I think the students will get an opportunity if more number of student clubs are in the campus, and that's how I feel that the students are more empowered here.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. I quite concur with you in terms of the experience that most of us as educators have been, observing in terms of, the students don't anymore look up to the classroom space as the only place where, they can gather knowledge. But COVID-19 has sort of broadened their perspective in terms of the modes in which they can access, and enjoy the kind of flexibilities to do other things beside their primary studies. I just had a couple of questions to Professor Kalyani, and I just wanted to come back to some of the interesting questions that you had alluded to in your initial remarks. And I'd like you to take the liberty to address some of these questions, particularly nobody really talks about in our educational institutions, and very few do, because, we're not really geared to, inform our students constantly. It's a mad race where everybody has to touch the finish line as early as possible. So, how do you really psychologically, mentally prepare our students to understand that, it's not just getting the first job, as you mentioned in your initial remarks, but how do we really prepare them mentally and psychologically to be able to take on a marathon race in their career, and to also, sort of apprise them that there could be downsides, dead ends in a career, and you really need to regroup yourself and, get back. And it's okay sometimes to occasionally have, reach those dead ends. But one needs to rework and assess. How is it that we can broadly, could you weigh in, and that we can prepare our students, in terms of understanding what really employability also entails?
Mercy, I'm so glad that our discussion today has been all about our institutional practices and taking a step back and reflecting on our institutional practices, because there are so many practices and the way in which we have these discussions, which is so misleading, right? Or which gives mixed signals at any rate. Now, for example, the discussion we were just having between job and startup. Tell me today which job is not entrepreneurial, which job is not a consistent hustle. As academics, we have to raise money for every single thing we do. You have to raise money to get out of the house these days, literally. Okay, you have to raise money and put together the right team before you even think about, okay, what are we going to work, right? First is the money there, and are the people there with the right people there with time in their hands? Okay, tell me if this is not entrepreneurship, right? Even government and public sector jobs today are about entrepreneurship, because you have to project the right image of your ministry, of your department. Is this not entrepreneurship, right? Is this not sales and marketing, right? So first of all, this misleading assumption that if you are the entrepreneurial type, you will be self-employed, and if you are kind of the conservative type, you can just go get stuck in some job, right? So when we have this type of discussion, this is the first misleading signal that we send. I love the point that Vice Chancellor made about students wanting to spend time off campus, right? If students are wanting to spend time off campus, why are we trying to bring as many things as possible, or as many opportunities as possible for them on campus? Why are we not instead focusing on lowering the boundary between campus and the rest of the world, right? Why is our attention not focused on those things? Why don't we spend more time doing those things? Okay. So I think that if we re-examine our own priorities a little bit, we will find that maybe our own effort as institutions is misdirected. And what happens when students are getting all the opportunities on campus is that they feel that they have to take them all, because if they don't take them all and other students take those opportunities or their batchmates take those opportunities, then they won't have those things on their CV. And in the process, it becomes a copycat system of, like, you know, cookie cutter. You have a cookie cutter army that is just put out on the market, and nobody knows what they're good at. Nobody has invested that time in self-discovery because they've just been busy doing everything their people around them have been doing for fear of not losing out in the competition, right? So I think that these are some of the tensions that I certainly would want us to think more clearly about.
Yes, thank you so much, Kalyani, because I really appreciate you putting another side of the story that otherwise we don't focus on. Professor Muthaval Chelman, I have another question for you, because particularly we've seen, what are the kind of systematic changes that you would suggest in the ecosystem so that governments and academia can focus on bridging the employability gaps, thereby enhancing the talent pool and taking the right measures, in fact, right from the school level to the professional level, by focusing on the employability skills, and as we discussed a little earlier, also imparting lifelong learning skills?
I think the quality and relevance of education and training is critical to preparing youth for the workforce. Quality in education, there are multiple assessments being conducted, and the OBE is now a critical metric for the survival of the higher education student. Outcome-based education, which reflects the quality in education. Relevance could be achieved only by the industry collaboration. As an academician, it's very difficult for us to bring in the relevance. I think we can bring it to a certain extent, but not to the satisfaction of the industrial people. So internships, apprenticeship is paving the way for relevance and readiness. When compared to about 7-8 years ago, now every student wants to go for an internship. That's the change that we see. So that's a good sign. Influence of the governing bodies in the curriculum development and policies is to take a reform. Now we have people from the industry and from the other thing, but government bodies should also be considered. It has to be thought loud and strong on the reforms to be made in the period of study of various academic programs, with clear understanding on the adoption and impact of MOOCs, mode of learning, and skill development courses, blended with interning with industry to make a big impact in the talent development and management of our youth. Now, Professor Kalyani was mentioning about when more and more students want to be away from the campus, why we need to have a lot of facilities. I think when somebody wants to take up a course by staying away from the campus, the education is not complete. People can study from anywhere, but unless they're in the campus, they will not have an opportunity to learn the life skills. So I'm not saying that they should be totally away. There should be some mix of these two. That's what I was trying to mention. Then the other thing is enabling a robust ecosystem for entrepreneurship and startups. Professor Kalyani gave a different meaning to entrepreneurship now. Will be the right move to create more jobs, and in the meantime, decreasing the job seekers. So this idea is very well embraced by the government, and the policies or programs are taking its reach to impact. So it's very clear that these reforms are linked to each other and needs a parallel action. So if we consider these things, and then probably the issues can be the challenges between the transition from the school to workforce can be narrowed.
All right. Thank you, Professor Muthamal Chellan, for that response. I have a specific question for Dr. Agar. Given that you're the director of, the international programs at the Peking University, and in fact, my colleague, Professor Kalyani, is also was some time ago heading the internationalization programs at OP Jindal Global University. In your opinion, do you think, to what extent does internationalization and exposure of students to both short-term and, probably pathway programs enhance their employability in the job market? Does it really impart them with some interesting assortment of skills that, makes them even much more prepared and more adaptable to the job market? What is your take on that?
I like that you asked me this question in the context of as the director of international programs, because I will say, speaking as a lawyer, I think the answer is it depends. And I think we all have a tendency where if we have a hammer, we look for nails. And I'd love to be able to tell you that, I think always 100% of the time getting international experience is the best thing to broaden your mind and, better equip yourself to go into the workforce. I don't know that that's actually the case, right? If you're someone going into certain industries, maybe finding something in your local community that you hadn't seen before might do twice as much for you than going off to France for a semester. I think it is great for human development to see other parts of the world. I had my first experience when I was 18 of moving halfway around the world to Egypt. It unquestionably changed my life and put me on sort of the path that I ended up on. But if my goal had been to become a local judge in my small town in America, actually, if anything, this experience would have almost like tainted my resume, right? I would have been almost like damaged goods that I had instead gone overseas rather than staying in my local community. So while I am a big proponent of seeing the world and getting international experience, I don't necessarily think that all jobs benefit from it or that all people, it's sort of what they need to do. And of course, the reality now, as we're seeing with inflation and, travel becoming more complicated, is I think promoting something like international travel, et cetera, or studying abroad or doing a degree in another country, it can be a message that is really a burden for a lot of students if they don't have the means to do that or don't have the opportunity to do that. And if we're then promoting that message up to employers potentially, I think there's a question of like, who are you leaving behind if you tout that as being unquestionably good?
Yeah, that's I partly concur with you. They're both downsides. There's a flip side of, as much as how much can a student benefit, from international programs. At the same time, a lot of students do come back with, enriched experiences after they've been on short-term programs as well as pathway programs abroad. Kalyani, would you, I just wanted to reach out because you've also been briefly for a few years at the helm of affairs, leading the international office at OP Jindal Global University. What has been your take and experience and your observation in this respect? Does it really make at least some kind of minimal change or change in perspective of students who get opportunities or able to make the cut to be granted these opportunities to study in pathway programs and other short-term abroad programs?
Yeah, I think it depends on how flexible you are. Many students still choose to stay abroad precisely with the intention of migrating long-term. So that is a completely different scenario, but with the right amount of, again, flexibility and with a view to the long term, yes, especially in the kind of network it allows you to build. And in many, for example, Paul was talking about law in the US, and as he was speaking, I was just thinking like, this is exactly why it's so hard to internationalize like legal education in particular. But just in terms of sometimes getting a glimpse into how certain skill sets can be used, or a certain qualification, even, or a certain type of training can apply to a wide range of sectors, right? Is, I think, can be quite an eye-opening experience. Now, within all of this, there's a broader dynamic of, or overlaying all of this, there's a dynamic of crises, right? Like many of the traditional markets are in deep crisis.
Yeah.
I returned to India with a UK post-study work permit stamped on my passport many years ago, like literally a week after I got my work permit, thanks to the 2008 crisis.
Yeah.
Right. This has recently happened to so many graduating cohorts, who, during the pandemic. So I think this is a discussion we can potentially have on many levels, and and that certainly very few people in the internationalization space are now kind of making these really black and white assertions.
Dr. Kalyani, we just have one question which we have our audience, member Mr. Ashish Malik has wants you to answer. He wants you to shed briefly a quick response on what is the significance of developing a personal brand as a student in order to be able to make yourself better employable.
Yes. It is important. It is important, but I think that as a student, it is first and foremost, especially as an undergrad, it is important to understand what you like and what brings you joy and what keeps you motivated in the long run, right? And the brand building can happen much later. Like the brand building, I'll tell you when the brand building happens. The brand building happens when you're updating your CV to apply for a job and writing a cover letter. That's when you kind of formulate your brand. So don't worry about your brand. Okay, be as all over the place as you want to be or feel like being right now. And worry about your brand when you decide to like apply for a job or show up for an interview. Okay, that would be my short answer.
All right, thank you so much. We've pretty much reached the end of this session. And before we close this session in a couple of minutes, I'd like to get a quick response from all of you. Before we conclude the session, if each of you could respond to what would be the one mantra or advice you would give your students to, to guide them to sufficiently skill themselves and prepare themselves for the job market. I'd like to begin with Professor Muthamil Chelvan.
I have a 3C framework: competence, commitment, and compatibility.
Fantastic. Dr. Agar, one mantra from your end.
I would say balance. I would say finding the balance between skills building and at the same time introspection, balance between specializing very narrowly, but also remaining kind of flexible and able to change your career, reevaluate, whether you're enjoying your job or not. And that I think applies to all things, right? Balance in studying like crazy to pass the exam, but also getting outside to go on a run and keep your mental health up. And, if you can keep that, if you can train that as a student in order to keep that with you through your career, I think most of us benefit.
That's absolutely correct. Kalyani, what's
I would say two things, okay? Yeah. The things that you did unintentionally just for fun are the things that will pay off at some point, right? So do those things that you just do because you want to do them right now. And the second thing I will do is don't be exclusively self-focused. Take an interest in what others are doing, support what others are doing in whatever way you can. Create opportunities for others, because that's how all of the opportunities will come back to you, and they will be there for you, and things will show up for you when you need it.
Thank you so much. I absolutely agree with all of you. And, we need to really gear our students to understand it's not just a one-time juncture where you get a job, but you need to prepare yourself in so many multiple ways and find that fine balance between your professional career as well as other aspects which are equally important in life. With that, we come to a close of this session, and it has been indeed an insightful session, having all of you come in and share your experiences, given your diverse backgrounds. And while we will be continuing to have these conversations on some of these issues in our classrooms, at our universities, and at various forums, but I really want to thank you, Professor Muthamal Chelvan, Professor Agar, and Professor Kalyani for your valuable insights. And thank you to all of you joining us, and we hope you will tune in to our other remaining sessions for the day. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, wherever in the world you are, and joining us for this 22nd session of the World University Summit, hosted by the Jindal Global University, the Jindal Global Center, the G20, and part of the G20 Summit in India that is going to be held this year. We have a fantastic and an excellent session coming up, and we have some very distinguished panelists. I'm going to take a minute to introduce them to you. We have Dr. Tobias Andreasen, who is an adjunct associate professor at the in social innovation education at CQ University. Right. We also are joined by Dr. Yoshiko Ishioka, who is currently, she's a PhD in human sciences from Osaka University and currently an associate professor at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. We're also joined by Dr. Takehiko Uemura. Dr. Uemura is currently a professor at the School of International Liberal Arts, Yokohama City University in Japan. And finally, we have Dr. Tatiana Belosuova, who is an assistant professor at the Jindal School of International Affairs, OP Jindal Global University. Well, like I said, the topic today is breaking silos, right? The need for innovative practices in school and higher education to promote interdisciplinarity, right? So what is this about? You know, the world today is full of complex and multifaceted wicked problems, to the extent that it is even difficult for us to define these problems. What is also interesting is that these problems cannot be realistically formulated within the traditional boundaries of disciplines. Like we can think of climate change, we can think of poverty, we can think of global pandemics, we can think of access to healthcare, quality education. These are just some of these problems, right? And we have failed, the interesting thing is we have failed to solve these through the usual piecemeal Band-Aid based solutions. We know for a fact that these problems, these wicked problems, require holistic solutions that can only emerge through collaborative understanding between experts from different disciplines. Now, universities are at the cutting edge of research and are storehouses and generators of knowledge in a diverse domain. Right? And what they need to do is to play a critical role in helping the world solve such problems. More breakthroughs, we believe, can emerge from interdisciplinary research as opposed to when we are confined to silos and bounded education. You know, I'm always say in my own classrooms, the problems of the world do not come with a label attached to them, but who can solve them. So what's interesting is it has to come together with a lot of people coming together to solve the problems of the world. Now, the interesting thing is, despite this understanding, right, we often see universities still structured within traditional realms of disciplines. Even most degrees awarded today, right, do not promote interdisciplinary teaching and learning. Indeed, the very idea of the kind of research we do is still guided by what I would like to call 19th century ideals of a unified subjectivity, which is actually going to go ahead and do research. What universities need to do, therefore, is to promote interdisciplinary teaching and learning. In fact, not only at the university level, I believe we need to go further down, right, to the school level and start focusing on the interdisciplinary nature of learning and education. Now, each institution representative in this panel would have experiences concerning interdisciplinary teaching and research, either within their present or their previous or past institutions, or within their national education system. We're hoping that this panel will be able to pull their collective experience and shed some light on these issues. What we're going to do is give each panelist about 5 to 6 minutes in an opening statement, right? And then we will go into a question-answer format. And we will reserve the last 5 to 10 minutes for some audience-led questions. The order in which I would like you to give your opening remarks is as follows. We will start with Dr. Tobias, then we'll go to Dr. Tatiana, then Dr. Yoshiko, and then finally, Dr. Takehiko will end with you in your opening statement. Over to you, Dr. Tobias.
Thank you, Professor. It's great to be here. It's very exciting to see colleagues from all across the world. I have the last 20 years worked across academia, several faculties, departments. I've taught different subjects and I've worked in consulting and designed social innovations and supported system change, both with people in the for-profit and for-purpose sector. And I'm currently with PwC Australia while being an adjunct associate professor. So I've got a very strong view that considering the complexities, exactly what we heard, and the interdependencies within the system that we live, that we need to be interdisciplinary, and not just interdisciplinary, even transdisciplinary, be able to think and use different disciplines in our own practice. And I had randomly an interesting experience the other day that was quite telling. I was in a meeting with quite senior people, and it was a meeting focused on sustainability, nature, and climate change. And then and someone said, because of this growing pressure on businesses, big businesses, to reduce the carbon emission and become what they call nature positive, people have suggested to this person that ecologists would become in high demand. And it seems logical. For example, UNEP has written that finance flows for nature will need to more than double to $384 billion by 2025. So there's a lot of opportunities here. However, the person that then pointed this out said that many of the ecologists that they worked with didn't know anything about business. And they didn't know anything about businesses' supply and value chains. So because of that, they are seen as not very helpful because they operate in a particular disciplinary silo. So even though this is just one perspective, one example, as it captures some of the problems with higher education, I think that they produce very competent specialists, and sometimes that's very needed. But if they cannot operate, if these specialists cannot operate in this interdisciplinary world that we are facing, they may not necessarily be able to use their expertise in areas that are most impactful, which is, of course, a shame. So this type of stuff is something I've been pushing for quite a few years at CQU. In 2020, I co-authored a piece for the Stanford Social Innovation Review, where we laid all these out and pointed out that CQU have very top-down support for this type of thinking. So in 2017, we included a graduate attribute that was called Social Innovation Mindset. And that set us up and paved the way, so to speak, for at least trying to develop curriculum across the courses where social innovation thinking was embedded and included. So it's something I gave a TEDx talk about this as well. And that all led to eventually developing the social innovation education strategy that we had at university. And part of that was to ensure that students are not just operating in silos, that they are able to apply systems thinking, that they are experienced and understand how UN sustainable development goals relate to their discipline and how they can play a part in actually trying to solve those. So all of this progressed, and it's really important that it does have that foundation and structure from the university and from the top. However, it's not easy. We know that teaching staff don't necessarily have the interdisciplinary experiences themselves. I think the system as well is not always set up for that, particularly in speaking from Australia. There's limited incentives to be interdisciplinary. And also for us in Australia, CQ University is a very spread out university all over Australia. The geographical distances can make this difficult, even though people are very passionate about it and really want to be interdisciplinary, want to do it, it's difficult. That's my introduction to the topic. I hope that was on time. I'll leave it at that.
No. Thank you so much, Tobias. I think, Tobias, you've raised some very, very interesting things. I know we'll come back to this, when we do the roundtable. Over to you, Tatiana, for your opening statement.
There is no doubt that an interdisciplinary approach is very much relevant at the moment. University leaders constantly emphasize that the world's most pressing problems cannot be solved in a quote-unquote big picture research, can only be solved by a big picture research that is simultaneously based on a variety of disciplines and creates an effect of synergy. Interdisciplinary researchers play a crucial role of knowledge brokers, if you will, in the academic collaboration network. At the same time, I would say that traditional academic disciplines should remain the essential pillars of the interdisciplinary edifice. So on the one hand, we should definitely acknowledge the importance of interdisciplinarity, but on the other hand, realize that it is being built upon strictly defined fundamental disciplines and their respective knowledge. Also, I would like to add that again, given the complexities of our world today, interdisciplinary approach should be perceived almost like a moral responsibility in terms of making contribution and trying to address the challenges of our times. In other words, an interdisciplinary thinking should become a crucial part of the academic culture when everyone understands the need for it and does his or her best to promote it. And also, I would like to emphasize one important aspect here. If we talk about a sustainable development, for example, as one of the interdisciplinary areas, academic institutions themselves, their architecture, physical spaces, their functions, should themselves present a kind of microcosm of sustainability. And just let me conclude. Let me make final points here regarding my introductory part. At the moment, we cannot assume that all higher education institutions are ready and willing to embark on interdisciplinary journey. For example, in my country, Russia, there are some scholars who think that these approaches would potentially undermine the solid foundation of the higher education system that was established during the Soviet times. And just perhaps some final thoughts, if I may. The interdisciplinary approach and thinking, in my opinion, are not spread evenly across academic institutions worldwide. Cross-border collaboration is necessary to promote these transformative changes in academia. For example, those institutions who have had successful experiences on this front should be willing to collaborate with other institutions worldwide where such practices have not yet gained momentum. These institutions may not be at the forefront in terms of interdisciplinarity, but they have local experts and indigenous knowledge that can be indispensable for some research projects. I mean, interdisciplinary research projects. So these are my introductory remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tatiana. You raised some important points too. I know I want to come back to these, especially, what is the architecture of interdisciplinarity? I think that's a very, very important thing. And I think, both with Tobias and your points already, we have come to this question of the generalist versus the specialist, the question of discipline versus interdisciplinarity. Thank you already for raising such important questions. I want to go to Yoshiko next. Dr. Yoshiko Ishioka, over to you for your opening statements. Please.
Thank you for the introduction, Professor. I'm very pleased to be here today and to have an opportunity to think about higher education So I have experienced teaching in higher education for 10 years. So now I am currently working at Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. So as a faculty member, I have worked with students and colleagues to promote interdisciplinary learning and research. So my experience as a teacher and researcher in Japan taught me that interdisciplinarity is essential for higher education in the 21st century. So today I would like to share of my thoughts on this topic. So first, I believe the need to promote interdisciplinarity in higher education is because interdisciplinarity is future-oriented. So as it can help researchers understand and address complex phenomena that cannot be explained by a single discipline. So interdisciplinary research can help identify multiple variables, explore different perspectives, and develop more complex models that better reflect the complexities of the phenomenon being studied. In contrast, individual academic disciplines may sometimes simplify complex phenomena and overlook important factors in order to make them more understandable, which can lead to losing the connection between the research and actual society. So therefore, interdisciplinary research can be an important approach to ensure that research remains relevant and applicable to real-world situations. And moreover, interdisciplinary research can foster stronger connections between academia, society, and industry. So many complex social problems faced by society require input from multiple disciplines, while industry brings unique strategies and techniques to addressing the problems. However, academia can sometimes appear distant from the public and industry due to technical terms, detailed considerations, and limitations. So it's important that academic research in science and humanities is ultimately intended to benefit humanity and society. So therefore, researchers and scholars should be open to collaboration with industry and the public to cultivate seeds and needs for solutions of social problems. So by doing so, they can help bridge the gap between society and industry and contribute to the benefit of humanity and society. On the other hand, based on my experience, one of the challenges when we try to promote interdisciplinary educational program is that higher education is often associated with deepening one's expertise in a particular area. However, students in interdisciplinary learning need to learn about other fields in order to broaden their perspectives and gain a more holistic understanding of complex issues. So this can make students feel like they are not deepening their expertise in any one area. So therefore, we need to consider the structure and curriculum of interdisciplinary programs and the qualifications of the program. And I believe there are several approaches to creating interdisciplinary programs. So for example, taking courses from different schools, doing research with multiple supervisors from different schools or disciplines, and designing a course structured tailored to students and providing some sort of certifications. So according to the aims of the programs, so interdisciplinarity should be designed and the qualification of evaluation should be taken into consideration. So overall, interdisciplinary is necessary to share and create visions for the next 10 or 20 years and address problems for the future. So as we move forward, we must continue to foster interdisciplinary approaches in higher education and collaborate across disciplines and sectors to tackle the challenges of the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Yoshiko, for those opening remarks. Again, I think there are several interesting things in what you brought up. I think you brought up the question of future orientation. I know this is very, very important because we really need to understand and we need to think about how do we understand how time structures our discipline. For example, a few years ago, I was at a talk by Professor Arjuna Padurai at Cornell, and he's an anthropologist, and he brought up the point that can anthropology think about the question of future? And I'm trained as an anthropologist too, and it kind of struck us as a very interesting moment. And we were like, really, as an anthropologist, you really never taught to think about the future. You're constantly preoccupied with what has already happened in a certain sense, right? And I thought that was a very provocative issue. And I think that's maybe something we all need to think about our disciplines constantly, right? So so I think it's a very, very important point. I think the second point you brought up, which is also very, very important, is the question of including the public in the formation of knowledge. I think that was a very, very interesting point. And, so when you think of interdisciplinarity, are we also thinking about the different publics that are there and who are part of the formation of knowledge? And finally, I'm just going to take a minute and talk, is this idea of deepening versus broadening, vertical versus horizontal, right? It goes back to the binaries that we have already identified. And so what comes to my mind, and again, something, maybe we'll pick it up later, is how do we understand the shape of knowledge? Do we think knowledge is a river, a pond, a building? What is the shape of knowledge? What is the metaphor that we can understand? So is it like a pond? Do we go deep into it? So what is the shape of knowledge? Maybe this is something also we all need to really, really think about. But thank you so much for that opening statement. Lastly, but definitely not the least, Dr. Takehiko, I'm going to hand it over to you for your opening statements.
So thank you very much for inviting me to this World Summit, and I'm very honored to be with you today. I have no doubt how important interdisciplinary approach is. And today, based on that, I would like to share my experience on this area, interdisciplinary studies. Both challenges and some directions to overcome those challenges. I would like to raise 3 points. One is my experience with my institutions, Yokohama City University. We call it YCU as abbreviations. My first point is, unfortunately, it's not easy to institutionalize interdisciplinary approach at university level. In fact, my university, YCU, tried it once, merging 3 faculties. In other words, Faculty of International Cultural Studies, Faculty of Commerce and Economics, and Faculty of Natural Science into one school. That was in 2007, I guess. And we created the called International College of Arts and Sciences. However, unfortunately, again, it's failed. There's no substantial merger and there's no substantial interactions among other faculty members. Therefore, the International College was divided into 3 again in 2019. In other words, School of International Liberal Arts, School of International Commerce, and School of Science. So that was my bitter experience in interdisciplinary approach at the university or institutional level. However, I would say it is possible to make it at the research project level. My research area is who and what and how can solve global challenges and creating sustainable global society, and focusing on the issues on global taxations, global basic income, and world government. And it requires, for sure, a variety of experts: international politics, global public policy, international economics and finances, international law, development studies, political philosophy, environmental study, and even experts of information and digital technology too, including artificial intelligence, AI, Web 3.0, blockchain, NFT, and metaverse, etc. And I have already applied the grants in aid for scientific research in Japan, and I was successful to gain 2 project funds. And I am currently applying the 3rd one. So I would say it is possible to promote interdisciplinary research at the project level, but it should go beyond my own institutions. I am doing this project beyond my university and collecting other experts and university professors from different universities. That's the point, I think, both nationally and internationally. And thirdly, I would like to share my experience at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva. I had a sabbatical and spent half a year there. And I was impressed by many things, but one of the most is each floor has a kind of coffee room or salon room with transparent glasses, no wall. So it's very easy and natural to communicate with colleagues of both the same and different field. It's really easy. Just go there and find anyone to talk over coffee or tea. So in that natural way of contacting with each other, I could discuss many things with different field experts, so I can learn a lot from them. So my recommendation in the 3rd point is create this kind of salon type of rooms, both for faculty members and ideally for students too. So this kind of space, I believe, is very critical in promoting interdisciplinary approach. These are some little experience to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Takehiko. That, I think, again, some very interesting points get raised. And in fact, I mean, I am the Dean of the School of Art and Architecture. And incidentally, I'm an anthropologist who's the Dean of the School of Art and Architecture. So I absolutely understand your point about the built environment being a kind of almost a catalyst to allow for this kind of interdisciplinarity, and that's something I know I want to pick up later on in the discussion. I have a question. Maybe I'll begin with you, Dr. Takehiko, because you kind of answered the question that I had for others, but I want to come back. So you gave us an example of what did not work. Right. And this, I would like you to first attempt, and then probably the rest of the panelists. Do you have any examples that did work to whatever degree that it worked? Do you see what I'm saying? Right? A little bit. I mean, how much? I know you talked about research, it working in research, but I'm talking at the level of teaching, or maybe at the level of whether it was at a school or maybe it was at a university. Do you have some example of where it worked? So I would begin with you and then open it out to the rest of the panelists, please.
Okay, let me think. in terms of research, yes, as I have experienced, it worked.
But I am talking in terms of teaching, in terms of, I'll come back to your point of research. I think that's very, very interesting because I want to understand why does it work there and not elsewhere. But please.
Yeah, okay. In terms of teaching, there's one subject called overseas field work. And that's team teaching. It's not taught by myself. It's taught by two professors. And this year, it's quite close though. I did it with a professor of international law. And but I would say that's quite complementary because my area is more politics or political science, but his area is more law oriented. So I think for the student, it was a good learning to learn one issue from political science part and international law aspect. So it's very small interdisciplinary approach, but I would say I just think of this example.
Thank you. I'm just going to open this question up to the rest of the panelists. So maybe Yoshiko, if you can go first, then Tobias, and then Tatiana. Any examples that come to your mind of some degree of success, some degree of experimentation or innovation that has worked, right? To whatever little degree that is. We'll take what we can get at this, kind of. Yoshiko, if you want to go first, and then Tobias, and then Tatiana.
Okay. So from my side, I'd like to share my experience teaching in an interdisciplinary program in Japan. So that program aimed to foster doctoral students with a fusion of humanities and science education and provided opportunities for highly innovative interdisciplinary learning. And I believe one of the program's successful activities involved collaborating with mentors from different industries to propose policies to Japanese ministries and or companies. So aiming to realize their ideal society. So Japan faces a wide range of social problems such as welfare, healthcare, education, agriculture, and more. So, and also aging population and the depopulation. So during this activity to proposing policies, so students discuss social issues with industry members, conducted research and fieldwork, and proposed policies toward relevant ministries and companies. So the challenges for students was to propose solutions that were outside their areas of expertise. So they had to create an idea and a vision for an ideal society and examine feasibility through discussion with various stakeholders related to the topic and conduct surveys. So there is a difficulty, but this approach allowed the student to learn and think independently and gain a broader understanding of the challenges society faces.
Thank you, Yoshiko. Tobias, over to you. Some example.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick, but two examples that I've had experience with. One of them was an extra co-curricular initiative, and I think that tends to potentially be common. That's when some experimentation can happen because you're not bound by the expectations and the systems when it comes to credited units and so on. So with that one, it was possible to bring a lot of students together from different disciplines during a 3-day period and get them to explore and work with the community organization, and then go through a design process and respond to some of the challenges that they faced, and then present at the end back what they came up with. So because it didn't sit within a specific course, it enabled that freedom, and it was run by not academics, but actually professional staff. But the response from the students were, because there were usually a lot of international students from all over the world, the response was very positive, that they really appreciated the experience, and it really opened up the mind and was transformational. The other quick one that's quite interesting was the collaboration between a theatre academic and a law academic, and they got theatre students to work with the law students and then work with indigenous youth to try to come up and develop videos that could respond to or help them in their interactions with the police. So they had to be informed by the law and all of that, and then they had to work in the community. And that experience as well was quite transformational for the students. They understood that, just to be able to apply their practice, theatre, in that context was quite amazing for them. So they're two little examples.
Thanks, Tobias. There are some interesting commonalities that are emerging, and I'll come to that after I hear from Tatiana. I like the fact that you said it was a design thing that they did. So we'll come back to that point too. All right, Tatiana, over to you.
Thank you. I have a couple of examples on my mind, if I may. First, I would speak from a perspective of the school which I belong to. This is Jindal School of International Affairs. In the year 2021, our school collaborated with the Jindal School of Business and Finance and Jindal School of Art and Architecture. Out of this collaboration, 6 minor programs have come out altogether to the benefits of students from these 3 schools. For example, School of Art and Architecture offers a minor program in urban and community studies to our students, international affairs students, whereas our school offers 3 minor programs to the students of art and architecture. Just to give you some ideas, students of international affairs can learn about anthropology of communities and settlements, development and sustainability, law, governance, and community planning, among other subjects. In my view, there are multiple benefits from such collaborative efforts. First of all, students have an opportunity to step out from the boundaries of their main disciplines and explore new terrains. It is important at the cognitive level of each individual student, but also important for their future academic or professional careers. These interdisciplinary learning experiences increase, no doubt, career opportunities of the students, since they cover a broader range of subjects during their studies. And another interesting example I would like to bring about, I just came across an interesting information about Hokkaido University. One of the good examples would be Hokkaido University's interdisciplinary graduate program known as One Program, quote unquote, One Program for Global Goals. It is taught in English with partner universities in countries in Asia and Europe. These international programs aim to create highly motivated leaders to foster the sustainable development goals who are also sensitive to diverse perspectives. Hokkaido University set up this One Program for Global Goals faculty in April 2022, to be precise, 1 year ago, based on 3 existing main international programs that combine science and technology with social science disciplines. And interestingly, this particular program, One Program for Global Goals, combines 3 international programs. And these programs, they deal with populations, resources, environments, and this is done in collaboration with Asian countries. Then there is another second program, which is called Sustainable Transportation System and Infrastructure. And interestingly, it is carried out with Indian universities and Indian scholars and experts. And the third final program here, it is done in collaboration with countries in Northern Europe, and it is called Northern Environment Expert Education Joint Program. Just a few words here, if I may. The program is led by Japanese and foreign professors in Japan and abroad. For example, through field work, joint laboratory research and discussion, students are encouraged to explore the challenges faced by governments, communities, and other stakeholders in the task of achieving sustainable development goals. And since some of us are located here in India, I would like to emphasize the importance of this particular program, which is called Sustainable Transportation System and Infrastructure, as it focuses on resilient engineering technologies in railway systems, social infrastructure in India, in collaboration with Indian Institutes of Technology in Hyderabad, Bombay, and Madras. And finally, just a couple of more examples from my own experience. I apologize if perhaps it took me a little bit long, but from my own experience, I teach, for example, in the field of international relations. And international relations, this is academic field which is inherently interdisciplinary. International relations also include, to a certain extent, economics, philosophy, history, and even psychology. In this sense, while creating syllabus, it is not difficult to follow an interdisciplinary approach. For example, when me and my students, when we discuss such concepts as war and peace, we cannot leave behind the beautiful philosophical work of Immanuel Kant and his idea of perpetual peace. This can be true for other subjects as well, but this would require a revision of existing curriculum structures, keeping in mind the question of interdisciplinarity. In terms of cross-elective courses, again, this is from my personal academic experience, these cross-elective courses, they can certainly be considered as an important part of multidisciplinary approach. To foster this, they should be devised in such a way that they become attractive and useful for a wider student cohort. For example, one of the electives I teach is titled The Current Global Order East and West Axis. The students who choose this course are not only from the School of International Affairs, but also from journalism and communication, liberal arts and humanities, and law school. And needless to say, when all the students, when they gather together in one classroom, this is a wonderful platform for them to exchange ideas and to share information coming from their own expertise and their own field. And I think this is hugely to the advantage of all the students involved.
All right. Thank you, Tatiana. I think thank you for bringing up what we are trying to do here at Jindal, and it is actually revealing some interesting things. I've seen students of architecture minoring in international affairs and combining it in ways that we didn't imagine when we started that. So that's kind of interesting what's happening. I agree with you. But what was interesting across the board, what was coming across is that when there is a little bit of a project-oriented learning, right? So, which is the kind of example I think that Tobias gave, Yoshiko gave, and in a certain sense, Dr. Takehiko, it was also implicit when you said that it works for a research project, right? So it would seem that if there's a kind of a project-based learning, we seem to be able to collaborate more, right? Now, I wonder, why is that the case? Why is it the case that when we are all working towards a kind of a project, we think we can collaborate, but when we are teaching what we think are our standard subjects, we don't want to collaborate? Do you see? So in a sense, are we the problem in a certain sense, right? And shifting what we do or what we think is the goal of education in that sense to solving problems, to only be looking at real life problems, to thinking of education as a project-based enterprise Is that the way forward? And you know, can we think, and that is going to bring about interdisciplinarity? I think it is also embedded in the way Tatiana was talking about her interdisciplinary course in a certain sense, right? Which is that, okay, here's the project. How do we understand the question of war and peace, right? Doesn't make a difference which discipline you're from. Let's just try and understand this as a kind of a project kind of thing. So I don't know what is everyone's thought on that. Perhaps we can begin with Tobias this time with you, and then Dr. Takehiko, then Yoshiko, and then Tatiana, please.
I mean, I do agree. I think that's when I have seen most success. And I think, I mean, it makes sense in lots of ways, because I think when you work on a project and you have a task, and it's even more, I think, successful if that is provided by someone in the community. So it does have an anchoring to a real situation. Mm-hmm. I think that gives students a really buy-in, and they really will jump into that challenge, as opposed to something that is too abstract or not connected to reality. And the same way that there can be a sense as well, if it's not related to the discipline, that I think someone mentioned that, you know, if it doesn't feel like it goes deep enough in their discipline, that they lose something and they don't learn necessarily skills that they will use later. So I think part of the blame is, or part of the responsibility lies with us to explain the importance of jumping into project, but also the importance of be able to work together on projects that may not seem that they are super relevant for your discipline at the first instance. Yeah, that's just quick comments.
No, thank you. Dr. Takehiko, I was wondering what you thought of that.
Yes, I do agree with your summary. An interdisciplinary approach is suitable for project-based research and learning. I would add, maybe the point is many project-based research and learning is for problem solving, drawing visions, more future-oriented approach.
Yes.
So if we can focus on those problem solving and drawing vision, a future-oriented approach, I think we could promote more interdisciplinary learning too.
No, makes perfect sense. If I can shift gears a bit, if this is the way we are understanding, you know, Tobias, you raised an interesting point earlier, but I want Yoshiko and probably Tatiana to reflect on this, is that sometimes, is there enough incentive for us to do this interdisciplinary kind of project-based learning? What can the institutions do to incentivize this, right? But I mean, I'm just not talking monetary here. I want us to think beyond that pale. And what can we do to incentivize, you know, let's say, Tatiana, the kind of experiment we are doing between, you know, the international affairs and the architecture students. How can an institution or even those associated institutions, how can we incentivize this? So maybe, you know, Yoshiko, if you could step in and deliberate upon this, and then Tatiana, and then if anybody else wants to, please.
Thank you. Sorry, it's difficult to think about incentives. But I think universities can leverage there a lot of resources and facilities is by collaborating with various stakeholders, such as local government, schools, organizations. So, for example, universities' spaces can accommodate a variety of activities and events, and then which can serve as a hub for interaction between different groups and communities. So these events can be an excellent opportunity for example, students and citizens to visit the campus, learn about various subjects, and communicate with undergraduate students, so which can stimulate their curiosity and interest for the future, including current students and faculty members. So similarly, so university can host a variety of seminars and workshops, and then they come to understand real social problems and phenomena, and then sometimes they come up with new methodologies and solutions. So those can be one of the not an incentive, but
but
some
something
kind
to
of a
think about.
benefit.
Yeah. Thank you. Tatiana, very quickly, if I could have some of your thoughts, and then Tobias, very quickly, your thoughts. I have a couple of questions from the audience also I want to take after this. But please, Tatiana, very quickly, and Tobias, very quickly after that.
I think the incentives should come within because everybody realizes the challenges of we currently experience. And every day we receive the news, what is happening around the globe, what the shortage here and there. For example, now new estimates are saying around 2 billion people around the world do not have access to drinking or even running water from the tap. And yesterday there was news that a country like Tunisia, the government has to limit the water supplied for its population because there is an acute shortage of it. So this is what I mean, that incentives should come within, given the challenges, given the pressing issues we are facing at the moment. So in my view, there is no escape but to embark on this interdisciplinary journey. I would say that there is even not a choice in front of us. Yeah? We have to be on board, and we have to embrace it, whether we like it or not. Even people with the traditional mindset, who are not that perhaps receptive, to the new trends. But like I said, there is no other option. And then let me bring some interesting examples.
Tatiana, quickly, I want to hear from Tobias. So very quickly, please, very shortly, I want to hear from Tobias on this. And we've got to take a couple of questions from the audience, please.
Well, I think another way to think about it as well is to remove the disincentives. And I think higher education is a very regulated space, and there are rules and regulations around courses and how you get funding for students and so on. And I think a lot of them are causing staff not to do what they think they probably should be doing. So I think that's also a place to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's very interesting. So not remove the barriers. Remove all the disincentives that are there. I think that's a point very well taken, Tobias. Very often, we don't realize that there are actually disincentives at work rather than incentives being there. Professor Takehiko, I have a question from the audience for you. Now, Japan is a leading country in innovative technology and research, right? So how are Japanese universities using technology to promote interdisciplinary learning and interdisciplinarity? Now, what tools and resources are available to educators across the world do you think that they can use for this purpose? And I just want to add one little thing to this. This is especially important considering that over the last 2 years, thanks to COVID, we did suddenly see that a faculty could be completely asynchronous with the student that they were teaching, right? And that was the big takeaway from all the isolation that we did, because suddenly I was having all my colleagues from the United States come in and teach what they wanted in my own class at Jindal, right? So over to you, Professor Takehiko.
Wow, it's a very difficult question to answer. Well, yeah, actually, yes, as those who questioned this, Japan is maybe one of the leading companies for innovative technologies. And to what extent Japanese universities are utilizing them, that's what I don't know. But currently, many Japanese universities is introducing, what does it stand for? LMS. Have you ever heard LMS? The system, kind of the management system.
The learning management systems, right?
Yeah, right. And some university uses LMS quite well. For example, one of the challenges for Japanese students is to improve English proficiency. And some university use this LMS to give points. Like if you got more than some score in terms of TOEFL, IELTS, etc., and how many, and in terms of courses you are taking, courses in English you have taken, or how many years you, how many months you study abroad, etc. And by using LMS, students get point, and they will get the point of gold, bronze, silver, and gold, and even some university give some cash based on that. So using learning management system is one of the maybe the technology that Japanese university is currently using. But other than that, I don't have enough answer to this.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. There's one more question, and I'm going to ask everybody in the panel to just spend 1 minute on this question, right? Now, let's imagine there are two scenarios, okay? We could follow either, right? And the first scenario is students take electives from multiple departments, right? The second scenario is faculty members from different departments work together to create interdisciplinary courses. The question is, which approach is more feasible? Which approach do you think is going to be more productive from the point of view of the student, right? So maybe Tatiana, quickly, you first, and then, Dr. Uemura, you, and then Yoshiko, and then finally Tobias. But very quickly, very short, please. We only have a couple of minutes remaining in the panel. Which one would you think?
My quick answer would be both.
Both, okay.
You mentioned that there should be collective efforts to create the interdisciplinary curriculum, but it can work also when one professor, while creating syllabus, he or she keeps in mind this interdisciplinary aspect.
Right.
And it can cover a broad range of subjects. So this can be applied to a broader range of subjects. And I would say that there is an interdisciplinary value in pro-selective courses, as well as interdisciplinary component within the curriculum structure, like I mentioned already. But as I said before, there are certain academic fields that are inherently interdisciplinary. So in this sense, it doesn't require lots of efforts to create such curriculum which contains this interdisciplinary component. And I mentioned my field, international relations, which encompasses economics, philosophy, history, psychology, and there should be a wish, a genuine wish, a genuine motivation to incorporate this component into the curriculum.
Right. Thank you so much, Tatiana. Yoshiko, quickly, if you could, and then Tobias, and then we can end with Dr. Takehiko. Quickly, Yoshiko. Out of these two, which one, both, neither, how would you go?
Yeah, I think both, but if I had to say, I will take the second one.
You will take
So because so simply taking courses across different disciplines may not be sufficient for students to develop interdisciplinary skills. However, programs like self-design majors in one school, so which allow students to combine two more majors based on their interests, can be an effective way to promote interdisciplinary thinking.
Thank you so much. Tobias, very quickly, we've got like 30 seconds left, I think, on the panel, but sorry to put you on the spot, but I was just wondering, please.
I think the first one early on in your education, and then later on, it has to start to blend them together so you can apply them properly.
All right. No, makes sense. I see the logic there. Dr. Takehiko, how would you go?
Yes, my answer is neither one or two. I would say three. Number
Uh-huh.
three, yes. Create the new faculty for interdisciplinary studies. That's the
Fantastic.
easiest.
Fantastic. I mean, this is wonderful. I know this discussion could go on and on, but unfortunately, folks, we are out of time. I want to thank the panelists for such a lively discussion, and thank you all. It was wonderful having you here. I'm hoping that the audience, got something out of it. I know I did, and we didn't even get to my favorite topic of talking about how the built environment could have promoted interdisciplinary. But thank you all so much. Wonderful having you all. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome to this wonderful conference that we are having for the past 3 days. And this session, we will talk about promoting research culture in universities, generating socially responsible research for sustainability and climate justice. Before we move further, I would set up the context of, what to expect. And then, of course, I'll be requesting the speakers to start with the proceedings. So as I read, the title, I would say the value of research work extends beyond the author. It transcends jurisdictional boundaries. However, one must understand the thought processes that a researcher goes through at the time of conceiving a particular thematic area as a part of the research work. Following the session's title, we need to ascertain what are the associated values connected to research and its output in the context of engaging with socially responsible research. We must answer whether societal value is pivotal to any research work and associates itself at its inception. To carry out such a research, whether the existing research ecosystems across universities are geared to develop and imbibe such value. Further, there is a need to ascertain whether ranking of certain works correlates to the value similar to the expected standard under socially responsible research. Therefore, this session broadly should be able to answer these questions, other than other ancillary questions, of course, and they are: how do researchers balance their own interests with institutional and further on with societal interest? Whether all research outputs ought to have a social relevance perspective attached to them. Are there disciplinary advantages and disadvantages when working on socially relevant research? Now that we have set the context, let us focus on the opening remarks, and I'll sort of welcome to start with Professor Evans, who is the Vice Chancellor and President, Griffith University, Australia. Professor Evans.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. Hello, everybody. In Australia, we say g'day, and the good thing about that phrase is it can be used at any time of the day or night. So wherever you are, hello, g'day, and welcome from Australia. Can I begin by acknowledging that I'm talking to you today from the traditional lands of the Turrbal and the Yagara people. They've been on this land for nearly 60,000 years, and much learning, much research, and a very sustainable way of life, and a way of life that was focused on custodianship of the planet rather than ownership or exploitation of the planet existed here long before universities. And if we're talking about sustainable and socially just relevant research, one of the issues, as our chair has already said, is thinking both globally but also locally. And in Australia, the context of colonisation and the context of the treatment of our First Peoples is an incredibly important part of that. Just making a few brief comments thinking about our topic today. I think there are reasons for both optimism but also challenges that we need to be realistic about. To start with optimism, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, I think, have provided a really useful and increasingly salient global framework for thinking about sustainability and climate justice in the one integrated and coherent set of ideas. And there are a set of ideas that researchers in Australia, researchers in India and Indonesia and Europe can all be thinking about in our very different and specific localized ways, but in ways that allow us to connect with the same global objectives. Now, the UN SDGs are very detailed and complex. There are lots of elements to them, but they do give us a broad framework to work together. I think increasingly our young researchers, our students, our stakeholders are enthusiastic and positive. They want to see universities more involved in this sort of work. So there's a good culture around this. So what gets in the way? What makes it hard to do these things? Well, one is the barriers that universities ourselves put in the way of it. We create disciplinary boundaries when we know that many of the problems of justice really require us to work across those disciplinary boundaries. And they can be as simple as the way that we allocate funding, the way that we allocate teaching responsibilities, the way that we bring researchers together or fail to bring researchers together to work on big problems of our time and what we fund as universities. We can also become very focused on things like global rankings, which take into account quite a different set of metrics. So I will note that there are now global rankings also around impact and sustainability. I think governments also have to take a share of the responsibility for sometimes putting hurdles in the way of impact that is around social justice, climate justice, and so forth. In Australia, for example, we've had governments that have become very focused on research as a form of commercialisation and seeing the best and the only form of impact being inventing a widget, selling that widget, creating jobs for people in Australia. And that's not a bad thing. You know, that can be actually a very good, very positive thing, particularly if they're good widgets. But they perhaps have tended to undermine both blue skies research, theoretical, humanities and social sciences, critical research, and also impact that might not have a dollar value attached to it. So we're working, for example, on a big project breaking the cycle of disadvantage with mothers with children in prison. If we can help try and make sure those children have better outcomes and their mothers are better prepared to mother once they exit prison, that makes an enormous social impact, but doesn't make money for anybody. So governments sometimes are too narrow in the way of what they conceive of from universities. How do we try and get over those hurdles? We need to partner internally. We need to partner externally with like-minded other social organisations, and that can include business and industry as well as not-for-profits and government. We have to make sure we communicate the value of our research to the broader community so they stand in the way when governments try and interfere with socially critical or socially relevant research. And we need to be true to our own values as universities, which have, I think, always included positive social outcomes, but also include critical inquiry, even sometimes critical inquiry about some of the things that we might think of as social goods. So I really look forward to the discussion today. I look forward to coming and visiting you at your university in May this year. So it will be great to have a chance to meet with some of you to discuss these items in more detail in person.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Professor Evans. I mean, what you've said is extremely important. You know, working across disciplinary boundaries, funding, there are bigger problems. As, you know, 30 seconds, maybe follow-up question as to, you said about socially relevant research work. Now, who does identify socially relevant research work? And how do we go about in identifying socially relevant research work? Any ideas, and what's university and what's their role in this matter?
So I think there's both a top-down and a bottom-up approach to this. The top-down, we have certainly used the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as have many universities, to try and give us a good framework of the type of impact that we're trying to have. But the other thing I think universities need to do is work very closely with their local communities, that bottom-up approach. So what is it that's important to their communities? I've got a university in the Gold Coast, which is a beautiful coastal region of Australia, and its marine environment is very threatened by coastal change. So we do a lot of work with that local community on protecting the natural environment of the beaches. Now, that's going to not be at all relevant for some local communities where they might be looking at the problems of people who are living in slums, or they might be looking at the problems of people who are in agricultural communities where crops are failing. So yeah, we're all still working under that broad framework of the SDGs, but we're doing it in a way that's very informed by the needs of the people whose communities we're part of, as well as being part of a global conversation.
Thank you so very much, Professor Evans. Let me now move to Professor Ferrari of University of Edinburgh. Professor Ferrari, for your opening remarks, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be in this panel. I think it's a question that is much more complex than it seems, and the first aspect of this question is to try to understand, explore, and understand the concept of sustainability and the associated practices to implement adaptive measures. So how do we understand this concept, and then how do we implement change across our universities and through our research across the world? I think it's very important to think about sustainability because it has been misunderstood in certain ways over the past 20, 30 years. So the first approach has been the conventional business practice. So we have to continue developing the actions that we normally do. We don't change anything, and this degrades the environment. Then we have green approaches, which have emerged in the last 20, 30 years. We try to limit the damage, try to do some sort of remediation. And this has been useful, but we know that it has not been sufficient. So sustainability approaches began to emerge to try to reach a sort of neutral position where there's no more damage done. So most of the actions that we see across our universities are really focused on the idea of a hope for the future. So we don't damage anymore, we balance our emissions, and therefore we have hope. But the most interesting, I think, is to think about the restorative approaches, the healing, what is already existing in terms of damage, and the reconciliatory approaches that bring about change, a change that is really fundamental in our world, which is based on the relationship between humans and nature. And I think these restorative practices where we can have a significant influence in humanity as we become generative towards nature. So how do we do these across our universities, and very much in relation to the work that we do around research? I think the most important is to organize economic and societal life around the improvement of health, both the human health and the ecosystems health, the extra-human ecosystems. Which requires an understanding of the complexities and the relationships that exist between resources such as energy, water, food, and well-being, and looking at mutually benefiting balances there, which will require new models, new ways of thinking, new ways of making decisions, both at the global level and at the local level, and therefore new forms of governance. So we have, as universities, a key role in enabling these kind of sustainable futures that are economically efficient, resilient, socially secure, fair, and culturally representative of the diversity of global societies. But the approach to achieve these should be rooted on understanding community building, so the collective understanding of our role in enabling change from the local to the global. So moving away from individual responsibility to community of change. And this will need transdisciplinary thinking, adapting the global challenges to local impacts, and international collaboration, which has been previously mentioned and is essential to achieve local interaction and exchange. So these local capacities for the future and the kind of sustainable and inclusive societies should be at the outskirts of our work. And this is through building research capacity, of course, as we are discussing today, that we can begin to create these bridges between civil society, political decision making, the sort of private sector, and academic research. So this regional and global collaboration will be the key pathway, but very much through understanding context, understanding local and international strengths, and developing or helping to develop key activities that will lead local change and global understanding of these challenges. Of course, we need to be aware of the growing inequalities within society, which we need to tackle throughout this process. So these challenges are very much transnational in character, the pandemics, the climate change, but the local impact is where we really require to build human and institutional capacities that will have an impact locally, but of course, collectively will have a planetary impact. And partnerships, equitable partnerships, will be the means to really engage with these challenges. We cannot resolve them with a single state or a single approach. I think in this context, we really need to think about this shift of ecological regeneration to We know that education and financial optimization have not achieved any significant change in this context, and we need to think about multi-capital approaches that take into account the system value creation, so financial, human, natural capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Professor Ferrari. I mean, it sort of raises questions about using a global lens for a local problem. Now, and how do you see the universities coming, and playing their role? Because a global audience may not have the local, the knowledge, right? And how do you see the collaborative agreements coming through and connecting with different universities and being able to convey the message, and how successful they have been?
So in a way, universities have been focused on knowledge creation and knowledge sharing. What we need to do perhaps is to think about the accessibility, the production and accessibility to these forms of knowledge, and establish mechanisms that allow us to develop open and inclusive sort of multicultural approaches to knowledge. And this requires skills, of course, and skills that are going to be very much connected to creativity and curiosity. So we need to develop these capacities together with our academics who are working across research in global environments, and our students, and make sure that they do have a sort of collective sense of change and a sort of shared responsibility for these community of change. So very much about bridging the links between our knowledge creation and the needs of our society across these different global regions.
Thank you so very much, Professor Ferrari. Now let me move to Dr. Kulik, who is representing Moscow School of Management, for your opening remarks, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I will use the pattern set by Professor Evans. Good day, everyone, because everyone is in different locations. I'm personally connecting from India at the moment, but I represent Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo, and I take care of India research at the school. And a few steps down the line, I will explain to you how all this is related to the subject of our discussion. I will also like to thank the organizers of this really very broad, interesting, and kind of meaningful conference, particularly Professor Raj Kumar, for inviting me to speak and for bringing together such distinguished guests and thinkers. It's really interesting to listen to everyone on the panel. So now coming to the subject of our discussion, at the Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo, we have several research centers, and although it is a relatively new school, it is only 15 years old. It is the leading private business school in Russia, and it aims to develop research in various areas. And to this end, the school has set up various research centers. There are research centers focused on subjects such as digital transformation, for instance, and energy center is there. I personally work at the Emerging Market Studies Institute, where we have different country desks, and I take care of India research. And we also have an important sustainable development center at the school. And I would like to tell you a few words about how we partnered between several research centers at the school to bring out a very meaningful and detailed report, which I found, quite important to be published, particularly today. And this research report was called Climate Change Policy of India, China, and Kazakhstan. It was out last year. It was published both in English and in Russian, because we targeted not just a Russian audience, but we wanted to bring it out internationally. And this research report focused on a comparative study of climate change policy of three most important countries in our view. Of course, there is no need to explain why China and India are important global climate change agenda, but we put Kazakhstan on the list of comparison because Kazakhstan is an important partner of Russia. But also it is a country that wants to play a significant role and become a leader in sustainable development and in climate change policy in Central Asia. Of course, you can speak quite a lot about each of these three countries. I find particularly interesting the part of this report devoted to India's developments in climate change policy. It is important for international businesses, and particularly for Russian business, to understand how country like India is prioritizing climate change, because as you probably know, there is massive cooperation in terms of energy, in terms of investments in energy and trade in energy, gas, fertilizers, hydrocarbons, as well as nuclear energy. And on this background, it is particularly important to understand where India is going in terms of transformation of its energy sector. And it is not very well known, for instance, in Russia, how important is renewable energy for India and how India is aiming to change their energy mix. And although in absolute terms, the consumption of traditional energy sources would be growing in India in the next decades to come, but in the relative terms, the mix is changing, and the country is giving more and more priority to renewable energy. And it may be an obvious, conclusion and an obvious development when you look at this development from India, but looking from outside, and particularly importantly, looking from the perspective of Russian business, it is not so obvious. So these developments in India, they also open up opportunities for completely new strands of cooperation between countries, and India is at such an important point in its development when, without exaggeration, the entire climate change agenda of the whole world, without exaggeration, really depends on the decisions taken in India by policymakers, by business leaders, by developers, by innovators. So I cannot overestimate, the importance of the subject, and I wanted to let you know how in the business school several departments work together to bring out research on this subject that we find quite significant.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Kulik. So, we were just wondering in terms of universities contributing. So in the report that you have been talking about, what kind of contribution, the report, if at all any, talked about universities contributing in a major way in fostering many things in terms of, it could be innovation, it could be, climate and regulatory measures, and trying to understand the ecosystem in a much more better and holistic way. So any thoughts on the university's role?
Universities, yes. Skolkovo, being a business school, has a unique angle and unique exposure to real businesses and real decision makers who are actually implementing the research in their practical business and in their day-to-day dealings. So the impact of this research being put forward by a business school is particularly impactful, as I find it, and as I see the interest that it has awoken and how it is actually used in practical work by companies. We have published a couple of other researches, for instance, on the digital transformation of India going from local phenomena to global influencer. It is also a very practice-oriented research paper. We had experience of researching changing consumer behavior in India. So this climate change report is a report in a string of research papers that we have published, and all of them are very practice-oriented. But being such an important and sensitive subject at the moment, and being the most recent report, I find it, of course, the most impactful of all.
Thank you, Professor Kulik. Thank you very much. Now let me move to Professor Suherman, and he's representing Sudirman University, Indonesia. Professor, over to you. Professor, could you please unmute yourself? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, moderator, and also all the honorable panelists who already joined in this forum. Okay. First of all, I would like to share my perspective and also my view from Indonesian angle. I think because it's Indonesia is quite different with maybe with Australia and also maybe Russia and etc. Dealing with research policy in my country. Today, that Indonesia still focusing on how to anticipate the post-pandemic COVID-19. So the government still how to revitalize the society and also the economy and the environment. So the government asked to all the researchers to focus on that point, I think. And as we know that some areas that should be research, I think, should be explored in my country, still connected with the issue such as how to explore the blue economy and also the green economy, because as we know that Indonesia as the archipelagic state, so Indonesia has to be more more focused on the blue economy. This means that all economic facilities or we can optimize the ocean resources from the archipelagic state, and also the green economy from the agriculture country. We should have a strength on that point, I think. But according to my opinion from Sudirman University, especially in my university, that I think not only it's work in my university, but it's kind of general policy from the government concerning the research policy from the government. So I think mostly the university in Indonesia has kind of monodiscipline area. So it's quite strange if we try to work in a multidiscipline or transdiscipline area. Still, I think the university mostly they don't care about that area. They just focus to one discipline, and then maybe some area we can learn and discuss, and also some study program as well already available in my country that's manage the transdisciplinary knowledge, and also some transdisciplinary approach to try to focus on the certain object or certain the field of studies like that. I think so. It's one obstacle, I think, from my university point of view, that not quite a lot the teaching staff who interested in transdisciplinary approach to explore something or to search something, to investigate something, and then at the end we want to share for the society, for the community. It is my opinion, I think, from my university. And one else, I think, last but not least, I think it's quite hard to spend time, because it's just very limited time to doing research, because normally the teaching staff in Indonesia has very lot of hours. I mean, they spend the time for teaching. You know that teaching is too much. I think that the time for teaching is unlimited. So for research, it's quite a limited time, not really available for doing research. I think that's my opinion. I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suherman. I think something that you said, it's very important in terms of the research policy. But I was just wondering that how much consultation process, what kind of processes, do you follow, or do you, in terms of bringing all the stakeholders together? When you talk about research policy that might affect a large number of people, what kind of role that your university, or other universities are playing in that regard?
Yes. Recently, that our research and also the teaching process in my university, and I think in all university in Indonesia, now we have kind of new program from our ministry, the higher education institution, that it's kind of obligation for all the university, yes, to have kind of a blended program like research or teaching, yes, or community service, because we have three kinds of obligation as teaching staff in Indonesia. First, as the researchers, also the second, as of course, as a teacher, and also we have to share and to give a kind of a contribution for community service for the society. So new programs already implemented that all the students, all the teaching staff, and etc. should involve in blended program, and we have to involve many institutions, that related institution. For example, in my faculty, because I work as teaching staff as a lawyer, as also a professor in law, and also we have to have a good relationship with other law institution in national level or in local level, I think. So we can conduct a research concerning how to enforce the certain regulation, and also how to give the student the experience in practicality, how to implement their knowledge during the what is the study. And then we also invite the people who already practice in certain business or institution. They invited to come to university and then to teach the student. And also in research, we have to sign the contract with the contracting party. I mean, we have to what I should say, that in the requirement for doing research, yes, in my university, we have to sign the contract between the stakeholders. Whatever the stakeholders, we have to provide that document, whether in national or in local or international level, in research collaboration. So we have to provide that document. After that, the title and the proposal will be approved by the university. I think.
Thank you, Professor Suherman. Now, let me, since we're talking about, different disciplines here, let me put this question to you, first to the four of you. What strategy do you suggest for catalyzing quality, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary academic research in all fields in the university spaces? So if I may start with Professor Evans, and then we follow the same order. Thank you.
Thank you. I think while there is certainly an appetite from many faculty to engage in such research, it tends not to happen spontaneously. There are so many structures, particularly at a large bureaucratic university, that keep people apart from one another. And I'm a little afraid that as we have more people working from home more often, that some of the spontaneous, serendipitous engagements that people could have, at a morning tea or in a coffee room have diminished even further. So I think it needs a deliberate strategy by the university to encourage and incentivize multidisciplinary research for particular social outcomes, and also to try and eliminate the hurdles that I spoke about before. So, for example, the way Griffith has done it, we've set up what we call our research beacons. And these are 5-year programs of work, and we put out a call across the university, and that encouraged lots of people to start talking across disciplinary boundaries, not just the successful 3. And one of them, the 3 are climate change action, inclusive futures for people with disabilities, and disrupting violence, particularly violence against women and children. Now, none of those outcomes can be achieved by one discipline alone. So we put real money on the table. There was $1 million a year for 5 years. People stay in their own disciplines. It's not a physical bricks and mortar centre, but the leadership of these groups has to come from at least 3 to 4 different disciplines. And that doesn't mean theoretical physics and optical physics. We had a few people sort of saying, you know, different flavours of maths was one. They had to be from different faculties. But we also were very clear they had to set out very clearly an ambitious research agenda and a research agenda clarity about both the social impact goals, but also many of the traditional research goals in the university, because I don't think the two are necessarily in tension. Now that's already had some good outcomes. We've also required that they have an advisory board that is made up by users. So for our disabilities beacon, for example, that's people with lived experiences of disability. For people in climate change action, it's people with a wide range of different community, government and industry backgrounds. But it's still not without its difficulties. You know, we keep finding issues around, people get very focused on the administrative side of things. So if I write a highly cited research paper, does it count for my beacon? Does it count for my research centre? Does it count for my faculty? Now, these should be extraordinarily trivial issues in light of the serious outcomes that we're all committed to achieving. And yet it can just be the way that in universities, those are what people become focused on, or what their supervisors become focused on. So a very small but practical thing that we've certainly tried to do is just being willing to double count, instead of saying, you know, no, you can only have half of this or a quarter of that or whatever it is. Just say full credit can go to 2 areas of the university in terms of all the awards and accolades and the financial flow-ons. But and I know that sounds trivial and trite compared to some of the really serious big issues that we're looking at, but if we don't sometimes pay attention to those smaller issues, as well as making sure there's real funding and the right sort of incentives on the table, then I think we can easily get lost in a lot of sort of goodwill and rhetoric that ends up not having practical results.
Absolutely. You know, thank you so very much, Professor Evans. And I couldn't agree more that we need to create that ecosystem in universities to promote and incentivize the kind of research that we're talking about. So, Professor Ferrari, for your comments.
Thank you. It's a complex question, and I guess that all our universities have a range of strategies, and maybe we can do more. I think we can still think ahead, even when we have implemented a number of opportunities for interaction and exchange and transdisciplinary thinking. So in the case of the University of Edinburgh, climate and sustainability are the sort of goals at the heart of all our mission. So we think about climate and sustainability around teaching, research, partnership, learning. And sustainability is somehow one of the 3 themes. So by implementing a kind of central goals for developing research, we feel that would encourage our university to exchange and interact, and particularly this would provide the vision and the goals and the sort of values that we want to promote as an institution. So we have 3 research and innovation missions or themes, and these sort of tackle everything we do across the university. And of course, we will have a broad range of research, the development of research programs and research projects that perhaps are have different scales and level of engagement globally, but they do deal with a range of subjects that are associated and disconnected with these three themes as well. So the other two missions are related to future health and care and data and artificial intelligence. So these are our kind of three goals. Now, how we implement development of research along these three goals is through a number of vehicles which we have set up to bring together academics across the university and to engage in this kind of in challenges related with these three themes. So particularly in relation to sustainability, we have recently set up the Edinburgh Earth Initiative, which is a sort of loose structure that cuts across boundaries of the university. So we have three colleges for health, for science and engineering, and arts, humanities, and social sciences. And under one umbrella, these organization is bringing together these different groupings and networks that exist across the university to create connections and perhaps think together when funding opportunities emerge. And we provide a sort of central support and portal so we can reach a range of audiences and really generate the real impact, which is within the three missions. So I suppose that both by creating structures centrally that could help bridging connections, by developing partnerships that are very much associated to understanding the realities, the context-specific challenges, and by enabling these sort of more academic-led research collaborations and making sure that we facilitate those at different scales and smaller, one-to-one connections between academics across different universities globally. And also, I guess that through the innovation part of our university is also ensuring that we enable connections between our academic communities and societal groups and maybe private sector organizations to think about real actions, concrete actions, and potential solutions that could lead to could have a really strong impact at the local level.
Fantastic. I think, the key is to identify those issues and where the focus should be. I think that is where we need to bring in all the stakeholders. Thank you so very much, Professor Ferrari. Over to you, Dr. Kulik.
It's a great question, actually. The first answer that comes into mind is that it is influenced by business. We do research which is of interest to business and which is influenced by business. But this answer is wrong, because if you just follow the interests of business, you get behind. Actually, you are too late. So we try to anticipate the issues which are somewhere behind the horizon. It takes thinkers, policymakers, actually brainstorming of experts who are on the cutting edge of different trends and nuances to understand where we need to look, what is coming, and to bring out research that is forward-looking and that is not outdated and that is not coming too late, for business decision makers, for instance. The good example is our report on India Goes Digital, from local phenomenon to global influencer, because it is published both in Russian and in English. It is actually turning out to be of use and of interest even to our colleagues and partners in India, because it was put together in the year of the pandemic in 2020, when of course everyone was busy, fighting their wars with the health crisis. But we could see the trends that are developing and unfolding in India, and really the path of digital transformation in India was so remarkable that it was obvious that India would become an influencer in this path, even on the global scale, in the way the country develops digital public goods, in the way they become egalitarian and available to all strides of society. So, and of course, the way they influence businesses, not just India's businesses, but international foreign businesses that are looking at India as a market and as a partner. So that's how we came to this subject, for instance, and we put together this research, which was probably one of the first, systematized summaries. In this research report, you find many numbers outdated in 1 year, because India is developing so fast. Things in terms of statistics, for instance, they become outdated quite fast. We have to update the numbers in this report even after 1 year of its publication. But some trends that were captured in this report are very valid, and they're really long-lasting. And actually, this is one of the examples how looking beyond the horizon with the help of experts, thinkers, and really cutting-edge researchers is helpful, and how it makes it possible to bridge academic research with the practical needs and practical requirements of, in our case, businesses.
No, I think it is fantastic, because we have to sort of cross-disciplinary boundaries at some point of time. And the bigger problems that we're talking about is not limited to one discipline. And therefore, we should be comfortable in sort of crossing those boundaries. Thank you so very much, Dr. Pulik. Professor Suvarman, you were talking about, monodimensional approach. Maybe you want to reflect upon this question, and how do you see this, as a response? What could be the possible response in the context of, your university, or maybe generally about universities in Indonesia?
Okay, right. I think in this respect, I would point out about the main policy in research in my country. Mostly, the budgets from the government is allocated for the hard science. I mean, the hard science area. I mean, because it's spend a lot of things to spend or to buy, because it's quite big money we need in the research. And also the second qualification, we should conduct kind of social science research. So I'm as one lecturer in Faculty of Law, so it's classified in social research science. So it's not really need big money or big investment in that project. So, but in this respect, in terms of transdisciplinary approach, I think many problems in Indonesia, we need a kind of how to anticipate the social problems, and also the environment problem, and also how to manage the people, how to make them in good condition economically or socially, because we are still in developing countries. We need kind of more persuasive approach for the people, for the society. So I think talking about a research scheme in my university, there are two kinds of research. I think for the fundamental research, and also for the kind of practical research. And also we have also kind of the research that's only available for the professor. So from the professor has a certain channel, I mean a certain budget. All the professor can use that facility. So the university offer us the certain budget for the professor, but I think still not enough, I think, to cover all the expenditure, I think. And also one thing that's important in my country, so we always concern and also should work on something very practical, how to make our report in financial report, and for example tax system, and how to pay the tax for the research, and etc. It is I think mostly the researchers don't like that. So it's I think a big lot of influence from that point. I think so because we have to be responsible as the civil service, as the government should ask the responsibility for all the researchers. That's that one point as well. And one thing that in our country there is kind of independent learning and independent campus. It's very good, I think, good policy from our educational ministry in Indonesia, because we have to try to collaborate with other institutions, either in Indonesia or in other countries. So I think it's a good point to implement that policy from the government. But particularly for the international research collaboration, it is not a big number, I think, for the researcher who can involve in the project. Because of what? Because yes, lack of linkage with or relation with other university in international cooperation or other stakeholders. I mean, we need kind of partnership, like more partnership, and also maybe lack of capacity in how to explore the contract in English. I mean, in research contract between our university and the overseas university. I think that's my perspective concerning my university policy in research program. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I mean, it seems that, you know, I mean, of course, we are receiving some questions from the audience as well. I'll come to that in a minute. But it seems that there are, you know, there is an absolute need to collaborate among different stakeholders. It's not within the country, but beyond the jurisdiction. But in that context, if I may place this question to all the panelists, can you please suggest some kind of innovative framework so that close research linkages can be developed amongst government, industry, private philanthropic organizations, and researchers in academic settings? We'll follow the same order. Professor Evans.
That's a very big question. And I think really the answer is it depends. That there isn't a single framework, that partnerships that are serious, that are deep, that are transformative, take a long time, a lot of energy, a lot of goodwill, give and take. Universities are not always easy to deal with. We have our own ways of doing things, our own language, our own ways of dividing people up, our rules and regulations that we've invented and rules and regulations that governments have invented for us. So to really make partnerships work, not at a trivial set up a few internships for student level, but really substantial and transformative, takes a long time. And there isn't a single pattern for it. So what might work for us, having a really substantial health innovation partnership with our local hospital, which we do, is quite different to what works with us placing our musical theatre students physically in the Performing Arts Centre, so they do all their learning side by side with professional arts people. And the way that we work with the Mongolian emergency services to try and help really develop the field of paramedicine in Mongolia is very different to the way that we work in Vanuatu with our students regularly attending to try and help them on marine developing marine engineering that will be important to save the planet from climate change. So, I wish I could say, here's one I baked earlier. You can use this and it will work for everything. But I think that there are some key principles. One is you've got to work with partners that share your values. If you don't start with the same broad set of values and the same broad set of objectives, you might as well not start at all. You've got to be in it for the long term. It can't just be about what you want to get out of it. It has to be about really what the partner wants as well. But you do also have to think about yourself. Sometimes business expects universities to just throw all their intellectual capital and students and so forth over the fence without any thought for their own benefit. You have to come to it with integrity, and you have to have that expectation of your partner. So there are some broad principles, but I'm afraid I don't really see a framework that will just work for everything.
I must say, there are multiple things. Probably we would need a separate session for this question, but thank you for your attempt, Professor Ferrari.
I would agree. I do not think that there will be one framework, but I think there are guiding principles that we need to ensure that we embed in every partnership. Trust is key, and the fact that a partnership should be equitable. And I do have a little bit of a question around values, because we are discussing across our universities this notion of a value-driven institution constantly. And I think we have to be really careful, because the way we develop those values will be related to our own context-related experiences and needs. And how do we share these values? It might need that we kind of create a new set of principles and a new set of needs that might not be available in the individual value setting that we might have as an institution. So we have to be really careful. Overall, I think we work, my research is very much related with increasing resilience across the most vulnerable areas of cities in the Global South. And to these, the approach that we have taken is based on co-production. So how do we bring together the sort of different levels of knowledge? How do we create a dialogue of knowledges which will really bring to the understanding that all forms of knowledge are valid? So how political institutions will provide a type of knowledge, academic institutions will also provide knowledge, as well as communities who may have a clear understanding of their territory, the sort of risks that they confront every day, and the actions that they take to mitigate these, to monitor risk. So that therefore the knowledge is really important. But when we bring action, so when we think about research and the sort of activities that research will relate with, we could think about scale. So what is the scale of our influence? Do we want to work directly? Do we want to influence our international community of academics, or do we want to influence a kind of group of national governments, a regional government group, or do we want to influence local practices? So I think that's really important. And then finally is who makes decisions and who are these decisions for? So what are the power relations that are required to really implement transition, change, and a sort of positive transformation for the future? I think these are the principles that I feel are important in any partnership.
Thank you very much for this one, for sharing this wonderful framework. Dr. Kulik, maybe you want to contextualize this question in the background of the report, because you have been working with 3 different countries and how it all worked out. Over to you.
Actually, there is probably no better framework for engaging stakeholders than discussion and open dialogue. And also research centers at schools and universities, they have a privilege. They're not consultants, they don't have to answer every question that is posed to them and that is coming from stakeholders or clients, let's say. The subject has to be of interest to researchers personally as well, to scientists and to people who actually conduct this research and answer the questions that are posed. And here we are coming to the core of academic work, that actually it has to be of interest to those people who are conducting this work. And there is no better way of finding the subjects that are of importance and of interest to everyone than this discussion. And then I would agree to previous speakers that university, a school, is also looking at broader importance and impact of its work, and it has the privilege of picking up subjects and focusing on research that it finds impactful and important in its I would say portfolio, but we're not talking about commercial portfolio as such, but the values at the core that fit each individual school and research center.
Thank you, Dr. Kulik. Professor Swearman, we have just about a minute, and then we'll have 30 seconds, because it's only fair that we should respond to at least one question from the audience. So over to you, Professor.
Yes. Okay, still focusing on the research collaboration, I think, about because GGU always concerned in global spirit, so we always talk about something global, yes, in including the research. Okay, I think I try to make some statement here. I mean, that's because theoretically it's about collaboration, including in research. So we have to refer to kind of triple helix, or now it's already become a pentahelix collaboration. So at first stage, we just need three elements in collaboration, like academician and academics, government, and also business. And also we need kind of society and also media. So I think from my point of view, particularly in Indonesia, yes, it's mostly all the researchers just want to try to publish in a reputable journal, reputable international journal. That's it. So they don't want to make a kind of further step, how to communicate, how to collaborate, and how to contribute to the society. This, I think, is bottleneck between researcher and the community, the society. I think it should be kind of, yes, we need kind of new policy, how to communicate and contribute the research result for the society. I think that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me have the final thought or make question from the audience. So I'm just reading out for the benefit of all of you. How does the university engage with local communities, industry partners, and government bodies to promote sustainability and climate justice via embedding research? I guess we have answered this question a bit already, but if you want to add any final thoughts, because we are maybe 30 seconds, if I may, and then we'll close. Yeah. So Professor Evans, we can start from you, and then.
So just being very quick, there are lots of different ways to do that. So given we're only speaking for about 30 seconds, let me remind people about the importance of local governments, local councils, state, provincial, whatever it might be in your area. They can be difficult to work with, but sometimes they are often the democratically elected representatives of a particular community, and they often have access to elements of those communities that you can work with. So I'd certainly think about them as one conduit into the broader community, but certainly you wouldn't want to limit yourself only to that.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Professor Evans. Professor Ferrari.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that there's no single answer to this, but we, for example, feel that engaging with local NGOs and making sure that we reach directly communities, obviously we would work with government as well, but I think there's sometimes in certain contexts a bit of a discrepancy between government institutions and local community institutions. So I think it's important to reach this sort of collective organizations that we have at the local level and engage with them as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ferrari. Dr. Kulik, anything that comes out of the report or general thoughts? Thank you.
Actually, when we focus too much on strategic issues, local communities are a great reality checkpoint. When you are too high level in your research, it's impossible to strive for objectivity. So you have to keep the balance, and local communities are the best reality check for any research, actually.
Thank you, Dr. Kulik. Final words, Professor Swarman.
Okay, I think it's very short. I think there is no problem. There is no problem can be solved only one single discipline. So we need kind of multidisciplinary approach, yes, to solve the problem, and also we need to collaborate each other in pentahelix perspective. I think that's my point.
Thank you so very much. Let me sort of try to summarize as quickly as I can. I think it is a multi-pronged problems and requires multi-pronged solutions. There has to be a mix of global and local, with a better understanding, having a better sensibility of the issues that probably we need to work on, yet we need to balance researchers' interest, institutional interests, a country's interest, and so on and so forth. So I think we have sort of ended our session on a very positive note, and with a strong message that it is time for us to collaborate both at the university level, both at the level of different stakeholders within the jurisdictions and beyond. Without that, we cannot engage in research that may be construed as socially responsible research. Thank you all for your wonderful thoughts. Thank you for the question from the audience. And thank you, Professor Evans, Professor Ferrari, Dr. Kulik, and Professor Swerman for joining us this morning, evening, or we can say just good day. Thank you so very much, and I hope to see you soon whenever you visit India, whenever I'm traveling abroad. Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
thankful here to the OP Jindal Global University and Professor Rajkumar for inviting us on this particular topic. In this particular session, we are going to read upon beyond ranking metrics, need for substantive reform in education governance. And for this, the panel, which is comprises of, so we have Professor Dr. Nishiful Laila, who is a professor and Vice Dean Resources Faculty of Economics and Business at Erlangga University, Indonesia. We have Professor Dr. V.C. Vivekanandan, who is a Vice Chancellor, Hidayatullah National Law University, India. We have panelists 3, Professor Kihara Han, who is Director, International Law Training and Research Hub at University of Tokyo, Japan. We have Professor Atul Khoshla, who is a Vice Chancellor, Solani University, India. Comprises with Professor G.S. Vajpayee, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, India. Under these all eminent speakers' guidelines, they have idea, they have practiced the entire concepts of this ranking, rating. We have panelists, those who have published a lot. They are having a lot of experience as an Vice Chancellor or as an Dean Research or as an Resource Vice Dean Research into the university system. Professor Hunt, she is graduate from the Human Security Knowledge and she is a director in Japanese State University. She also worked on the focal point for these competition university systems. Similarly, we have Professor Vajpayee, Professor Khoshla, Professor Kihara, Professor Hunt. They all are the person, those who have worked in this area deeply. So today's topic, today's point, which we are going to discuss here, that is, as I discussed, that is more or less based on the ranking and entire system. From being a backbencher, 2 decades, university ranking have moved on to take the front row seat within higher education. This particular 2 years when everything was on stake. So definitely these 2 years has insults us. So from being a backbencher for these 2 decades back, the university ranking have moved on to take the front row seat within higher education sector. Now, it is no more a buzzword. It is the driver of universities and even the entire higher education system of countries, shaping policies and the processes that are now geared towards improving the institution or nation's position in this global ranking or that. Now, from the end user perspective, these ranking have become a crucial metric for their decisions on the choice of university where they will pay the fee. And after all, most nations are moving away from the public financing of higher education. And it's students who end up with paying the fee. In a global competition for the talent, universities are using their positions in ranking table to attract the best faculty and the students across the globe. Yes, ranking have also evolved over the time. We all are vigilant. We are witness of that it has been evolved over the time, with more dimensions has being added and captured into the numbers. The positive outcomes of this focus on ranking is that has brought the discussion on the quality of education in universities at the center of the globe. It has forced even the most lagged back administrators to take note of initiating some changes, but it has created some chaos also. With the university administrative looking at a very decision through the tint lens of this ranking, the question arises that what impact this policy or step have on the ranking on the universities? What are the problems that this extensive focus on ranking can create or it is creating? And what are the other ways through which universities can focus on the quality? Is it only the ranking through which we can instigate, we can focus on the quality? By trying to focus more on the ranking status, what type of challenges we are facing right now in the university system? And we can think about that what should be included beyond the ranking, whether this metric of the measuring is sufficient enough or it require more interventions in the future. So on this particular topic, we are going to discuss with the panelists. The question arises here that yes, we are trying to focus on impact of this policy and the steps on the ranking of the universities. So there are questions arises. There are a few questions which is there. I would like to request panelists and invite panelists one by one here to speak on, first of all, what you think. We can take time, 2 to 3 minutes, and tell us that what exactly the problem is right now. I'm going to provide you a basic thing here that, look, when we are talking about the ranking system, so what are the aspects of the university operations that ranking in their current form are able to capture fairly? Is it accurate? The question is it fairly accurate? So my question, I would like to put forward this question here. First of all, I would like to invite Professor Nisiful Laila. Professor Laila, the key point which we are discussing here, that what are the aspects of the university operations that ranking in their current form are able to capture fairly accurately? What is your view on that?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Krisan Pandey, and very nice introduction of this discussion. Yeah, I'm from Erlangga University, who only currently joined the QS World Ranking, and now THA World Ranking, University Ranking as well. And I can tell you the difference about the culture of our university very clearly from like last 6 years ago when we didn't follow any university ranking, and now we jump up from ranking 700 6 years ago, and now we are in 369 university rank. Of course, I agree with you that there are some homework that maybe some something that not fairly accurate from this ranking, but the positive way of this ranking is we all now understand that we cannot just doing business like usual. We have to encourage more each of our faculty member, each of our staff of education to give more and to serve the quality more than before, because now in the international communities, we are everybody wants to ask something like that. So now we understand that we need to have a culture to have a habit of research and publication, and also internationalization. We just agree with you, it is very costly, especially for me from Indonesia, which is we still battling with the funding and so on. But that positive way is now we understand that it is something that 6 years ago we don't think we can do, but now we can do that. And we also have so many benefits from the university ranking, global ranking, from our alumni, from the student itself, and then the industry is trust a university even better, more and more. There is something that we don't have 6 years ago before we joined the university ranking. But of course, there are something that after 6 years, we jump up from 700 university rank, global rank, and now in 369. We understand that there are some part that should be give focus more, not only how to catch the rank, which is the ranking only measure heavily on research, publication, and citation, which is now we know that it can be fabrication. It can be people can do it with less moral and ethic way to have that. It's also need to emphasize on should be on the impact of the education itself, the quality of the what you call it, how we deliver knowledge to our students, not only the research itself, not only the publication, not only the citation, internationalization. Especially like Indonesia, we have more than 200 million, of course India much higher, that national interest is maybe we need focus more than internationalization, even though we understand that internationalization give very good impact as well to the university, but we then understand that lately we give too much effort to the internationalization, too much funding for the research and citation and the rank itself. We have to come back. We have to understand that the main business of the university is to educate students, to give a high quality lecture to the student, to produce knowledge, not only publication that tend to be predatory, like you said in the introduction, and also to give impact to the society. Why? What for? We have a high rank, good rank, if we don't have impact to our society, in our Indonesia, in our country itself, and hopefully the world. But that's something I think need to be captured more from the university rank or other ranking, because the impact to the society is need give focus more, and also the quality of the delivering knowledge to the student. I think that's from me, Professor Krishan. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Laila. So yeah, you're trying to focus on here that the current form of ranking, it has, it needs to be evolved in order to capture more fairly accurate. Yes, obviously you are right at that point. What happened that the ranking has been designed to capture the various dimensions, but in spite it has been designed, still it is neglecting, either some part is neglected or captured wrongly, or capture bare bone of the university ranking metric system, although they are the central to the purpose of any university. What you think, Professor Vivekanandan, that the current, what are the dimensions which is either neglected or captured wrongly, or capture bare bone for the university ranking matrix right now in the centers? Professor Vivekanandan.
Thank you, Professor Pandey, for thing. And I was intently listening to Professor Laila when she was giving her opinion. So let me start with a remark which I'm very fond of, which will in a way summarize part of this theme. This is about Cardinal Newman, who was the founder of the University of Dublin. He once remarked, a liberal education is not about what students learn or what skills they acquire, but the perspective they have on the place of their knowledge in a wider map of human understanding. And this is a very interesting quote. What he said, that we are talking about set a product line of what is entering and what is coming out, but rather he says it needs a much, much broader vision, that what we have, universities are the one which talks about skill sets as a smaller part, but how do they place the whole worldview? So in that context, also coming from public law school background and from law, my perspective has been that to an extent, parameters are important for accountability. For a certain extent, it's a roadmap. It is certain extent allows focus. But the point is, as the earlier professor said, we are talking knowledge and education as a universal mission. So obviously, an emphasis on ranking talks about, who are in the front runners or who are laggards, and then that has a entirely rather negative impact in certain ways. I distinctly remember in one of my early days, when new people joined my postgraduate course when I was in Ulster, I used to ask them to introduce themselves, a few words about what they are and where they come from. When they were introducing, I found one student said about why she wanted to do the course, all that, but she never told where did she the undergraduate. So I thought she forgot or something. So I told her, you didn't mention which is your alma mater. She was smiling sheepishly. Okay, sir, she said. I said, please, why don't you tell? Probably she comes from a school which is non-descriptive in way, and she felt in that crowd not to tell about her school. So then I have to give a small lecture to her that I consider it's my pride to teach you coming from there rather than teaching someone who's coming from the top. So I said, as a teacher, I am more focused and interested on people who are lower in the ranking within the class rather than who are on the top of the ranking, which can take care of themselves. This is one big dilemma every teacher will face, where we are really talking about non-discrimination in any way within a class, many things. In such similar way, in education system, if it has a too much competitive quotient, then my proposition is you are losing on the compassionate part. It's very simple as that. And then competitive part will have a market terms, and then the one there will be laggards which will be left over. So this is the crucial part which I say. But as far as I acknowledged in the beginning, that ranking and other things should be in a manner of trying to see differential strengths, etc. What to do. I'll give an illustration of my own university, where and anywhere in India compared to that, we have 38% reservation for tribals. The All India reservation is 7.5. In Chhattisgarh, I have 38%, which means they are maybe the first time graduates coming. They are just first in the family coming. So I was arguing with the earlier NET chairman that how are you comparing me as a university with others with a very generic ranking system? The kind of inputs what I am giving to develop a huge sector needs to be acknowledged. This I was talking to Mr. Jagdish, who's currently the UGC chairman, who was also part of NAC. I was telling that you are talking about equal opportunity and the differential outcome. But the question is, there is no equal opportunity, then you cannot talk about an outcome measurement in a similar way. This is my generic answer, as I said, that ranking and other things do play a role. But in the hierarchy of things, I consider ranking is not that. It is a contribution and what you do to certain special developments or catering to certain things. This should be one of the primary things which should be driving a universal education system. I will stop at this point, maybe listen and come back later.
Thank you, Professor Nandan. You're absolutely fine and right at that point that we do carry that perception somewhere back in the mind and even in the students. Yes, you're absolutely right at that point that there are many things which is being neglected there or captured wrongly in the ranking system, and that can create some problem also. Question arises, yes, there's a gap, there's a lacuna. Then where does the society or public services are actually fitting into the framework of this ranking? Whether are these collateral damage caused by the higher focus on the ranking to the education system? So I would like to request Professor Kiara Hunt to just give us enlightenment here that where does the society and the public services fit into the ranking framework? Are these collateral damage caused by the high focus on the ranking? Professor Kiara.
Okay, that's a very interesting question. I think points that were raised by previous panelists about the importance of quality of education, importance of thinking over ranking is absolutely correct. And as society, I think Professor Laila mentioned that it should be, I'm missing the exact word that she mentioned, but in the direction of impact to society, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was exactly what I was thinking when I started thinking about this session. So ranking, if there are diversity of ranking, and if there are rankings that can capture the relationship between the university and the society, or how much university is responding to current issues, contemporary issues, but also issues that are not normally reported by the media, the deep issues, philosophical issues, and combining different issues together to look at one's phenomena or one situation. I think if the society can play the role in that, so in a way, university is needs driven to fill the gap of not only knowledge, but it's more about understanding of the world or perspectives to look at the world. I think that would then fill the problems that we are facing with ranking. If we use the ranking system, and I'm working for the University of Tokyo at the moment, which is very high on the ranking, but some aspects we do very badly to admit. So, if we are thinking about how we are responding to requests from the society, I don't think we are doing too well. Or if we are to look at inclusion of diverse ideas and diverse sources of knowledge, we are very academic driven. Of course, we are an academic institution, but there are other things that we need to take into account in thinking about the world. So I think society can play the role in identifying the needs. The university needs to look out for what the society needs, how we can contribute to the society, global society, by educating, researching, and interacting with the younger generation.
Absolutely fine, Professor. That's the ultimate responsibility of education or universities. Yes, Galib says somewhere, sometime, that education is something which is reflected in your behavior. All degrees, mark sheets, affiliations, which is hanging on the wall, is merely a receipt of the expenditure which has been done on education. You're absolutely right that yes, it is very important to reflect and showcase that what education is all about. So if education is able to impart its contribution to the society or public services, then it is actually the real education. And definitely there is need to evolve and evaluate here to check that how the ranking frameworks are actually deeply in that area. Beside that, what happened, it has been seen that majority of the ranking, major part of the ranking is focused on research. Majority of the part of ranking, they focus on research and then insisting towards the producing the research. Even the focus on the publication is very high. When they say research means publications. And this has turned universities into a paper churning machine. This is a research which says that much of the what being published is not being read. And there has been no positive change in the volume of the groundbreaking research, which is coming out from the university systems. Even there was a nice statement given by Professor Higg, who is a Nobel laureate. He said that I don't think so that I will be fitted in the existing education system. No, they would have been fired me, because I am not able to publish the volume and the variety which right now it is going on. So question arises whether do we think that it is a fair criticism and ranking are not making the real impact on the quality of research? Whether we are pressurizing professors or systems to churn the papers and papers and papers, sometimes putting n equal to 2, n equal to 3, and changing the context, changing the demographical variable. What is the practical application of those research? So I would like to invite Professor Atul Khosla to highlight here, because it's a very important point, because it has been perceived now that the ranking actually turn the universities into a paper churning machine. What is your view, Professor Khosla, on this point?
Thank you very much, Krishan, and let me greet all my fellow panelists for this. I think a good question. But before I answer this, let me step back a little, and I'll pick up from Professor Vivekanandan spoke, which is, what is a great university? Why do we exist? And I think it's a first fundamental question we need to answer. And in my opinion, a university is about creating knowledge. It's about creating leaders, pushing humankind and moving us towards achieving impossible dreams. And that's been happening over thousands of years since the concept of universities came into place. I think a university is also a place where leaders in their own right come and converge. That's what happened in Takshila, that's what happens at Oxford. So any great university is a place where great minds come together and they create knowledge. So we're talking about creation of knowledge, and I'm going to link that with the research in a second. So research to me is about creating new knowledge, and I'll come and answer a question in a second. But before that, I'm going to make some very strong statements. I have lived my life both sides of the same coin. I've been in corporate for a large number of years. I was in consulting with a firm called McKinsey and Company. I've been in academia for the last 15 years. So I've got 4 strong statements to make. So hardcore academicians don't mind. Number 1, universities were created in the pre-industrial era. If you look at Oxford or Cambridge and the others, they were created around 1,000 years ago. And they are designed for the industrial era. So most universities across the world, almost everyone, are designed for what happened 300, 400 years ago. We live in a world of disruption, and we have to think very differently from the way universities were created. Secondly, universities do not know how to measure any KPI. There are no measurement systems in most universities of the world. As a result, they are amongst the most inefficient users of capital. And I can say this again, they are amongst the most inefficient users of capital because they don't know how to measure anything. And there is no way they are measuring impact in any particular thing. So coming back to rankings, why it's important. We need some framework, Krishan. We need something to say, is this particular university having an impact? No particular ranking system anywhere in the world, whether it's for universities or any other thing, is perfect. But there needs to be some particular framework to measure whether we are having impact or not along different dimensions. And I particularly believe that ranking frameworks are great. They give us some sort of a dimension to measure ourselves. As far as Shulini is concerned, we are young, we are very new, we are capital scarce, but we are today India's #1 private university in the Times Higher Education. We are 350 to 400 in the world globally, and QS, we are number 3 amongst private universities in India. So why is this important for me? It's important for me because when I look at the parameters and I look at how do I measure Shulini, I start seeing some of the best areas that I need to look at. For example, let's look at research. Now, if we look at rankings merely for the purpose of achieving rankings, I think that's wrong. But if you look at rankings as the way to achieve a better university, then I think it's a great way to measure success. Now, your question was on research. I think it's not understood many times that research is not about going back and taking knowledge out there and making societal changes, because basic research many times is very critical. In fact, there's a research paper done by a very respected scientist from Oxford who says that if no one had worked on the electron, the atomic structure, X-ray would not have been created. And it takes thousands of scientists to put it together. So research publications are important because you're out there doing the research, you're documenting them and making sure that different people can quote them, can see your pieces of work and make that whole jigsaw puzzle together. I'll give a specific example over here in the terms of something called photocatalysis, where Shulini University is a leader in the world. So photocatalysis is nothing but using some photocatalytic material and light to create a reaction in water to create hydrogen and oxygen. If you can do that efficiently, we'll be solving the purpose of fuel in the world. Right now, we're at a stage where it's probably going to take another 50 years before it's going to be commercially applicable. There are probably 100,000 scientists across the world working on the same problem. But if no one works on this problem, Krishan, this problem will never be solved, and the world will always be fuel scarce, and we'll always be going out using fossil fuel. So my point is very simple. Number one, rankings give us some framework to go out and determine whether we are in the right direction or not. Number two, research is an important criteria for universities because we are in the business of creating knowledge. Secondly, learning by research is way superior than learning in the classroom and roting things, because learning by research is when you're doing experiments, you're forming the ability to hypothesize, you're forming the ability to design an experiment, you're forming the ability to assimilate data, and you're forming the ability to write, which is also a very, very important skill. So for students who can write research papers, file patents, it's a absolutely fantastic way to go out and understand how to be successful in the world. Coming back to the topic of autonomy and governance, which I think is also very, very important, and I'm going to take half a minute talking about over here. I think what we're missing in this discussion is the whole objective of governance and the importance of governance in a university, which I think at this juncture, ranking frameworks do not capture. Great universities will have great governance. Great governance means continuity of vision and policy. Great governance also means autonomy. Autonomy by the regulators, autonomy inside the university, and academic freedom and research freedom. And I think these are the things that will make a great university. And a university that does not do research, does not publish, will perish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khosla. Thank you for highlighting the very important point, which is actually need for substantial reform in education governance. Yes, indeed, this is an important part. And the ultimate objective, the beyond the ranking, we have to think about the reforms which should be imparted there into the education governance system. Yes, absolutely. Your point is very valid, sir. The point which we are telling here that, yes, it is important to go through to ranking, but whether this ranking has causes in a different way, whether the universities are just trying to focus only on the paper churning, which has no use. We know from the Indian context that research was neglected initially long by the university administration or faculty because it does not impact their funding. Now, we know also that the rise in the pressure to publish have resulted in rising of the predictory journals and other unethical practices. And that's why even in December 2020, UGC has started mandate paper for the PhD student, that is the research and publication ethics, that we should know at least that what is research and publication ethics. It is important. So what structural changes can these universities leaders make? You are a leader, you are leading a university. We have a prominent speaker guest here, Professor Vajpayee, also, who has a long list of experiences. If I'll start reading his experiences, even half an hour will be not sufficient. So what structural changes can universities leaders make within their institutions to overcome this dilemma? I would like to request Professor G.S. Vajpayee to put forward some point on this, that what specific structural changes can university leaders can make to enlighten their faculty members so that they publish, but they also did not impact their funding. They did not also pressurize to publish in predictory journals. So I would like to request Professor G.S. Vajpayee to put forward his point.
Thank you, Professor Pandey, and good afternoon to all present. Actually, there are very compelling questions which you have raised, and I would start from the basic premise. Your ranking becomes relevant to the extent you understand the idea of an university. We have traveled a long journey from being a very primitive kind of institution in this country to become a very liberalized institution. So whether the ranking is doing justice with us or not is something very important. The things which I am going to speak on or speak about, I have relied two very powerfully written articles by Professor Abhijit Pathak. When he wrote a couple of months ago, Obsession with the Ranking, he was essentially talking about ranking and branding. Now, ranking and branding, as if we are primarily dealing with an industry who is selling the products. The universities are not the industries, and we are not selling the products. Therefore, the core concern remains, as far as ranking is concerned, is the obsession with the ranking that goes on because it stimulates our egos. It activates our war instinct. It encourages brand consciousness and promotes the rapidly growing publication industry, which you are talking about. But the problem is the manner in which the ranking framework has been set up. Your first question was the aspects of ranking. Mainly, we have created a framework which is numerically dominated. And here, Abhijit Pathak also says mathematics trumps, and nuanced ways of seeing the specificity of a learning community disappear. And therefore, he says at some place that if IIT Delhi is ranking, is scoring 86.76 and Banaras Hindu University is scoring 63.10. What does it mean? Does it give any idea? Does it compare anything? And very interesting thing which I would say, when he says that we have actually created a situation where we are only talking about some numericals. So paper per faculty, citation per paper, publication in international journals, and we have actually we have created a smart set of professors who believe in branding and who can probably, they are smart professors because they know how to publish. And the number of publication is increasing. In fact, qualitatively, they are not contributing. Professor Khosla and Professor Vivekananda was indicating about the creation of knowledge. Who cares? And you tell me where in any ranking framework, where the originality of ideas, where the creation of knowledge is tested. I am telling you, you can measure what you can actually measure. You cannot measure what you can't measure. There are a lot of things which are subjective and qualitative in nature, and qualitative in terms of so many things. So university ought to have a soul. Now, when I say university ought to have a soul or a spirit that nurtures the joy of learning and unlearning, it should encourage the experiment with truth, celebrates the academic and cultural pluralism, and above all, it should be a reflective, critical, emancipatory thinking. It should encourage. So, in fact, that spirit has been killed over the years because we have probably driven our faculty to churn out the papers, as many as you can, without realizing. Now you tell me, IIT university or NIT, they will attract a different type of employability and employer attention. But liberal art, cultural anthropology, they will not. So do you think that they can be relatively superior or inferior? In fact, the problem is with the very methodology. I'm not against ranking, but I am against the methodology of ranking. If you are at all putting the ranking, you are creating a hierarchy of institutions on false belief and false parameters. I have written a very powerful article in Hindu a couple of months ago, where I have demonstrated, you can see this article available in public domain, where I have shown that a university is acquiring 100% public perception score in NEF ranking framework. However, they are not getting good number of students. How come this happened? If your perception is 100% and your admission rate is just 30%. And I'm telling you, my problem is, I'll come to those structural change which you have asked. We need to create those structural changes, which should create the avenues to think original knowledge, create serious research. It may not be too many in number. We are counting the number. My problem is, counting number is a bad idea. If you go back to the idea of university, the fantastic book written. In that book, they are talking about the creation of knowledge in a very different way. I'll give you a very simple illustration, where in, say for instance, in Indian ranking framework that is called the NIRF, there is a huge amount of data fuzzing. I have written this. And I'm seeing that the universities are using the same set of data. So suppose my university has to be ranked, and I am a university with multi-faculty. So I mean, on all the faculties, there is a different set of resources available. I am pooling all the resources and showing it in law faculty. Again, I am showing it in management faculty. So when you are ranked in management, your number is 1. When you are ranked in law, your number will remain. This is happening. You can see this is in public domain. My problem is that university, the qualitative aspects of ranking, the philosophical enjoyment of learning, critical pedagogy that matters. Now I'll give you a final example and probably I'll close. I'll tell you. So for instance, no ranking framework at any place in the world takes care of the quality of teaching. You are talking about quality of research, but teachers are appointed mainly to teach the class, and they are not being assessed on the quality of teaching. You are not appointing teachers to do primarily research, but you are measuring the research. You are appointing teachers to teach, but you are not measuring the quality of teaching. So I think structural changes are needed within the universities which are teaching centric, and they take pride of nurturing the generation by quality teaching. They should be given a lot of space in ranking. I don't know how this can be done, but I'm sure methodological changes are needed within the structure of the institutions who are responsible for that, to be able to really give a right kind of, because we are unnecessarily creating a hierarchy of institutions. I'm against this hierarchy. Knowledge cannot be, created in this manner. Knowledge cannot be sort of created in a hierarchical manner. So I think I will stop here, and if you have other things, I can.
Well covered, Professor Vajpayee. You are absolutely highlighted at the nail point that yes, there's need to reform. And there's a question for you also from the audience, that what role can accrediting bodies and the government agencies play in shaping the ranking metrics and education governance policies in the public universities of India?
If I again continue to add, I would say,
yeah, this question for you. The question is that what is the role role can these accreditation bodies and the government agencies play in shaping the ranking metrics and education governance policies of the public universities in India?
So I have said, Mr. Pandey, that two things are very important. First of all, we need to actually start appointing the research faculty and teaching faculty little differently. If you want a research intensive university, you appoint researcher, but teaching has to be done. And in the governance structure, it has been just mentioned that leaders have to be appointed very carefully. There is the system of the appointment of leadership in best of the best university is very flawed. I think we need to revisit it. And I am saying we need to create the policies which are commensurate with the demands that we have today. So on the one hand, we have market-driven demands. Fine, you can allocate some portion of your functioning to satisfy that requirement. But you should not forget the fundamental objective of the institution of university. So I think a lot of changes, accreditation body, that's what I'm saying. You are giving A++, you are giving, I think the parameters and the indicators of a university have to be widely debated and discussed. That is my suggestion.
Absolutely fine, Professor. Your point is very valid here. It seems that because the faculty members are usually expected to teach as well as do research. At a university may a higher ranking on research, but do these high ranking research translate into higher quality of the teaching practices? You have highlighted very well that what type of intensive structure can be created here for the systems in order to increase the quality of research as well as quality of teaching, because that's a matter. There's a very nice question which has been here. I'll request Professor Vivekanandan. Professor Vivekanandan is a question which has been asked by one of our PhD students. So the PhD student asked question that Ivy League Institute, respectively law school, announced that they would withdraw from the ranking system last November because of the profound flaws in the methodology. So her question is that, sir, what are your views on it, and how do you think that it will impact the ranking system? You are on mute, Professor.
Can you again come back to the exact question?
The question is that the Ivy League Institute, respectively law school, announced that they would withdraw from the ranking system last November because it profoundly flaws methodological distinction, school from helping disadvantaged students. So a student want to ask, sir, what is your views on this? How you think that this is going to impact the ranking system?
About the withdrawal you are talking.
Yeah.
Right. See, I wouldn't, in the sense, I cannot understand the context and the depth of that of withdrawal. But what I was trying to put across is from the beginning that the ranking is not the foremost thing. It is an incidental thing, number one. Second, what I want to tell, I'm not commenting on individual institutions coming out, but I would say that let us remember in a larger context, all education institutions all over the world in different nation states is certainly a creation of the state, whether it's private or public. It is state is involved even in private, even in public, in terms of setting the, what I call agenda setting role. So there is an intention for the states. Every state wants to have its rightful place globally. So there is a competitive element which is coming there. The second part is the legitimacy. This is where there could be a difference in different ways. Legitimacy really means the state resources. How much the state resources in terms of competing things, what has to go, that will also again shape in terms of what you get. So that has also has an important bearing when you're talking about ranking. What are the kind of resources? Third, I would consider, whether you like it or not, there is something called ideology. For example, I can illustrate what could be ideology, not in a very core political theory, but for example, when South Africa became independent, what should be South Africa's priority in terms of their education? And what are the priority of the United States is different. But in my opinion, if I look at all the rankings, generally what is happening, global rankings, it is flat. It does not factor the distinctiveness. It does not factor the challenges of certain regional and certain sectoral things, what they are contributing. So then it becomes, as Professor Bajpai was beautifully pointing out in the beginning of branding and things, we are talking about a certain level of ISO 9000. ISO 9000 works in a product range because, and to an extent, I would even say, globally, science seems to be a little universal in terms of coming to that. If you leave that outside the science, when you look at it, you have a huge expectation, huge variation, and huge contribution. So one way this topic, what you people have done, which I have to thank Jindal, is seriously looking that not all is well, the so-called ranking, and there seems to be some kind of, I would say that a kind of a race happening. And that might lead to even factoring things, how to get the ranking. So you orient, one of your questions I saw in the 10 questions, I don't know whether you have time to do with the other speakers are waiting. So the point what I saw in that was, you are ranked of what you do, or you are gearing the whole thing to achieve a rank. I consider if you're gearing towards the achieve a rank, I think we have completely lost the wood for the trees. But if you are looking at a natural phenomena and doing, and that is being analyzed as you are good in this or you're good in that area, that seems to be, I would call, a bit of celebration, I would call it, and to capture and move on that. But to tell that this is your ranking is your goal, and are you running and racing towards it, then I am telling you, we are missing completely, as we said, the question of knowledge, the question of universal education, the question of each and every individual, as a participative chance, all that gets down. This all I would comment. I wouldn't specifically comment about withdrawal and things like that. That could be a very particular situation. I'm not so much clear about it.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. You're absolutely fine and right at this particular point that definitely the priorities and the structure should not be, there is a top-down approach and bottom-up approach. So we should understand that what exactly we would have to follow it. Absolutely fine. There's one interesting question was coming and which has been discussed from the era of this ranking, that yes, this higher education is a resources-intensive business. Ranking is creating its own perception about the quality into the mind of the students and the society. The perception of the human resources, about the university, about the system which has been accessed. So question is this, that are these ranking disproportionately having a negative impact on universities that serve the disadvantaged section of the society? I would like to request Professor Hunt to comment on this question. Professor Hunt.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, I think I would, in short, I think, yes. I mean, the first point is that there are different kinds of rankings. So there is a global ranking that we saw, we see. There are like national rankings. There are different like alternative rankings. So we may be talking about different types of rankings. Recent rankings, like alternative rankings, tend to look at those things that are not only number of publications. They also look at, for example, professor-student ratio, for example, or satisfaction of students, perception of students. I think that captures a lot of things that previous traditional ranking system have missed. So if we're talking about like traditional ranking system, talking about numerical things that Professor Bajpai has raised, I think then that would have a disproportionate impact, negative impact. I mean, some universities may get a big profit out of the very flat ranking. Some universities may be mistakenly ranked lowly. I think it's very important to look at the university with the quality of teaching, as both Professor Laila and Professor Bajpai have raised, but also as a role model of the society. We are raising the leadership. We are also creating how people may think. It's not only about knowledge creation. I think it's part of it to create knowledge, to go deep and find out about the facts and create knowledge. But if we are to think a little bit further, why we are doing this, it is very important to think about long-term impact of universities being. It's not only our research, but our teaching, our being, how we are, and oftentimes what universities do, or university professors do, or how universities run, how universities raise students to become, soon they will become adults and they work in a society. We are responsible for that generation. So I think we need to be a little bit more mindful when we are talking about ranking, that it's not only about how we are right now, but it's also how what we are doing now will impact on the next generation, how the world will be changing because of our research or teaching. And that would probably be an important thing to remind ourselves. Yeah, thank you very much.
So, yeah, it's a really very, very nice point which has been mentioned here, that is required to understand that particular point of view. Because right now, what exactly being done, that all ranking, this ranking paints all the institution with the same brush. So there are some questions which arises because of this reason. So I would like to request Professor Nishapur Laila, that what you think, Professor Laila, that will the institutions to be better off if they internally benchmark against their own goal and performance over the year, and externally benchmark against the universities serving similar niche as themselves? What do you think on this point?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Pandey. Yeah, in Airlangga University, before we are joining QS ranking, we have our own goal as a university, which is at that time, and we didn't realize that we need to broaden our goal to more impactful, to have a benchmarking with other university in the world. And what I'm thinking is, if I agree with other professor here, that if we have a ranking only solely for the rank itself, of course it is not so wise, and so much money involved is in there, which is also unfair for other aspect of the business is university, which is not measured by the rank itself. The quality of teaching, again, I'm agree with Professor Vivekanand, I think, that it should be also main focus of the university, because university is to raise a young student to be the next leader. As a leader, they have to have a creativity of thinking. They have to have a leadership skill that we need to focus on, to shape for the student. And also, the most important thing is skill to solve the problem. I think all that aspect is not measured by the ranking. That's why maybe it's good to stick on the university goal, but it is not also wrong entirely if we have a focus on ranking, as long as ranking is not chased by the rank solely as a rank itself, but it's a process, naturally processed by the university to have a better governance, and then the better quality of teaching, and then better quality of research, when where the research can increase or can be increase the quality of the teaching. And then, as I mentioned before, the impact of the university itself to the society, the impact the university itself to be part of the problem solver in the nation and in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Governance, you raised a very important point. Professor Atul Khosla also mentioned that what exactly its importance is all about. The educational governance is actually indeed very important. So keeping this point, I would like to ask Professor Atul Khosla one last question. That, sir, the quality of institution is often an outcome of quality of its leadership. You absolutely agree on this point. And if things need to be improved, we need to focus on the university leadership and governance. What can be done to improve the institutional leadership capacity, specifically when several higher education systems are expanding very fast and good leaders are thus in a short of supply? It is a demand-supply gap. So how to handle this situation, Professor Khosla?
A very good question. Yeah. I think 3-4 things to be kept in mind. First, great professors need not be great leaders. I think that's a very important point to look at. Great researchers need not be great leaders. And we need to differentiate between great, I would say, professors or researchers, academicians, if you want to put it, versus people who can drive change and build great institutions. I think one big challenge we have today is that we correlate the two together. And we assume that if you're a great researcher, you've got some great citations, and or you've been a high quality professor, you can go out and build an institution. So I think that's one thing to be kept in mind as we think about talent. I think the second biggest challenge in the world, I would say, is that unlike most other sectors, there is no institution that is actually training our academicians to become leaders and create opportunities for them to become leaders. I'll give a small example over here. This is true for administrators, it's true for people in consulting, it's true for corporate leadership. We shuffle people all across. For example, I might be specializing in marketing, for example. I might be working for a firm called Unilever doing marketing, but to make me a better leader, if I'm in the path to be the CEO, I'll be put into an HR role, I'll be put into an operations role, and groomed to be the CEO of Unilever over time. So I think that's the first thing we should also experiment with, which I'm trying to now do at Shillani, to say that just because I am a specialist in engineering, why cannot I be the dean of the business school, for example, where today we know there are huge overlaps anyway, because we're talking about multidisciplinary education. So can we create paths for our academicians where they don't only have to specialize in the area of specialization, but they can actually take leadership roles beyond the area of work? So I think that's for leaders like us, vice chancellors, to create those paths for people that we see as future leaders of the world. I think the second thought which I also have is that there's a need for a leadership school, an academic leadership school in the country. It could be done in the private sector, it could be done in the public domain, but I don't think there's any leadership program for academicians to go out and understand what leadership is all about. It's basically learning from their experiences that they become leaders. I think the last thing I would like to add over here is, and it's linked with governance, is the role of professional development and HR. And again, this is from my experience that universities in general do not understand how to manage HR as effectively as people in other sectors do. So having a very robust HR mechanism, which is probably incorporated from best practices from other industries, can also help you and develop professional paths for people that you believe will be future leaders, I think, can help solve the problem. But I think the biggest problem in India today is we have 1,200 universities today. They've grown from 300 to 1,200 in a period of, I think, 8 or 10 years, which basically means 800 new vice chancellors and 3,200 deans, directors. And that's a huge number that never existed. And as I go around meeting peers of mine, I see major leadership gaps. So I think together all of us need to solve this problem. Some of us can play a major role in doing that. And the answer is very clear. If we do not have great leaders, we will not build great universities. Thank you,
Professor Khosla. Thank you very much. We are actually ahead of time, 2 minutes, but still, I would like to request Professor Vajpayee that Professor Vajpayee, what you would like to say on this scarcity of the leaders in education sector. What is your view on this?
So actually, there is no, as being said, that there is no conscious effort for leadership development in this country. We think that leadership comes as if it is very normal. I think in this era where the institutions are getting professionalized in terms of its focus, emphasis, you need to have a very specific set of skills and knowledge. And for that purpose, I think you need to have that component of, like Professor Khosla said about the HR management. I always realize that a lot of manpower remains unutilized. I don't have time to elaborate this point, but I know that sometimes we recruit indiscriminately people, and there is an increased and huge burden on the institution because there is a lot of people who remain unutilized for ages in this university. So I think this HR management, resource management, curriculum management, academic planning, these are very, very niche areas these days. And I think there is a huge scope of developing some professional skills in this particular sector. So I agree that let there be some kind of professional development program. And I think when you do the recruitment, I think the knack of leadership has to be assessed. This is very important. I agree that academically someone could be extremely good, but to run a university, you need to have a different kind of a skill. And a lot of universities, as a result of this, because you don't have sometimes vision to, and you may not foresee the outcome and impact of your own policies in times to come, and there you fail. And by the time it causes huge loss to the university in both economic terms and manpower terms. So I think this is a very valid point from this discussion which is emerging, that let there be some systematic system of enhancing the leadership capacity in this country as far as educational institutions are concerned.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. We have already passed 3 minutes. So let me summarize what exactly we started discussing about the need for substantial reform in education governance. And very interesting point has been mentioned by Professor Nishiful Laila here. She focused on the impact on society, how it should be. Professor Vivekanandan talk about that, yes, quality education is important, but again, how you perceive, how you go for this ranking system that need to be, whether it's a top-down approach or bottom-up approach. Yes, sir, it's absolutely fine thing. We have to go inside. So Kiara, she has also mentioned that how it is going to impact and design in such a way that public or society inclusion should be there in order to complete comprehensive report of this. Professor Khosla, you have highlighted very interesting point that yes, merely not the ranking, the educational governance need to focus, and then later on we discuss that how come the scarcity of leaders can be managed and we should work vice versa. And again, Professor Vajpayee, you absolutely are right that we should try to understand that whether we are creating a research institution or teaching institution or both, and then according to that we have to take the strategy. I'm happy to report here in front of you all, honorable guests, that look, at JGU we have a system of UAS, that is University Administrative Services. We profoundly select from a rigorous process young minds from the system, and we are providing them training, and we call them UAS, University Administrative System. So we are trying to give them exposure that how the university system is being run, either adding them with the vice chancellor's office or registrar's office or dean's office and the education like examinations office. And what happened, this type of initiatives is a profound initiative which should be taken it out. Whatever the current existing ranking system that need to be reformed, try to be more inclusive. And yes, very important point that there are 1,200, more than 1,200 universities, but we do not have sufficient good leaders who can lead this. Yes, there's a vacuum, and the system needs to create such a process where we can generate leaders for the tomorrow, for shaping the education, for shaping the governance of education, for shaping the quality and the teaching of education across the globe. So I'm highly thankful to you all for sparing your time, for speaking on this enlightening topic, which is actually directly, indirectly related to the education system, its quality, its research. Everything is being covered here, because when we talk about the ranking is a single umbrella which covers everything. So I'm highly thankful to all of you for sparing time and enlightening all of us. Thank you very much for your active participation, Sim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Success of you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pandey, for a wonderful
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everyone joining us from different locations from within the country and even outside the country. On behalf of the OP Jindal Global University, I have great pleasure in welcoming all the distinguished panelists to this very important panel on breaking the barriers of public versus private in Indian universities within the context of the national education policy, which we have convened as part of our World University Summit 2023 in consonance with the G20 objectives and the developments that are taking place around us socially and geopolitically, and to sort of assess and evaluate as to what universities from India and around the world can contribute to these discussions in order to make a significant impact on the common good of education. So for this particular session, which we are going to discuss on the barriers between the public universities and the private universities, we do have an interesting panel of education leaders representing some of the prominent universities from India. And we are going to discuss on the issues pertaining to the gaps that had occurred between public universities and private universities, and the governance of those gaps in order to meaningfully contribute to education, as I just mentioned a few seconds ago. And to set the theme or the context for discussion, as all of you are aware, whosoever has joined this panel at this particular moment. Number one, this particular panel and the conference is happening at a time when there is so much of discussion going on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, all the 17 goals, which are intricately connected to one another, and in particular to focus on the aspect of inclusive and equitable quality education, which is one of the prominent goals, or the goal 4 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So therefore, every institution within the country and outside the country, they do have a responsibility to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, and to therefore even promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by the time period that's been already set. So therefore, while these are some very important goals and ambitions, these cannot be achieved without the apparatus of education and educational institutions. And this particular aspect has also been outlined in the National Education Policy 2020, wherein one of the objectives of the National Education Policy 2020 is for India to have an education system which is rather, the best or second to none, with equitable access to highest quality education for all learners, regardless of their economic background or even the social background. And in addition to this particular goal, or rather even to ensure that this goal is achieved in order to contribute to all the 10 indicators prominently mentioned in the NEP, it is incumbent upon the higher educational institutions that by the year 2040, that they should not only become multidisciplinary institutions, but they shall even aim to have larger students' enrollments, preferably in the thousands, as outlined in the NEP, while making optimal use of the infrastructure or the resources. And all the universities or the higher education institutions will have to work achieving towards these goals, because the goals outlined in the NEP or the objectives, they also sort of rather make it important for the universities to cater to the larger needs of the society at large, wherein we have great number of aspirants going in for higher education, but at the same time, the number of educational institutions are not either adequate enough, or there are not many educational institutions offering good quality education. So therefore, while the national education policy focuses on growth of both public and private institutions, but nonetheless, again, there is a dichotomy wherein the NEP again has a particular sort of emphasis on developing quote unquote large number of outstanding public institutions. So while these are some of the broader issues, these issues also convey a story to all of us in terms of how higher education in the current century has become a vast enterprise and one of the central societal resource as well, you know. And as I just mentioned a brief while ago, this particular situation also means that there are greater number of aspirants, and likewise in directly proportional terms, we also need good institutions offering good and quality education. So it's just like a demand versus supply scenario. Be that as it may, when we talk about this demand and supply scenario, and when we talk about the massification of education, quote unquote, as even mentioned in one of the UNESCO reports, but the developments that occurred in our country till now are thus far not very satisfactory when we talk about bridging the gap between private higher educational institutions and public higher educational institutions, because there are far too many barriers that one can highlight and even point out, which could either include, you know, one of the aspects is the trust deficit aspect when it comes to private educational institutions, or even the much needed aspect of decision making, and even the robust and swift decision making with a transparency that is needed when regulatory bodies and even higher educational bodies are evaluating and collaborating with public and private higher educational institutions. And there are so many bottlenecks that are there given the constraints and the challenges. So this means that we all do have a responsibility to focus on these bottlenecks, and even to think about these bottlenecks, and to sort of strategize as to what institutions can do and individuals can do and the civil society can do that can feed into the policy spaces that are currently active, be it in terms of the national education policy or even some other far greater public policy initiatives taken up by the Ministry of Education, the University Grants Commission, and various other bodies of the Government of India across sectors, because we do have a situation of multiplicity of regulatory bodies to that extent. So therefore, the purpose of this particular session is to make a sincere attempt to reimagine the future of higher education under the NEP 2020, in order to understand what are the debates, and then in order to find out what could be the way forward to sort of evaluate and assess some meaningful solutions in order to ensure the overall quality enhancement. So that's the purpose of this session, and I'm so glad to share with you all that this afternoon, to discuss these important matters with us, we are joined by Professor Y.S.R. Murthy, who is the Vice Chancellor of RV University, Bangalore. And Professor Murthy, before moving on to become the Vice Chancellor of RV University, Bangalore, he was the Registrar of the O.P. Jindal Global University. And I really feel it my honor and pleasure to be here in his presence this afternoon. And I welcome you, Professor Murthy, for accepting our invitation and joining us at this very important meeting. We are also joined by Mr. Samuel Suresh, who is the member Board of Management, Vinayaka Mission's Research Foundation, and which has been in the education sector for little over more than 2 decades or even 3 decades, contributing to varieties of disciplines in the higher education spaces. And we are happy that Mr. Suresh Samuel is here with us to share his experiences and perspectives. We are also joined by Professor S.P. Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Royal Global University, which is located in Assam. And it's a multidisciplinary university, which is doing some good work. And I'm sure that we will have an afternoon with enriching and engaging perspectives coming from you, Professor Singh, to contribute to these timely discussions. We also have with us Dr. Rajan Velukar, who is Vice Chancellor of the Atlas Skill Tech University, based out of Mumbai. And we also have with us Professor Supriya Patnaik, Vice Chancellor of the Centurion University of Technology and Management, which is located in different places in Orissa and Andhra Pradesh. But I think the main campus is in Bhubaneswar. And the discussions can only become more interesting with the participation of both Dr. Rajan Velukar and Professor Supriya Patnaik, because they have a particular focus on engineering, technology, and skill-based education, which is a very contemporaneous aspect which is under discussion. And the government is also planning to set up many more skill universities. In Delhi, already there's a university, and even other state governments are also planning to set up few universities. So I'm sure that we can have an engaging conversation this evening, drawing from your experiences. So what I propose to do within the time that we have this afternoon is that moving forward, I will raise few questions asking you to respond. And then thereupon, we will also have questions from the audiences who would join us virtually. And then we will close the discussion. But before I get into any specifics of the session this afternoon, I would like to seek a response from each one of the distinguished panelists present here. Like in the background of what all we had discussed, there is a sad fact that we should agree that private higher educational institutions are looked at pejoratively in our country. The situation might be changing gradually, but a larger change is yet to happen because of the duality that we have and the duality of public versus private, and that's what we are discussing this afternoon. So notwithstanding the ongoing developments, how each one of you would like to address these challenges in a broader manner, that people look up to private educational institutions as well, and they consider it to be an inspirational experience receiving education from private universities, something similar to public universities. I will start with Professor Murthy, and then we can go to other panelists.
Thank you, Professor Sridhar. I wish to, at the outset, compliment Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, JGU, and his entire team for organizing this excellent summit. And greetings to all the distinguished fellow panelists. The National Education Policy spoke about the laudable goal of India becoming a Vishwa Guru. And if you look at the current situation, India is nowhere near that goal of Vishwa Guru. And for many centuries back, India attracted some foreign students. But if you look at the current numbers, and if you look at the All India Survey of Higher Education data, we attract hardly less than 50,000 students. During the COVID pandemic, the number has in fact gone down. And we have, of course, a potential. And so our country needs to get its act together and accord priority to the higher education. And all of us also in the field of higher education must get our act together and take a number of steps, and including the breaking down of this public-private distinction in the higher education. Back to you, Professor Sridhar.
Thank you so much, Professor Murthy, for those thoughts. Now I will request the other panelists, starting with Mr. Suresh Samuel, to respond to the question that I had just raised, how to sort of bridge the gap between public and private so that private education institutions are not looked at pejoratively, and the steps that you have taken at your institution in order to ensure this.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Sridhar, and congratulate to JGU University for setting up this summit, to the entire team. I think it's a great initiative with regard to the G20, what we are going through at this point of time, wherein the messages from this summit will go beyond India and also to the international forum when we are embarking on this NAP 2020. Vinayaga Mission's Research Foundation is primarily a health sciences university, and we predominantly provide programs across the entire spectrum of health sciences spaces. But we are also a multidisciplinary university wherein we have other faculties ranging from arts and science, engineering to law, and also to the other physiotherapy and allied health sciences program as well. So when between India, when we look at it, I think between this private and public higher education system, India has almost close to 1,000 plus universities and 42,000 colleges. And predominantly, if you look in terms of this, I think there is a report which says that 47% of the university is public, whereas 53% of the university is private. And when it comes in terms of colleges, only 22% represent with regard to public colleges, whereas private higher education institutions close to 78%. Given this way that private universities and institutions have grown in this country in more than in the last 2 decades, I think it's imperative that we really see how our reforms and regulatory reforms and the framework supports in terms of further fueling our private institutions and private universities on the specific challenges which we face with regard to the collaboration and with regard to the access to technology, with regard to research, and also with regard to exchange. I would like to put it in these 4 spaces. Collaboration primarily with regard to, though private universities collaborate predominantly with the foreign universities, the collaboration within our own nation with Indian institutions of higher education is very limited. And next goes in terms of the funding. The government provides funding more on research to public universities, whereas in private it is mostly self-funded. And there is a very limited scope in terms of how we would be in a position to really progress more with regard to research. And likewise, with regard to the technology space, though the digital infrastructure is going well, still, given the gamut of our population and we being the most populous country in the world, wherein more than 500 million of our youths would be in terms of in the higher education space, I think this technology infrastructure should also be further enabled and supported, which would ease out these things between the public and private. The 4th point is with regard to the exchange, the faculty exchange or a student exchange. I think we should also encourage between the higher education institutions, between the public and the private. I think that is also going to enable us in terms of some very specific collaborativeness, which will help holistically in terms of development of higher education in our country. Let me stop here and would like to invoke other participants to also let know their views.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Now I will go over to Professor Singh and thereafter Dr. Velukar and Professor Supriya Patnaik to respond to this question. And
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Sridhar and my fellow panelists. And first of all, let me congratulate UP Jindal University for organizing such a wonderful World University Summit. And I think it is 5 days event. And we are probably 1 day short of 5 days. This is the 4th or 3rd day today. And I was part of some of the sessions, so I have learned a lot from it. And I think for today's session, if you talk about breaking the barriers of public and private universities in India, I would start with my experiences, a little bit my association with private ecosystem of last 22 years. So it was a very young age. I became the vice chairman of a group of institutions in Lucknow in 2000. Then before I decided to leave my government job. So my fellow panelists, I was just reading about all of you. Some of you are civil servants, some are from the industry, some are from the social sector. Madam Supriya, and maybe some of you are from other government areas. My journey throughout is only academics. So I may be having less exposure than maybe some of you. But in the private sector, I personally believe, because I've seen ups and downs. So I will share, first of all, I'll share the positive part of, as I think just now Professor Samuel has shared, that how many public institutions and private institutions are there. Mostly now the higher education landscape has been covered by private institutions. So in the institutions have grown many-fold in the last 22 years or maybe last 40 years, I would say that. And as a part of my journey, once upon a time when I was part of the private university ecosystem, private college system, I used to think I'm very fortunate. There were two reasons for that. One was that number of institutions were very less, and the demand was very high because of two reasons. One, I will straightforward say that, was the population explosion of this country. And second very important aspect, because of that, the private institutions have grown in this country. May not be because of regulatory framework, may not be because of anything else, but second was a very aspirational parents. We have very aspirational parents that everybody wants their children to be highly educated, and they want whatever it is, whatever savings they have, they will invest in their education. So these are the two aspects. From 2001 to 2007 or 8 was a fantastic time. And there was another issue important when I was feeling less gap between public and private, though it was a lot of regulation, though it was a lot of inspector Raj, but at the same time, there was a lot of demand. And another aspect that happened once upon a time, especially in Uttar Pradesh and few states, including Karnataka, if I recall, there was a huge funding coming from the government to support a different class of a student to study even in private sector institutions with scholarships. So we used to get a very good quality student who were part and parcel of the scholarship schemes of different governments. And we were fortunate to get good intake in terms of the students. So that was a fantastic time. The students who have come out during that period of time, I tell you honestly, they were not less than, and the quality of education in most of the institutions, which were not new institutions, was very, very good. But later on, when the explosion further happened and we started having massification, as been rightly said, I would say that in totality, the quality has maybe gone down because of many factors. And that is where I say, I will just conclude in 1 minute, that is basically we do not have parity. We do not have equal level playing field between public and private sector institution as on date. 3-4 reasons I will try to emphasize, because unless and until we have that kind of ecosystem, neither foreign universities will come to India. If they will come, they will fail. The private institutions, many of them are failing. They have failed, and many of us have to keep on investing to compete with the public sector universities because the finances are limited. And if you want to escalate to the next level of quality, I think that much of finance is required, which probably OP Jindal has got from the promoters, but not everybody will get. So in that context, I would like to say that unless and until there is a change in the funding mechanism of the education in India, that I always emphasize. I wrote one of the articles in the recent University News. I request my panel members to read that. I have requested from last 4 or 5 years that in place of funding the public universities and giving subsidized education, let us have a model which is based upon, I'm leaving aside the outliers. Outliers means the remote areas, village areas where probably still some kind of funding in the public universities are required, public institutions is required. For others, it should be level playing field, that a student should be funded. If at all he do not have money to study, he should or she should get enough scholarship from the government of India to choose where they want to study. And based upon that, if they choose where they want to study, certain amount of money has been given, they will choose the institution of their liking, and they will choose based upon the quality of the institution. And the institution will also try hard to produce quality education. And this way, ecosystem will improve and the quality students will come to the private institutions. Most of us get the second level students. I'm not talking about the 2, 3, 4, or maybe 10 colleges or the universities in the country, which get the best. Even they get the student who discard IITs or NITs and go to those institutions. But most of us, we get the student when they don't get into those institutions, not only based upon education system there, but mostly based upon the fee structure there. And therefore, my humble advice, and I request each and just think about this issue. If that level playing field will be created by scholarship methodology, I think we private institution will become Harvard, Stanford, or any institution in the world we can imagine in due course of time, obviously, but otherwise it will not be possible. So this is my take on the first go, and I'll be able to answer other questions when raised.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh, for those remarks. I will now invite Professor Supriya Patnaik to respond to these issues. Madam, are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not mute. I'm muted. So thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to this forum. I'd first of all like to congratulate OP Jindal Global University for organizing such a summit, and I think it's very appropriate and timely. I think, we all agree that probably NEP is, at this point of time, is very progressive, and it's really set out the agenda for educational institutions. Having said that, I would like to point out that whether you look at the Sustainable Development Goals or you look at the NEP, one of the central focus is inclusive education. And I think when you look at, and I like the way Professor Singh talked about the level playing field, because we all know that the level playing field does not exist. But what I would like to highlight is that when you, especially in terms of the kind of university I head, and this is the Central University of Technology and Management, Odisha, and we function basically from very difficult geographies. So I think the whole idea is to enable affordable and inclusive education by doing that. Especially when it comes to the support from government, whether it's in terms of scholarships, fees, whatever it is, the level playing field makes it gets even further enhanced when we are talking about these difficult geographies. So I'd just like to highlight this point that it's quite okay if you're operating out of a tier 1 or a tier 2 city, but when you start going further in interior, then it becomes that much more difficult. So this is one point I would like to raise. The other point, again, which was touched upon by all the panelists, is about the regulations which are there. And we are a skills university. We actually work at integrating skills into higher education. And the whole idea that now the policy framework within the country is talking about the academic bank of credits. So I think that itself sounds very good, but I think the proof of the pudding is in its eating. So how it pans out, if somebody comes from a remote university, can they move into one of the best institutions? Let's put it that way. So that those are can they pursue some courses there even? And I think that brings up another issue. So these two issues I would like to point at this stage, and I'll come back to it as the questions arise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Supriya Patnaik. Now I will request Dr. Rajan Velukar to share his thoughts with us. Dr. Rajan?
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Sridhar Patnaik, for giving me and my university an opportunity to be in the panel. And I must compliment the Jindal University for organizing this program at this scale, and you're doing a wonderful job. So my views on this is, see, there are some advantages and there are some disadvantages to both the universities. As I have worked in almost all kinds of universities, Open University, the public university of 163 years old, as well as a university presently I'm working with, which is just a 2 years old university. And therefore, when I look at the situation in all these kind of institutions and universities, I must tell you, and I must appreciate that because of the private interventions in this country, I'm not talking about 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. I'm also talking about before independence. If there would not have been the private intervention into the education, many would not have got education in their life. And in the state of Maharashtra, I must tell you, before 1972, the government was not giving a salary grant to the colleges which were affiliated to the university, because we have different systems in our country, and therefore we need to understand what is the system. We have different kind of universities, whether it is a central university, which is almost a unitary university. The private universities are also universities. They may go beyond their campus after 5 years. Then we have the state public universities and then the state private universities. And therefore, unless and until we understand this diversity in our country, we will not be able to really find the solutions to the problems and to the barriers and challenges, whatever we have. And therefore, we need to understand and we need to appreciate the intervention of private sector in education. I must tell you, I was the person who opposed the private engineering colleges in the state of Maharashtra when I was young, when I was studying in the college. Because the state government took a decision that you will have to pay more than 10 times fees which you are paying to the public institution. Okay. But when I look at it, and when I looked at it after 10 years, when I became a teacher and then served as a teacher in educational institutions, then I realized that when that IT sector came into existence, all these engineering colleges students got the job, and then we became number 1 or number 2 in IT sector in the entire world. And therefore, I cannot forget that contribution of the private sector. Of course, there are barriers, there are challenges which we need to face. But I must say that people need to understand the expenditure on education per child. I was a member of one committee of fee fixation on public institution in 2001 in the state of Maharashtra, where the fees for a BCom course or a BSc course in public institution was only 1,000 rupees. And then we said, let us calculate the expenditure. When we calculated the expenditure in 2001 was around 12,000 rupees for commerce and around 14,000 rupees for science. From where this money is coming? This money is coming from the public participation. Okay. And therefore, those who are studying in the public institution need to understand their fees is not 1,000. Their expenditure is 12,000, but their 11,000 rupees is paid by public. Whereas the child studying in the private institution is not getting that advantage. Whereas everybody is paying the taxes, and out of those taxes, some taxes are going for education. Whereas a student studying in the private university is not getting that advantage. And therefore, the biggest barrier to the private university, one of the barriers, is now slowly they're opening up. But when the private university or private colleges were applying for the research grants from the government, the government were saying that you are a private and therefore why do you need that? But this money which is distributed for the research projects is from the public funding. And why you should deny the fund which you have received from public to a child who's studying in the private university? Slowly it is changing, but we need to pursue this matter, and the governments, whether it is a state government or the central government, should take a view that the child is not private. The child is the responsibility of the state, the federal government, and therefore they should look at this from a very, very different angle. And the moment you look at it from a different angle, then the people, those who are paying more fees in the private universities, may reduce. So what are we doing? We are reducing the burden on the child. This is just one example which I am giving. But other barriers to both the universities, degree may differ. So what are the barriers? Number one is contextual resistance. I am leaving the 2% best of the best universities which are operating in the private sector. I am leaving them because they are exceptional. I have worked in a private university in a rural area where the population was 10,000. So I'm talking from that perspective. So the first thing is the contextual resistance is the biggest barrier. The second is lack of managerial experience. Nobody in higher education is trained for administration. And therefore, we need to demand that, like IAS and IFS, there should be Indian education services. The moment you have Indian education services, that professionalism can come to this. The third is, I'll just finish in 30 seconds, lack of understanding about the concept of social entrepreneurship. We have never learned, we are teachers, we have never learned that entrepreneurship. But now in 21st century, we need to look at this education from the entrepreneurship point of view so that we can achieve the agenda of the nation. Of course, the day before yesterday, 5 days back, I have said in the Vice Chancellor conference that the government of India, as other developed countries, has the research agenda. We have not created that professionally, the research agenda of this nation, and we are not pushing to the universities. Then the fourth thing is aversion to risk in public institution mainly. They will say, no, I am going to retire and therefore I don't want to take this. Not taking risk, even if they have money. If they don't have money, it's a different story. But if they have money, they're not taking the risk because they want to retire safely. Next is lack of technical knowledge about product processes. These children are the product of future who are going to transform the nation. So how do we look at that product professionally from the business angle? I'm not talking the business profitability angle, but it is, you have to look at it from this angle. Next is lack of knowledge about financing instruments. Very, we're sorry, we have not really understood, and we don't have that kind of autonomy also. But in the private sector, some of the owners, they understand how to multiply and how to put that money into back to education. Then lack of qualified and motivated staff and volunteers. This is what the problem which we are facing in higher education. Difficult to get motivated teaching staff. Beyond 20%, that motivated staff we are not getting. However, we are tweaking in Atlas Skill Tech University. We are putting our own money to bring people from the practitioners, industries, not 10%. That professor of practice, I only had written to UGC to bring that concept, and then the regulation has been made. But we are putting our own money to bring many more people, more than 10%, 50% to our university to give. That is a barrier to many private universities because they may not have money. How do we bring? Of course, to public institution also, because they have the governance issue and they have all regulations from government and other things. This is what I would like to quote it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajan Velukar, for those very insightful pointers. All the distinguished panelists. In fact, the entire purpose of this session, as is obvious, we're discussing about the barriers, and each one of you have thoughtfully and provocatively identified each of the issues, which could even be pigeonholed with the any fundamental pointers which higher education institutions will have to achieve, be it in terms of either regulatory reforms or even multidisciplinary education, or even the focus on faculty, and even most important, the governance and administrative leadership mechanisms, and of course, the central issue, which always remains the key, and that is the funding aspect. Taking cue from this, while it is so heartening to hear your views, Dr. Velukar, and even that particular aspect of having an education service, I'll come back to it a little later, but nonetheless, at the OP Jindal Global University, we started off with a modest initiative called the University Administrative Services, wherein we recruit young graduates from our university after a rigorous and a competitive process to join these services, and then they would be on a leadership track working in different domains and departments of the university, so that they go on to get trained on the job and even develop an insightful sort of skill sets to contribute to higher education governance. But be that as it may, what I would like to now go back and to ask all of you, taking cue from these conversations, is that governance is so very important, and we talk about governance, we cannot but even ignore the regulatory apparatus we have in this country, which is so dense, and we do have numerous higher educational regulatory bodies. So therefore, I would like to know from Professor Murthy and Mr. Suresh Samuel and Professor S.P. Singh, considering that the institutions that you represent have different disciplines and different faculties. So therefore, how your respective higher educational institutions are coping up with the issue of fragmented higher educational regulatory bodies, and what are the strategies or the approaches that you have designed to overcome these issues. I will first go over to Mr. Samuel, and then Professor Murthy and Professor Singh.
So, Professor Sridhar, let me confine to the health sciences related regulatory frameworks, what we have, starting from medicine to dentistry to physiotherapy to nursing to allied health sciences, and also with regard to speech and language therapy. We go through a lot of stringent, siloed regulations. So this really inhibits specific focus with regard to research. Now, what is happening is we are constrained when it comes with regard to the medical institutions, and particularly on the health sciences space. The scope for doing a research is phenomenal. And we have been enabled with good amount of technology backup also as a country, wherein the focus with regard to multidisciplinary is happening. However, since we don't have a level playing field, the contributions which can happen as a funding with regard to the research on the multidisciplinary space, and specifically with regard to the health sciences space, is very less. And again, on the research space, if you look into, again, they are governed by different bodies. No incentives or no SOPs are there with regard to any of these private universities or private institutions, which can really help in terms of augmenting more on the research footprint, which would really put our health sciences related academic program in a better positioning. Now, second is again with regard to the governance part of it. Apart from the regulatory governance, what we have been stipulated by much more stringent academic governance and operating governance, wherein our ability to have better flexibility in line to some of this new education policy, be it with regard to
the equity and inclusion, or be it with regard to faculty development, holistic development per se, and trying to bring some student centricity with regard to making the students get into medical students to do some cross registration for some of the programs, and how they can develop as a much more a holistic individual, like how you see things with Western countries. All these things are pretty constrained with our current regulatory framework. So in health sciences, I think when I compare health sciences regulatory framework compared to technology and sciences, or compared to law and other spaces, health science is very much constrained. And this is something that the new education policy, and probably with the Higher Education Commission coming up, should really bring in some better flexibility in this health sciences regulatory framework space, which would help in terms of holistic development of faculty, student, and also on the research front.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Professor Murthy, your thoughts on this matter, please.
Yes, I may not be able to give you the strategies being adopted by our own university to cope with some of these regulatory challenges, but I can flag the issues in general affecting everybody, and what the major policy changes that can be considered. If you look at the our policy domain, I had been in Government of India for about 24 years, and later on worked in the private sector, and I was also associated with the voluntary sector. Somehow our policy makers were not able to see beyond the what you call central universities or state public universities. Professor Singh talked about level playing field, but though Professor Samuel mentioned about how nearly 2/3 of institutions in higher education were handled by the private sector, yet the government did not really create a proper ecosystem for the private sector to flourish. For instance, today there is a laudable goal of doubling gross enrollment ratio, but it requires a proper ecosystem. For example, if some well-meaning individual wants to contribute to the society and wants to come forward and establish, let's say, a university or a college, can you imagine the kind of difficulty he or she has to go through? For instance, there is regulatory approvals, government approvals, environment approvals, and it's not easy. And there are obstacles at every stage. Leave aside a person wanting to establish a new institution. You take, for instance, an existing institution, want to, let's say, start a new school or start a new program or increase a sanctioned intake in a already approved program. For many state private universities, they need to approach their state government for approvals, and also go through the inspections and wait for, even after inspections, the approval may not come easily. So there are, what happened, all these, in fact, you mentioned about the trust deficit, and our policies somehow were made keeping a few black sheep, particularly the fly-by-night operators or those degree-granting mills in view, and in that process try to punish even the some excellent and good institutions in the private sector, which are trying to promote the social well-being or common public good. And so that's why there's no one-size-fits-all policy. So we need to be really what you call create a proper ecosystem and create a level playing field for the private sector to flourish. And we also need to give autonomy and freedom for them to operate, and then abolish all this inspection Raj. And that's one suggestion from my end. And corruption-free governance is also another major step I would suggest. So these are, if you want to double gross enrollment ratio, if you want to become a Vishwa Guru, We need to fix the policy. We need to unleash the creative energies of individuals in the private sector. And also we need to create a proper ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Professor Murthy, for those very thoughtful remarks. I would now like to draw the attention of Professor S.P. Singh to reflect upon this very important matter.
Thank you so much. I think I'll start with some positive outcome of the regulatory system, because we are talking a lot about what I will definitely talk about those issues. But being associated with private ecosystem from last almost, as I said, 22 years, and knowing the fact that many entrepreneurs who have established private institutions and the universities may have not the intention to provide quality education, but many of them may be having other ulterior objectives. So somehow or other, I would say that almost 564 colleges were under UP Technical University when I was their executive council member, and Professor Damodaracharya was the chairman of AICTE. Since then, I'm talking about the regulatory mechanism was fine. Inspector Raj was too much, but I would say that today, whatever is there or whatever little bit these institutions are having as an infrastructure, as a faculty, or as a requirement, as per the as a requirement of the higher education, almost 80% of them are having only because of the regulatory mechanism. This is one side of it. Second side is I'm always happy to discuss and believe there's something called graded autonomy that NEP also talked about. The best of the institution, which are part and parcel of that regulatory mechanism, and are being graded by them, whatever the A or A+ grade, and also been given approval from last 15, 10, 20 years and found good, they should be beyond that regulatory mechanism because they have built up a brand and it is believed that they will continue to provide quality education. So therefore, as somebody has rightly said, not all things fit in one particular casket. You have to have different models. But I have still, when Professor Samuel was talking about the medical education, I am maybe fortunate or unfortunate that I have almost everything in my university except medical. And we have Pharmacy Council of India, we have Nursing Council of India, State Nursing Council, AICTE, Bar Council of India, Rehabilitation Council of India. So we have a full ecosystem, we have a full department to look into the issues of regulatory framework. And there is a assistant deputy registrar, regulatory compliance. Can you imagine how much pain one university take care of this regulatory mechanism? And every day we are consciously watching each and every website and trying to find out when the inspection is going to happen and what is going to happen. We are always having a sword on our head. So that is another point of view which everybody should understand. At the same time, when I talk about a fragmented higher education, I do not limit myself because already a lot of things has been said about a regulatory mechanism. I said it is graded, it should be graded, and it should be under one umbrella or a maximum two umbrella that NEP has envisioned, and I think that will happen. But the second point about the fragmentation is what probably we are suffering. At the same time, when we have so many educational institutions, we have also been questioned about the quality of education, and also we are also being questioned about employability. So there are fragmentation of the other kind, which is fragmentation between institution collaboration, industry institute collaboration, and the requirement of the outcomes-based education, which is required for the skill or for that matter, any kind of education. So industry talks that institutions are providing unemployable youth, but industry do not come forward to be part and parcel of the education ecosystem. I'm talking by and large. I'm not talking about 2% of the universities. I think most of us are representing that 2% or 3% of the universities. But in ecosystem, from village level to grassroots level to the top, we do not have enough inclusion of industry into education system. The research center which these institutions establish, industry establish in their own campuses should be in the education system so that research and collaboration go hand in hand and public goods are genuinely being created. That is another fragmentation. And third is about collaboration among Indian and foreign universities, many people have MOUs. I was part and parcel of many universities earlier, where the number of MOUs used to be used as a branding perspective, not actual effective MOUs. Those MOUs with the foreign, but how many Indian institutions are having MOUs among themselves? How they are supporting each other? Like IIMs, when IIM Jammu started, IIM Lucknow was hand-holding IIM Jammu. Is there any institution in my area who tried to handhold me when I was trying to walk? So what these institutions of eminence, what these institutions of high caliber, private and public, are doing in isolation, because their feedback or what their students and the teachers are coming from this lower strata, from the institution which are in the surrounding area. Are we hand-holding them to support the education system? So that is another fragmentation. So I've touched upon, one is the fragmentation with respect to bodies which are regulatory in mechanism. Second is about industry fragmentation. And third is about collaborative fragmentation we have.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh. So this only sort of takes us to the next point. While we need a certain regulatory system, although we cannot do away with the system in totality, and even the NEP makes a particular reference to this, wherein it states that we need a light but a tight regulatory system. So I would like to hear from each one of you as to what would be your suggestions to deal with these issues of a fragmented regulatory system, and then to sort of focus on, quote unquote, the light but tight regulation as mentioned in the NEP. A quick sort of 30 seconds thoughts from each one of you, then we can go on to the next aspect of our discussions. Thank you so much. I'll start with Dr. Rajan. Rajan?
Yeah, thank you. The sentence, the phrase "light but tight" is fine, but if we want to implement that, the most important thing is you need to have trust in all the educational institutions which has been established by the parliament or by the state legislation. And if you have established them, you have trust, and then give them autonomy. You just create a broad framework. Of course, with Higher Education Commission of India, all these regulatory bodies will become one. They will not. There are 19 councils in this country, 19 councils. And we are fighting for this since more than 15, 20 years to bring it under one umbrella. So now they have created a Higher Education Commission of India. I suppose if that Higher Education Commission of India works properly, the issue which we are facing about so many regulators will diminish, will vanish. The only thing is they will have to bring the law education into it. They also should bring agriculture education, and they also should bring medical education into their purview, because we are talking about interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity. So when they are talking about light but tight, they should have only one regulator in this country for higher education and not so many fathers. Only one father they should have.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. Madam Supriya Patnaik, over to you, please.
Thank you. This has always been an interesting question for us because we are also a multidisciplinary university. And as rightly has been pointed out, there's a lot of trust deficit. The problem being that, whereas for the public universities, it's a cakewalk when it comes to regulations. For the private universities, the demand is for greater compliance. And I think as long as we have that kind of difference, it's going to be a real big issue. Needless to say, we have also always been talking about having this single regulatory body it is the way to go. We understand that. But I think it's going to be extremely challenging. It's going to be extremely challenging to do that. And because also the kind of regulations, for example, when you have a maritime program with a DG shipping, that is an extremely stringent kind of a regulation. And so those, I think we'll have to wait and watch the space. It's creating that ecosystem and enabling and giving the autonomy for universities to operate, whether it's public or private. But it's really enabling that ecosystem to flourish.
Thank you, Professor Supriya Patnaik. Over to you, Mr. Samuel.
So in my view, I think we need to have an equitable private participation with this regulatory structures and framework. In fact, predominantly, if you see, though there are some small time, councils have been formed for supporting the larger framework. When it comes in terms of the Apex framework, where there we see not equitable participation from the private universities. I think this is very important so that the joint regulatory framework, where private also has a equitable participation, would really help in terms of easing out a lot of things. Very imperative for India, because we being the populous country in the world, and we are going to supply the major workforce in future for the globally. I think it's imperative that our government starts thinking in terms of inclusion of private players on an equitable basis with regard to such regulatory norms, which would really help in terms of positioning us better with regard to the expectations of the future.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Professor Murthy, I would request your thoughts on this matter, please.
Yeah, I'll put this issue in the context. If you look at the last 7 decades of regulation, it has hampered innovation, it has hampered entrepreneurship, it has hampered growth also. Today, we are struggling to double the GER. It's all on account of some regulatory challenges. So in that backdrop, this light but tight looks good, sounds good, but we need to wait and watch for the design of this light and tight regulation. What does it involve on paper? Will it be detailed, or will it be simple to administer or easy to administer? And I want to add 2 other aspects. We need to have a training and sensitization of the staff who are going to administer this light and tight regulation. Otherwise, it will be like an old wine in a new bottle. And there's a need for a mindset change among the people manning the regulatory agencies. They need to perceive themselves as enablers and then facilitating the growth rather than raising objections or putting roadblocks on the way. So, and then there's of course a need to eliminate corruption in the entire higher education sector. So these are my few thoughts.
Thank you so much, Professor Murthy. Over to you, Professor Singh.
Thank you so much. My take on this light but tight is, light and tight, but tight can be tweaked. That is something I want to say, because this is happening in the higher education ecosystem from quite some time. And one word in Hindi is called lakir ke fakir. That everybody who comes to do regulation, they are being bound by some set rules, and they are so hard compartmentalized that even if the ecosystem do not allow him to comply, that we have to comply. For example, we require 1:2:5 ratio for professor, associate professor, and assistant professor for most of the regulatory bodies, including if you apply for 12B of UGC or AICTE. Do we have that many associate professors eligible, qualified in this country? Regulatory bodies should find it out and give it to us if they are available to us. Are those many professors available in this country? But that is not. So that is something where the tight will not work. Light but tight will not work. There should be light but tight with some flexibility depending upon the situation of the country where it is growing very fast and ecosystem is changing. Number one. Number two, the second point is, while establishing 3 universities and some odd 4 or 5 institutions, every time the regulatory system goes like this, you apply to the regulatory body for getting LOI. That is called letter of intent. And then based upon that LOI, some documentary evidence you have to prove, then you establish the institution. By the time you establish the institution, you are already down with 90% investment and almost all your credibility is involved in establishing that institution. And then come the regulation, then come the regulatory body to find out you are right or wrong. You're already been drowned by neck, only your nose is left. So that point of time, the tip gives you advantage or disadvantage that you are being exploited by corrupt practices. So the mechanism also need to change in the view that it should not be exploitative nature. It should not be against the normal entrepreneurial skill of individuals who want to establish, and they invest everything and then they beg to the regulatory bodies for getting the approvals. So this is another thing which I faced in the last 22 years. Whenever there is a regulatory body, we apply, we establish everything, and the day has come, doomsday has come, the regulatory body is coming and they will accept you or reject you. And I'm talking about the regime. Everybody knows what happened to AICT, what kind of corruption has been exposed there. I'm talking about not only long year, it was only 10 years, 12 years back. So that kind of ecosystem, the systems and processes need to be changed in education ecosystem.
Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Rajan, I see that you would like to say something on this matter.
Yeah, no, I would like to add in a lighter vein that the word university came from the word universe. And universe is always expanding. And if universe is always expanding and city is in the universe, we have to create a city in the universe, then we should not use the words like tight. So that is what I just wanted to communicate.
I said flexibility, yeah.
Openness. If you don't have the openness, there is no meaning. So it should not be tight. You should have trust on the educational institution. You go back 150 years before or before Britishers. Where were the regulations? But we know how best we did prior to the Britishers came to this country. And therefore, we should have trust on our own people. And then the customer, the customer who's coming to us, he knows what he wants. And therefore, he's choosing colleges. He's not going to Tom, Dick and Harry college or a university, but he wants admission in JGU. He wants admission in IIM. He wants in IIT. And therefore, they also have become choosers. They know what to learn and what not to learn and where to go and where not to go. And therefore, that tightness has killed the tightness which has been brought by these apex bodies has killed the education. Otherwise, we would have 10 years ahead than what we are today.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. Professor Murthy, quickly.
For example, there's one thought I wanted to share. Access to research funding was mentioned by one of the panelists. Recently I'll narrate one personal experience. One of our professors applied to ICSSR and got a funding for a major research project. Suddenly she was told that your university doesn't have a 12B approval and please get it, or find a public institution which has a 12B and pair it with it and then come back to us. I think this is archaic, and the 12B system was done many, many years ago. And I know that inspection and getting 12B is also a very, the tedious process. So if a research project is worth the funding, and if it is founded by a ICSSR, that it is it has a merit, and then all this, we should give away this 12B processes and we should fund it. Actually, that should be when you're talking about breaking the distinctions between public and private, and we should make the access to research funding open to everybody. merit of the proposal or research project should alone be the consideration, and not these. And if you want research to flourish, if you want people to grow, universities to grow, some of these things require relook and reimagination.
Thank you so much, Professor Murthy. In terms of what each one of you had mentioned, only takes us back to the point of trust deficit, and to sort of have a joint consultative machinery wherein the divide between the public and private is properly bridged, and wherein the institutions are also empowered and the responsibilities are recognized. I think that's one of the best ways forward in order to ensure that the spaces in the higher educational institutions work actively and contribute to the goals of higher education. Now, on this particular note, I must say we are unfortunately running out of time. I know that this kind of a panel requires a longer duration or even a commemorative conference because India is growing, India is expanding, and even the opportunities in and around the country and in the world, they're expanding. So there's only going to be much more focus on higher education with private players coming into the picture. And there are so many issues pertaining to regulations, issues pertaining to governance, and even the entire concept of higher education that will have to be addressed and readdressed to understand what are the kind of approaches and strategies that societies and governments shall take up, because towards the end, it's also significant that there is a kind of a change in the societal attitude as well towards private higher educational institutions, at least those institutions within the country, so that parents, students, and other beneficiaries, they trust these institutions fully and they send their wards for higher education over here. And I think it is incumbent upon the higher educational institutions also to work towards these aspects. Now, I'm going to stop here, although, we can have a longer conversations in and around these matters. But within the remaining 5 minutes time that we have, quick thought from each one of you. We do have a couple of questions from the spectators, and I'm going to relay one of the questions to each one of you to have your quick responses. Now, during the pandemic and post the pandemic, if I may use this particular phrase, there's a lot of focus on digital education, and even the government has been focusing on this particular aspect. So one of the viewers would like to know from you, the panel members, in terms of what's your take on the prohibition on certain programs to be offered in the online or the digital mode. I will start with you, Professor Supriya Patnaik, and then we will just go to Dr. Rajan Velukar, Professor Singh, Mr. Samuel, and Professor Murthy.
You see, actually, I think that the whole digital aspect opened up really during the pandemic, although there were few players who were doing it prior to that. So it was a big opportunity and a big challenge as well. I think most institutions also took to it then, and people keep claiming that we were the first starters, so on and so forth. But I think over a period of time, regulations very clearly state that you can, if you're not going into overall open digital kind of program, then you have to have at least 20% of your courses which is digital, which you can use the digital mode. And we would prefer that because, I mean, after all, at the end of the day, your ability to take up that would either depend on your ranking or your qualifying in putting in an application to provide digital education. So one has to then look at fulfilling all the requirements of the ranking. Then you would, first of all, become eligible to provide that. Or on the other hand, you do it the route of application, which you may or may not get. So I think that poses a certain limitation. Again, I think it would depend on the university as to how they would want to take this forward, whether they would really want to participate in this space or not. And I think as long as you may not have a choice in the future, but you would still, I think you'll have to still work on that, where you want to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Supriya Patnaik. Dr. Rajan Velukar, your thoughts on this particular matter regarding the prohibition of certain programs in the online or the digital mode by the UPC.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, why the questioner would want to restrict only for certain programs? Gandhiji talked about 3H: head, heart, and hand. Whatever can happen with head, that can be digitally offered. There is no question. Even with, to some extent, the operations can be performed through robots from a distance. But at the same time, there has to be some person at that particular place, at a distance place. So if something happens, he or she has to do it. These are extreme cases. But whatever knowledge has to be given, which can be offered digitally, which the head can acquire. But hand, how you will give the experience of the hand? At many places, you need that hand experience by hand. And the heart, as Swami Vivekananda said, why do you go to a college? You don't go to a college to go to the classroom and then learn whatever. That is one thing. But you're going to a college for an environment. The peer learning. You're learning from each other. So when the Wix doesn't help you alone, your mother's hand and Wix helps you. And therefore, totally digital education is, I am not for. 3H we should have. We should create an environment, and then only we will be able to learn. That is what my view is.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. Yes, ma'am, quickly.
Let us briefly come back. I think I'd like to just reiterate again what Dr. Rajan was saying, that when we are looking at skills education, especially, very hands-on, experience-based, practice-oriented, and looking at industry interface, then I think it is absolutely critical that you can't offer it digitally. So there would be certain number of things that you would have to enable it to be done in a hybrid mode, at least. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Supriya Patnaik. Quickly, over to you, Professor Singh, followed by Mr. Samuel and Professor.
My quick response is that definitely head, heart, and hand is important. But seeing the ecosystem, when we want to, massify and also want to have GER going to 26 to 50%, there will be compromise on the fronts. So there will be, we accept it or not accept, there will be some compromise what we having because of the proliferation of education. All right. But I have something which I have actually followed from quite some time, starting from IGNOU to distance education or maybe digital education, or bringing some questions what you have raised about certain courses not to be offered on the digital mode, concentrating on that. I would say that I'm okay for all, unless and until there is an ecosystem being created around and the admissions are being done consciously. If a person is doing agriculture in the field, is hands-on with the all equipments and doing agriculture in the field, and he's having his own land to do agriculture, and he is a sincere, I'm not talking about unethical people joining education, ethical people joining education system class, why can't it be delivered digitally to him? One portion, 2 portion, or 3 portion of it, and practical, he is doing more than somebody who's studying in the institution like us and doing the practical aspect while going to some farmland or going to some hospital to do that. Somebody who's working in the hospital administration may not be educated for that purpose. If digitally he want to join hospital administration and he is genuinely working there full time, I don't think so there is harm in giving that kind of education, because hand is already involved. Heart definitely will take part, and for that I think we have contact programs, including distance education to digital. There should be some contact program one-to-one, and there probably heart can also be associated. Why I'm talking about this, I'm not refuting anybody who has said about these issues, but there is a compulsion. There's a requirement in this country to have. Definitely in our institutions, after Corona pandemic time, no teacher wants that their students to be taught by digital mode. I am also in favor of it. If you have that ecosystem where it is possible to have one-to-one education is the best. There's no alternate for that. However, we need to find out ways and means to have either phygital or digital platforms through which we complement our students, or to have a digital program. I think anything can be given, except maybe medical. I don't know about that. Maybe if some kind of things can be originated, and we have very problem is that in India, if you offer something digitally, all those who are not part of that digital system, in the name of job, they join that without having that backup where they can be trained while they are doing that digital education. So this is something which somebody has to look after. The regulation should decide that not everybody should join those kind of courses. Only people who are working in those areas should be allowed to join such kind of institutions.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh. Over to you, Mr. Samuel.
Yeah, in my view, I think given the NEP focus specifically with regard to student centricity, where the focus is going to be on a flexible curriculum and exit options, where ability to have a hybrid mode irrespective of the program, I think that is very much required. And also, like what Professor Singh said, I think our ambitious goal of making 50% GER by 2035 is very important. And to make it happen, I think we need to enable with regard to this digital power or digital literacy, which would really help in terms of meeting the goals. Even in medical, for that matter, I think, there are certain areas where we think we need to have that digital interface. So today, robotic surgery can happen from a remote perspective, and teaching robotic surgery digitally is something that is more imminent at this point of time. So likewise, I think there is no program where we can tell that it need to be no digital. I think every program can have a component of digital, and it need to be a hybrid model in terms of how the program is designed. And I think we need to have an ecosystem where the checks and balances are there, so that it falls within the framework in terms of ensuring the skill competency and also the overall knowledge that a student has to acquire with regard to this digital interface. So that would be my point of view.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Professor Murthy, you will have the last word, please.
I'm in favor of the removal of the current regulations, which allow only a select institutions based on their NAAC score or NIRF ranking to offer courses in open distance learning mode or online mode. For several reasons. One, it works against the NEP's objective of doubling GER. Second, currently UGC permits 40% of the course content to be offered through online courses. But during the COVID pandemic, it was 100% online. And putting restrictions based on the NAAC score, which is again not so credible, or NIRF, again doesn't offer a level playing field. For example, it treats public and private institutions in the same manner. Public institution which gets hundreds of crores without making much sweating or without batting an eyelid. And on the other hand, private self-financing institutions, both are ranked in the same this thing. So if we want to increase the GER, we need to look at flexible ways. We need to remove the existing regulations. And in case there are a few players who are not giving quality online content or ODL content, they can be handled through other ways. And this is my take. And current thing, which regulations which are so detailed, which hamper the private well-meaning individuals coming forward, should be removed, lock, stock and barrel.
Thank you so much, Professor Murthy. In fact, I'm grateful to each one of you for having taken out time to join us at this session. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, but I know that these are all ongoing issues, and at least some of the institutions in the private sphere can come together to focus on good deliverables and offering quality education, because it's a fact indeed that we will have to have both virtues alongside vices, and what is required is kind of an auspicious confluence of all stakeholders to look at the larger and the brighter picture of higher education, and perhaps that's the way forward based on the conversations that we had this afternoon. And I'm grateful to each one of you once again for having taken out time to join us at this very important forum. And let us work collectively towards, envisioning and having a much more accountable and light, quote unquote, regulatory systems. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Professor Patnaik.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
And we enjoyed.
Thank you.
And working in isolation will not help anybody, and there
Very good evening to all of you from India. Good morning to our viewers in the United States. My name is Rajkumar. I'm the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University. I have great pleasure in extending a warm welcome to all of you to the 4th day of the World University Summit, hosted by the Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies and the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at OP Jindal Global University. I would like to extend a warm welcome to this special thematic session and fireside chat on the theme, Building World-Class Universities, the American Imagination for Higher Education. I have with me two distinguished educators who have spent a lifetime in some of the world's leading universities, both as a student and later as an academic, and their own journeys and life stories are indeed going to inform the thematic focus of this discussion. I have with us Professor Peter Schuck from Yale University and Dr. Jeffrey Cox from Stanford University. Let me quickly introduce Professor Schuck. Professor Schuck is an emeritus professor of law at Yale University, where he has held the Simeon Baldwin Professorship since 1984. He is a contributing editor to The American Lawyer, has served as an arbitrator, expert witness, and consultant in a variety of disputes, and has testified in dozens of congressional hearings. He is an accomplished scholar who has written extensively on law and public policy. He has been working on tort law, immigration, citizenship, and refugee law, issues surrounding groups, diversity and law, and also administrative law. He was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2015. Earlier, he was awarded a Harvard Graduate Prize Fellowship, a Guggenheim Fellowship, a residency scholar at the Rockefeller Foundation Center in Bellagio, and a Fulbright Senior Fellow Scholar in India. He practiced law in New York City and holds degrees from Cornell University, Harvard University, New York University, and also has been a professor at NYU and Berkeley, besides being at Yale. The second person I want to introduce is Dr. Jeffrey Cox, who's a Senior Associate Dean for Administration in the Graduate School of Education at Stanford University. Dr. Cox is also a lecturer and program director of a joint MA Education and MBA program. His interests are in the philosophy of education, the ethics of educational technology, and in educational governance and management. Previously, he served as president of Alliant International University and has also held positions as vice provost at Stanford and as assistant provost and budget director at the University of Chicago. He's also served as a commissioner for regional accreditation as a member of the Western Senior College and University Commission. He's the author of Theorizing the Resilience of American Higher Education, an exploration of how colleges and universities adapt to social, economic, and technological change. He holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Chicago. With those words, the format of the session is going to be that I'm going to invite both Peter and Jeff to make some introductory remarks, and then we will have a fireside chat, a question and answer session with me. And towards the end of this program, I will take some questions from the audience. I will collect it and share it with our guests here. So with those words, may I invite Professor Peter Schuck to share his introductory remarks. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, and my greetings to the wonderful audience that you've assembled for this marvelous summit session. My main comments will have to do with the nature of the American experience in developing higher education institutions of distinction and of prominence. It didn't start out that way. At the very beginning, the development of educational institutions at the university level was very low key. It was low visibility. It was local, highly local, but it started very, very early. In the case of Harvard College, it was 1636. That was only a brief period of time after the Pilgrims initially came to Massachusetts Bay, and one of the first things that they did was to establish educational institutions, and in particular a college level, which was modeled on the institutions to which they were accustomed from their lives in Europe. This was particularly true in the case of the institutions that were first established in the United States, which were modeled on congregational church models that were entirely devoted toward training the ministry of the new land that they were creating. And this was true of Yale as well in 1701, also establishing a university which would be a college first and then ultimately a university, which would train ministers to propagate the religion in the new colonies. There was, I should say, just parenthetically, that there was competition between Harvard and Yale from the very, very beginning. It didn't begin with the football and rugby competition. There were religious differences in the constitution of the two schools. And then, of course, there were many other, in the other colonies, there were many other institutions that were established at a very early time. They were very small, of course, and they were modeled on the British systems and on Scottish universities, and they were each quite distinctive in their own outlooks and in their own religious orientations. The purpose of these colleges and institutions was to train young men for the Protestant ministry. Women were not accepted in U.S. campuses until the mid-1800s. And even then it was very sporadic and incomplete until well into the 20th century. One feature of American educational institutions was the role of benefactors. The government played a very limited role. Indeed, sometimes the government, the state government or the colonial government at the outset had some competing interests that countered the interests of the philanthropists, the private donors who established these institutions and put them on a financial footing. As I'm sure Jeff will discuss in the case of Stanford, Leland Stanford, who was a great industrialist and extraordinarily successful entrepreneur, established the campus there. And similarly, other institutions were established by private donors. The institutions were small, and in addition to their ministry and focus on religious vocations, there was also very early on an interest in educating the common yeoman in industrial arts and agricultural methods. In my own institution, collegiate institution, Cornell University, it was established in 1862, and it was designed as what is called a land grant college, in which the state, pursuant to a federal innovation that Abraham Lincoln, as president, established, was designed to educate farmers and mechanics and tradespeople and others of very modest professional or occupational status in the ways in which would improve their status in life. And those land grant institutions, which were established in many states, maybe all states, I'm really not sure, by the late 19th century, were very, very important in the diffusion of scientific and technical and occupational skills in the various states in which they were established. An interesting footnote to this was that in 1890, Congress established something called the Black Land Grant College system, which was designed to be segregated by race and was limited to Black people who could not attend the land grant institutions that had been established earlier on. As this was occurring, there was an enormous number of Protestant denominations that established small colleges in virtually every state, which many of which continue today, so that we have an extraordinarily fragmented, decentralized system of higher education. And the prominence of Yale and Harvard and Stanford and institutions of that sort should not obscure the fact that a vast number of American students study at much smaller institutions, which have relatively little to do with government support, that are primarily institutions of teaching and only modestly involved in research or technological development. Another remarkable feature of American education, and it has an interesting relationship to the question of excellence, excellence in institutions, is that we never established a national university. George Washington initially had proposed a national university in what came to be the District of Columbia, but it was opposed by the states and it never was established. And so we have an extraordinarily fragmented, decentralized system with no centralized university leadership at all. My time is running out, so just let me mention a couple of themes that we may return to later. One has to do with the strong influence of German research universities in the development of the research institutions in the United States, such as Stanford and Harvard and Yale, and the professionalization of the teaching profession during this period really reflected the German influence to a very great extent. There have been a series of crises that have afflicted higher education in the United States. The Depression was, of course, a financial calamity for everybody, including the universities. But there was also political struggle in connection with universities, such as during the McCarthy era, during the early 1950s, late 1940s and early 1950s. There was a great deal of intimidation by politicians of the leadership of certain prominent universities, including Harvard and Yale, and a great emphasis on the importance of uniformity. I would say today, just in conclusion, I would say today we are facing a new crisis, which goes under a variety of different appellations, one of which is wokeism, in which major universities are being accused of having favored certain types of student ideologies, student-led ideologies, to the detriment of their teaching responsibilities and the pursuit of truth in connection with their research and their teaching. But the final comment I would make is that the great strengths of American universities, and especially at the world-class level, has been their decentralization, their academic freedom, and the role of alumni who are extraordinarily generous and active in not just the creation of these institutions, but in their sustaining work. And this is probably not true in any other country, at least not to the same extent. So that's part of the decentralization, part of the privatization, and part of the professionalization that has marked American higher education from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that very comprehensive tour de force on the history and evolution of the American imagination for higher education universities. I also appreciate the fact that you brought in some important unique features of the American higher education system and how it was able to sustain so many truly world-class universities for such a long time. We will come back to those issues a little later. Now let me invite Dr. Cox to share his introductory remarks. Over to you, Dr. Cox.
Thank you so much, Raj. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm honored to share the platform with such a distinguished panel. And I'll make a few brief remarks that very much echo things that Peter has said. I think that the history that he's given us, to anyone who has looked into the history of American higher education, many of those elements are familiar and very important. I mean, I think he did a great job of outlining some of the most salient features of our somewhat chaotic growth over the last, 4 centuries. I really became interested in sort of the diversity of the current higher education landscape when I was serving as Raj mentioned this in my introduction. We have a system of accreditation in the United States that is also quite decentralized. It is a regional system. So there are 6 accrediting bodies with territorial oversight for different colleges and universities. I served on the one that primarily focuses on California and Hawaii. But one of the things that began to sort of interest me was how all of these different kinds of institutions managed to coexist and survive, and in fact cooperate to a considerable extent with such different histories and different purposes. And that led me into a sort of exploration of the dynamics of that diversity, not just to sort of recognize that it exists, which is obvious, but to begin to ask questions about why it has evolved in this way. And indeed to sort of take an ecological approach to this and ask what forces led to the creation of different kinds of institutions and how they managed to survive. I wound up coming up with a thesis, which is the subject of the book that Raj mentioned, which goes roughly like this. I'll give you a very short version of it, but particularly since the mid-1800s, roughly every generation or so, higher education has been asked to do something new by society, and I'll say a bit more about that, but essentially to adopt a new kind of academic mission. It has discovered new organizational models to accommodate that mission, and it has discovered new ways of financing it. So those 3 elements to me are critical in the story. So let me illustrate that with a couple of examples. So the first one, most obvious, is in the 1860s. Peter mentioned this when the United States established the land-grant institutions. And the new mission that they were asked to take on was to support what were at the time called the manual arts, the practical arts, as opposed to the liberal arts. So as the country was growing, it needed institutions that could support agricultural research and engineering and things like that, which simply were not subjects that were recognized in the traditional universities. So this was a new academic mission. It was financed by the sale of land that the federal government transferred to the states. And the organization was quite different. This was the first time that you had institutions that were divided up into distinct schools rather than just being a college with a common faculty. These were also institutions that were deliberately built for scale. in a way that no institution had ever imagined prior to that. Institutions that were designed to serve an entire state's population. And even though they started out very small from the beginning, the notion was that they were going to have thousands, if not tens of thousands of students. Within 30 years, roughly 30 to 40 years, you had another interest to begin developing a homegrown population of PhD students. And so the great research universities, the new ones, the sort of startups at the time, Chicago and Stanford being among them, began in the 1890s. Johns Hopkins was the first one of these, with, again, a new mission to emulate the German PhD granting universities. And again, a different model of organization, a much more faculty-centric institution, and a different financing structure. Peter mentioned this, mostly from private philanthropy. Within another 20 or 30 years, you have the dawn of the community colleges, which we haven't mentioned, but which actually served roughly half of the American higher education population. So they had local taxing authority, modeled on sort of school district governance, and were designed to really serve adults, the urban populations that needed job training, and the integration of new immigrants to the country, and so on and so forth. I think right up until the present moment, where we had a burst of experimentation in the early 2000s with online universities, again, very different governance structure, a different mission to serve people sort of with a convenience, a low-cost convenience model, and new funding, this time coming from the venture capital industry. So I could elaborate on each of those at some length, but I won't do that here. But to me, what it has led to is a sort of ecosystem of institutions that in odd ways wind up supporting each other because they take on innovations in different ways, which then spread through the system. The great example of this is the last one I mentioned, the online institutions in the early 2000s that started to work on how to harness the internet to do online teaching and learning. So that experimentation was largely financed by venture capitalists who were determined to make a lot of money at it. Most of those institutions wound up failing, but what they learned about using the online environment for education was quickly taken up by other institutions. Harvard and MIT started a very successful experiment in this. Other institutions followed suit. So even though most of those experimental institutions in the early 2000s have disappeared, the innovations that they introduced have survived and been taken up now by more traditional institutions. So that's an interesting example of how change, I think, migrates through the system in fairly unexpected ways. I think that, again, I'll echo Peter's comments that a lot of this, I think, is enabled by the fact that we have really no centralized oversight of the American higher education system. We have lots of regulations and almost no policies. It's not even clear what the definition of a university is. It varies from state to state. In some place, the three of us could set up a college tomorrow and call ourselves a university. In other states, there are much more stringent requirements. I have a colleague at Stanford, an eminent scholar named David Laborie, who wrote a book recently called A Perfect Mess, which was his way of describing the American higher education system. And I think it is a very apt description. It is chaotic. It is, frankly, has too great a range of quality. We have some of the best and probably some of the worst in our system, but somehow it manages to work. And I think that for certainly the flagship institutions that we all represent, I think that we are well served by the fact that we have such a differentiated system of education that manages to take on lots of the burdens of educating the populace, and it allows some of the preeminent institutions to focus on what they do best, which is research and the training of very advanced students. So I'll leave it there. I know you're anxious to get to the discussion, but I think we've laid out a lot of basics that should be good food for thought.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for that fascinating set of reflections. And I think several things that you mentioned in the course of your very short set of remarks will inform many of our viewers about some of the big challenges that are facing the world of higher education, not only limited to the United States, but also beyond. I'm going to quickly, go into our Q&A session. So, Peter, my first question to you is that, you have had the privilege of studying and working in some of the world's finest institutions. And you have, of course, traveled around the world and also seen other institutions. Is there a smell test for a world-class university? Like, can you just find out and go to a place and feel, you know what, this is something that is truly world-class, or it's more complex?
Well, that's a very interesting and difficult question to answer. I think the criteria that one would look to in order to determine the quality of an institution, and of course, world class means many different things. One thing it means is attracting students from throughout the world, and that to some extent is a question of advertising, reputational development, and financial assistance. But another has to do with the quality of the faculty and the research that is conducted by that institution. For better and for worse, I think our leading institutions are research institutions, which have to negotiate between the training of young people at the undergraduate level and the training of new scholars and people of technical skills at the graduate level. And so one feature of the smell test would be whether the institution undertakes as a commitment to train the next generation of scholars and of engineers and of practitioners who will dominate the upper levels of their societies over time. Another feature of the smell test would be the extent to which the institution is relatively free. This is a very, very American criterion, and I think would be less prominent in other parts of the world. The extent to which there is an atmosphere of freedom of inquiry and ideological variation and diversity on the faculty and among students. And this is a crisis in the United States today, as I mentioned very briefly in my introductory remarks, because there is a increasing fear that certain types of commitments are going to be uniform in the expression of orthodoxies of one kind or another. So that freedom of inquiry is a very important hallmark of a world-class institution.
Thank
you.
you.
Thirdly, and the last thing I'll mention is the freedom of inquiry that is so important in the development of first-class scholars and of the training of undergraduates. There has to be a commitment to that kind of freedom of inquiry rather than the pursuit of orthodoxies of one kind or another.
Well, thank you so much, Peter. You, after all, did carve out ingredients of the smell test. Let me move to Jeff. Jeff, building on what Peter said, it's of course one thing to build universities, and in both your remarks, you talked about the different stakeholders, be it the government, and government's role has been relatively less, and other stakeholders, including, let's say, philanthropists and others. My question to you is that how does the university, in many ways, is somewhat dependent upon these stakeholders, yet is able to retain and assert its own autonomy and remained so independent for so long. And that, I believe, is a very important part of American imagination. And if you could reflect on that, that will be very good.
Well, I think you've put your finger on a really important point, because I agree that the freedom of inquiry, the protection of speech and thought, independence of thought is quite critical. And preserving those buffers are extremely challenging. And I'd say, you mentioned two of them, and I'll add another one. I think that in the case of public institutions that have some sponsorship from the government, the legislatures are always wanting to meddle in the affairs of the institution. We're seeing this right now in major ways, with particularly in politicians like the current governor of Florida, who's trying to dictate an awful lot of what's going on in the institutions of the state. There certainly are some formal protections that can be put in place. Many states have independent boards of governance overseeing their institutions, and many state constitutions, there are protections written into the legal status of the institutions that allow them self-governance responsibilities. Those clearly can be pierced if the political winds start blowing in different ways. And so I think that there's a constant need for a constant vigilance in that regard. Philanthropists for the private institutions also feel like they've got the right to not only give us money, but also tell us what to do with that money. There's some very celebrated cases where institutions have felt that philanthropists just went too far, and in some cases have decided they needed to return the money rather than follow the dictates of the donor. The other one that has sort of emerged, echoing again on the last part of my remarks, are in areas in which there's a for-profit structure and the investors want to have a lot of say over what's going on. And this has become a particular challenge because they're not only interested in the academic mission, but also in the bottom line. I think there's no easy answer to this. I think in every case, it's really a shared understanding of the ideal of the academic mission, which is that it depends critically on freedom of inquiry, as Peter mentioned. It is a shared cultural expectation. It's a little bit like what we're finding about democracy in this country these days, that you can write all the laws and regulations you want to, but ultimately it depends on people respecting those rules and regulations for them to have any effect. So I believe that I share Peter's concerns that maybe this is the new looming crisis in American higher education, and it is generated by the fact that the public in general is less trusting of the faculty, is less trusting of the kind of conversations that are going on university campuses, and is beginning to exert a greater desire to have some say in all of this. I don't know that there's any ironclad guarantee that we're going to come out of this okay. I think that there is a genuine risk that some of the freedoms that we've counted on are going to be eroded as we go forward.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for that. I think I do share the points about the kind of internal and external risks that universities face, and that it's not only limited to United States, but also other parts of the world as well. Peter, let me move into some of the more internal dynamics and governance of universities, especially in the United States. For a very long time, as you mentioned, the Humboldtian model of research university was influenced United States from Germany. My question to you is that how does the balance between teaching and research shapes the ideas of a world-class university? And I want you to speak from your own experience. In some ways, my question is that universities around the world, including in India, are trying to become better and are even aspiring, some of them, to be truly world-class. But we know that world-class universities are ones which are able to, A, contribute at the highest levels in teaching, and B, is able to also do research. Now, we also know that internally that requires a fair amount of balancing, because teaching requires individual faculty members to take responsibility and be available for the students and to engage with them. And research requires maybe actually sometimes being not in a classroom or not in a university and actually end up doing thinking, and if you're doing field work, being out in the field and writing. How does a world-class university balance these two equally important objectives?
Well, as you might imagine, there's no simple answer to this balance, and different institutions are going to strike the balance in different ways. One crisis, which I think is related, I'll mention the connection in just a moment, that we haven't mentioned is the cost of higher education, which is really soaring in the United States, particularly among the more elite universities, but also in connection with the less prestigious and well-established institutions, and even community colleges and the local ones. The ability to conduct research depends upon the nature of the laboratories that are available, the quality of the research that's conducted, the atmosphere of freedom of inquiry that is necessary, links among the different institutions, where collaborative work is very important and increasingly shaping the research agendas of different institutions, and how those different factors balance out is really pretty much unique to each institution. And I don't think I have any kind of formula, nor does anybody else, for how to do that. But it is a constant struggle. And again, I want to emphasize what I think we neglected in our earlier remarks, the cost factor, the incredibly difficult question of how students can be educated at these, especially these elite institutions, at a cost that they can afford. This is particularly true in the United States, where the people who attend institutions are expected to finance their own education largely on their own, and they simply can't do it without a lot of help. And so there's a real political struggle in the United States now about student loans, and whether the system of student loans, which has been in crisis, as I've written in an article, can be sustained, and whether loans are going to have to be forgiven given the extraordinarily burdensome debt burdens that many students are involved in.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that. I think this is, in fact, I was planning to bring the discussion surrounding cost a little later, but I will get back on that. But let me move to Jeff. Jeff, one of the things that I want to spend some time is in relation to the expectations from the job market as to what universities should be doing. And we all know, having been in universities, that faculty members and the scholars and those of us who run the university, we have a view as to what we ought to be teaching our students. And that's based upon our informed knowledge and understanding as to what each degree course or each set of curriculum should be. And then we come to a stage where these students are about to be graduating, and then they graduate and they go out. And then you hear from all these people outside the university saying, oh, you know what, we have to reskill these people. They have all these degrees, but they simply are not suitable for work. And they are increasingly pushing the boundaries as to what universities ought to be doing. What kind of lessons that countries like India can learn from the experiences of world-class universities in the United States?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think it is certainly a tension, and I think we see it even in elite universities. At Stanford right now, the most popular courses, the most popular majors are computer science. 20 years ago they were economics, and 20 years before that they were psychology, probably. So we're seeing this shift toward things that are perceived, at least, as being of more practical value. Although I would argue the tension's been there for a long time. I think there's some ironies here. So one thing is, although the public in general believes that what the job market is hungry for is more and more technical training, if you actually look at what employers say they want, the list includes things like creativity and resilience and problem-solving abilities, things, the so-called soft skills that actually aren't all about knowing a precise skill or a precise job task. So one answer is that we've done a very bad job of arguing in favor of the things that we probably do best, which is to encourage students to be independent thinkers and good problem solvers, and that actually has a high value in the job market. I think we've sort of lost that rhetorical battle, and that's a problem for colleges and universities, because increasingly they're being asked to defend what they do in these more sort of instrumental ways. I think the second answer is that this pressure is likely going to lead to continued diversification, because I frankly don't think research universities are very good places to learn job skills. We can't keep pace with the change. We can't build up faculties and develop new curricula and research models at the same rate that the job market is changing, and we're just not designed to do that. And I think that trying to play that game is probably going to be fatal to a lot of things that we value about research universities. But in keeping with the earlier remarks that we both made, I think that the possibility for greater diversification and specialization means that there should be places for students to go who really want to focus on just those skills and not kind of more rounded education. I think this is a tough, the cost factor certainly comes into this. I think it's a tough value proposition for universities to make in a world in which people increasingly want to see a return on their money right away. But I think we have to continue, because I think if we turn great colleges and universities into simply vocational preparation shops, they will cease to contribute the value that we actually expect of them.
Thank you very much, Jeff. That was very, very useful, especially because this is the kind of conundrum that we are dealing with in India as well. Peter, I want to bring your attention to something that you may or may not have seen. A Harvard economist by name Raj Shetty, in some 14 different charts, has identified through big data the story of opportunity and mobility in the United States. And of course, he has made a number of conclusions through that, and it's been a very compelling part of the discussions around the world. And his fundamental argument is somewhat in the lines that the chances of making it, let's say, from a childhood in poverty to an adulthood in affluence is much lesser in the United States than other nations, including, he talks about Canada. And then he makes several other conclusions about issues surrounding inequality, whereby the correlation between the incomes of parents and the incomes of children will have, as adults, in other words, is strongly inherited, and the so-called intergenerational mobility has been flat for decades. And he has given data surrounding it. My question is, and the reason I asked this question is that in India, higher education is seen as the most important and almost inevitable basis for opportunity and social mobility. And I have always believed that that could be the case with the United States too. What are your reflections about, from both your experiences and your own interest in this subject?
Well, this is a very important question, and I'm glad you mentioned the research of Raj Shetty, because he has confirmed what some other scholars had increasingly established, which was that intergenerational mobility in the United States is no longer the leader in the world, but is actually no greater now than the average in the G20. So that's a serious problem, and I think our research universities are not in a very good position to address that problem. I think it's primarily a problem of family stability well before the child reaches college age, and of elementary and secondary educational institutions. The one important development is, which you alluded to, is the development of what is called CTE, career, trade, and I forget what the E is for, but it's focused on the teaching of skills that are not necessarily academic skills so much as they are job-oriented skills, such that there are many students who cannot benefit so much from a college or university education, but will still be able to gain some additional training in areas where they can develop job skills and mobility skills in their own institutions, and that's, I think, going to be an increasingly important element of our overall educational structure, as universities are not well equipped to do this, and as high schools are also find themselves in a limited capacity to develop the necessary skills in all of their students for higher education in the conventional sense. So CTE is going to be increasingly...
It's career technical education. Yeah, you mentioned CT, career technical education. Yeah. Go ahead, Peter. You're finishing something. Yeah.
So I just think that that's a very rich set of opportunities for our educational system to pursue, and I'm not sure that our existing elite institutions, world-class institutions, are in to do that. I think it's going to have to do much more with the role of employers, potential employers, and high schools that can train young people for careers that do not require a college degree.
Thank you so much, Peter. For all the viewers who are watching this program, I have sent in the chat box, and it will be transferred to the YouTube as well, an article and the work of Raj Shetty focusing on social mobility and equality of opportunity in this the project that he's been undertaking for many years. Jeff, let me kind of slightly shift gears and ask you a question about, in some ways, one of the remarkable things about the American imagination for higher education is the fact that it is an aspiration for students around the world to pursue education there. And this has a lot to do with the ecosystem of learning and openness that it has been the case for a very long time. But it also ended up becoming a situation where international students were part of the financial governance of universities in the United States and even other parts of the Western world. My question to you is that through the pandemic years, and now we hope we are entering into a post-pandemic world, has the thinking relating to dependence on international students and internationalization through students, especially fee-paying students, has given way to newer ideas, whereby opportunities for collaborations with universities around the world can transcend the possibilities for only students coming to the United States for studying and then not necessarily looking at institutions beyond that?
Sure. I think, again, that this is a story that begins back in history in some ways. And I always back up a few decades to think about where we are today. I think, we inherited from the great medieval universities a strong sense of internationalization. The Oxford and Paris and Bologna were magnets for talent from all over the European world anyway, from the very beginning. The very first person to earn a PhD from the University of Chicago in the early 1890s was a student from Japan. So this is not a new phenomenon. Excuse me just a minute. But the character of it has changed, and I think you're right that in probably about 20 years ago, a lot of institutions began to depend on the foreign student market because it actually added a lot of tuition revenue. International students were presumed not to be eligible for the same kind of financial aid that American students get, and so as full fee-paying students, they were very lucrative. I know a fair number of presidents of small colleges that managed to stay afloat by attracting students from the Middle East or China and would tap into a market there and protect it quite vigorously as a way of subsidizing the institution. I think those days are probably coming to an end. I think that the combination of COVID and frankly, the political environment in the US has made a lot of international students a little bit more wary of coming to the US. So I think that it has had a couple of effects. I think one is that at the elite institutions, there's a growing interest in trying to treat international students from a financial standpoint the same as American students. So that means essentially need-blind financial aid, trying to remove cost as an issue. That also has the effect of hopefully diversifying the economic profile of international students, so you're not just getting students from the wealthiest families who are coming over. This is a tall order, and I think that not all institutions are going to be able to do it at the same pace, but I do think there's a growing commitment that if we are going to be truly international institutions, this is what we ought to do. Now, you're asking about sort of the export function. To what extent can we take our programs to where the students are rather than expect them to come to the US. And, we're all familiar, I think, with some of the more ambitious experiments, NYU in Abu Dhabi and elsewhere, Yale's collaboration with NUS. I think that, at least from Stanford's standpoint, I think that there is less enthusiasm about trying to do this because I think there's a sense that it dilutes the experience that students have by being at Stanford. So far, I don't see a great movement or a sort of large scale movement in this direction. I think that people are still watching these experiments, and of course, some of them have failed. I think a number of institutions tried to set up shop in China and it didn't work. I do know that India, through its new education policy, is trying to be more inviting to foreign institutions, and I think that that's going to be a very tempting market for a lot of reasons. You have a large English-speaking student population. If you've got a government structure that is very open and accommodating, I think that's going to be quite attractive for a number of institutions. But I think we've also learned that it's a very big lift. It's a hard thing to do. It's expensive. And so I think that unless there's a truly strong sort of academic mission that is motivating this kind of thing, my guess is that they're going to still be few and far between as experiments.
Thank you, Jeff. I think I share your viewpoint on this. Basically, and when I talked about that, I didn't mean the idea of brick and mortar campuses, but forms of collaborations that could mean that students are able to engage in different ways. Listen, we are coming into the end of the program. So, but I'm going to take a few. We have another 6-7 minutes. There are some audience questions. So, Peter, there are a lot of questions. I'm going to take a few. One of the questions, Peter, is about the fact that how can Indian institutions do more things to collaborate with US universities? What is it that would take for, say, good American universities to build collaborations, not the kind of brick and mortar campuses, but programs and opportunities that will allow students to interact with each other?
Well, that's a very easy question to answer because you, Raj Kumar, embody that effort. The Indian universities could very much advance this objective by following what you have done, doing precisely that, to develop collaborative relationships among Indian institutions and American institutions that do not involve necessarily moving a lot of students back and forth and do not involve enormous costs. I was going to, you really are the best example of that approach in your memoranda of understandings that you have concluded with so many different institutions in the United States. I just want to make one other quick point because it related to the discussion that just preceded this. Another development in American higher education is, which in some ways cuts across and against the spending of money to bring a lot of foreign students to American campuses, is the incredible arms race that is occurring with American institutions to build more athletic facilities, to build new campuses, to enrich the offerings in American institutions, which require a lot of resources that might otherwise be devoted to the international commitments. So it's just an incredible set of investments for American institutions that compete in a real sense with these other laudable objectives.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that. Jeff, there's one last question for you. Jeff, this is about the idea of regulation and governance of universities. The national education policy in India, but also other countries are all battling with it. Historically, one could argue that Indian universities were over-regulated and under-governed, but the national education policy and the policy relating to institution of eminence, all of which has dynamically and dramatically given a new imagination for Indian higher education. Is there anything that we can learn from the American experience with regard to what kind of regulation suits the development of an ecosystem for promoting excellence?
Well, I think most people on American university campuses would say less is better when it comes to regulation. Of course, we all want to be allowed to be as free as possible. I think the U.S. government has intervened in very selective ways. So there are certain policies that have had a big influence on campus life. One that many of your audience will be familiar with is called Title IX, which is attempting to guarantee gender equity in everything from treatment in the classroom to treatment on athletic fields. So that's a place where there are mountains of regulations and rules, and a great deal of effort has been devoted to try to meet the responsibilities under those regulations. But under the sort of the bigger picture issues, like what should be taught, who should be taught it, who should be admitted to college, those things have been left largely to the individual decisions of institutions. And I think that we're pretty firmly committed to the notion that that has contributed to excellence in general. And there's a great deal of resistance to any effort to encroach on those areas of academic freedom.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Peter Schuck, as well as Dr. Jeffrey Cox. What an extraordinary set of reflections that both of you have shared with us on the theme, building world-class universities, the American imagination for higher education. It is only fair to say that the extraordinary export of the idea of American higher education has inspired so many institutions around the world. Generations of students from around the world have benefited immensely by studying in leading American institutions and also ended up becoming scholars in these institutions. The vision and imagination of the establishment and evolution of the leading American education institutions is something that institutions around the world are looking with a lot of sense of curiosity and appreciation. What Peter and Jeff did in the last 1 hour is so instructive, not only for all of us in India to appreciate the journey, but also understand the challenges and the complexities of the governance of these institutions even today. An established higher education system like the United States is also facing several challenges that we are facing in India. I want to take this moment to thank Peter and Jeff for sharing their valuable time with us and also those wonderful reflections. Thank you to both of you, and appreciate your comments and your reflections. Thank you to all of you who are watching this program. We'll take a short break, and the next thematic session will begin in 15 minutes on the theme, Bridging the Gender Digital Divide, Improving the Participation of Women in Higher Education. We will have academics from Brazil, from India, and of course, from our own university as well. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raj.
Bye-bye.
We are now live.
All right. Good evening. Welcome to our World University Summit. And the forum questions that we're dealing with today is bringing the gender digital divide, bridging it, and improving participation of women in higher education and through higher education in the workshop as well. We have an international list of guests here who are experts in the field of education and also have knowledge in their field, which touches upon the use of technologies and digital technologies, which we've all been using in education. So I'm going to briefly introduce each of our guests, and then we're going to go through a brief introduction. Each of our guests will give a short introduction to their own take on the topic, and then we'll have it open for questions. So I'd like to begin with Dr. Vidya, who is the Vice Chancellor and Director of Symbiosis University, which is in India. She has a background in medicine, in the internationalization of higher education. She's been through 2 terms on the UGC, and she's been on the Central Advisory Board of the UGC. So thank you very much. I'm going to introduce our next speaker is Dr. Sandra Almeida, who is from the Universidad Federal de Minas Gerais. Is that right? You better correct me. And she is in Brazil. She has degrees from the same university in comparative literatures, as well as from University of North Carolina, and a PhD from Columbia in and comparative literature and literary studies. She is vice president of her university, and she also works with and does research in the hybrid teaching model and the way in which you can go beyond technology, going into innovative and new ways of approaching technology in education. So this will be an interesting talk. And then we have Dr. Raffaella Pugioni, who is from the Jindal School of International Affairs. She is a specialist in global human movements, the plight of migrants, of the undocumented, and human rights that require the protection of these migrants. Her research situates across 3 lines: the international migration of refugees, the resistance of migrants in the camps and holding centers, and then thirdly, political subjectivity. How are migrants going to explore the practices that are mandated by government requiring immobility? So I hope that if I did not get your identities correct, you can add to them when you have your chance to speak, okay? I'll just go through very briefly, being mindful of the time here, that, COVID has made us aware of something that was already happening. And this is the way technology, digital resources are being used, are being mined. COVID made us really jumpstart the way we use these technologies in education. And we use them, young people everywhere use social media, and they use IT for communication, both for instruction, social communication, Instructions about health and well-being became something that was really prevalent during the COVID period, and emergency information outreach, as well as providing people with the opportunity to continue their education in either hybrid or completely online models. Now, the question is looking at equality. This is something that is covered quite extensively by the SDGs, and I'm bringing in the SDGs because of G20. That's one of their guiding principles, is the Sustainable Development Goals, as stated in the UN, the different UN documents, which are looking at ways to promote equality, equalizing the ways in which lives can be lived and enjoyed, and trying to break down that disparity amongst people in various parts of the world. One of the facts that we have is that women and girls are 25% less likely to use technology for basic purposes. Another fact is that they are also 13 times less likely to use computers for activities for learning and for work. And they are also not going to do much invention and exploration in getting patents that will use technologies. So these are areas that are quite important, and they're telling in who commands the field of technologies. What are some of the problems? Why has this situation been able to arise and continue and proliferate? There are biased gender norms, as we all know. There are stereotypes. The bias includes curriculums that really have the norms embedded in textbooks, in teaching and learning practices, and also choices that women are offered when they are choosing a career, when they're using a path to study. You know, STEM is something, the science, technology, engineering, and math, still only 35% of those going into those fields as a major field of study are women. It's even less for communication technology, with just 3% women going into those. And what I'm giving you are worldwide statistics. So it's going to differ quite a bit from country to country. One of the factors that's often repeated now is the Sustainable Development Goals. They were set, and there is a first assessment that's going to take place in 2030. Now, this assessment that will take place in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals, it is estimated now it'll take 286 years. That's a long time to fully achieve the percentages that were set out to be, to be achieved. Now, what we know is whenever you have goals set out, they're kind of like a golden norm that's set up there, and it's a work in progress. And if wars, if extreme poverty, if environmental disasters don't stop the forward movement, we can still hope to have some things going forward. But one of the aspects that's underlined is countries have to really create legal norms that will stop violence against women. They will also have to stop harmful practices to women, and there will also be a real need to increase advantages of women of going into education that will lead them into developing technology. Why is this so important? Because the language of technologies is really very male-oriented. And I don't just mean the nouns and the verbs, but the whole idea, the conceptual framework, is very male-oriented. Once women get into the field, I think we can hope that we're going to see a change in it, and we're going to see systems that are more adapted to women. Another factor that's been cited by UN agencies, including UN Women, is recognizing the value of unpaid work. Women are constrained by an enormous amount of unpaid work. And also, there isn't a great sense of willingness on the part of many governments around the world to assure that women are going to have full participation in public life as lawmakers, as voters, as informed policymakers, so that in order to have access to equal resources, you need also to ensure equal access to food, healthcare, housing, and sanitation. Women empowerment is absolutely needed if we're going to design technologies that respond to the needs of women. So these are some of the ideas that have been put forward. They're the major ideas, in fact, put out by UN Women, UNICEF, and the United Nations. I'm sure that in your own lives, in your own countries, you may have more specific ways of dealing with this. And you and your own expertise may have ideas that either correspond and support or give us a completely different view of how we're going to achieve and look at this goal of having women be more active, be inserted into the workforce and into the use of digital technology. So I'm going to turn it over to you to discuss how this bridging of the gender divide, your ideas, can it be achieved, how it can be achieved, and some of the best practices that you have been able to encounter or that you've been able to imagine. So I will turn it over to Dr. Vidya. Would you be our first speaker, please? And I'm going to mute my mic right now.
Sure. Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you, O.P. Jindal and Dr. Raj for inviting me to speak on a topic that is very, very close to my heart. Of course, my expertise is more on internationalization of higher education, not so much on gender, but nevertheless, my passion is, of course, women empowerment. And through my expertise and experience, I'll just like to put in a few of my thoughts as well as a few of my experiments here at Symbiosis. Kathleen, you very rightly spoke about the gender divide and more importantly, the gender digital divide, which is the topic for discussion today. And I think it has become more prominent after COVID when I think each one of us as women had to get into digital transformation. It wasn't just about, operating your smartphones or your, being very active on social media because you were locked up in your homes. But I think it was more important for us as academia and more important for us as university leaders to ensure that, we had to teach our students, online, and this was a sudden change. And it was of course at the same time same for men and women on university campuses, but certainly we had to pay attention to this sudden crisis that happened in the March of 2020. If you look at the country, and the demography of India, where you have a young population, a very aspirational population, both men and women being very aspirational, there is still a rural and urban divide. So when we talk about a gender digital divide, it's not just between men and women, but it's also between urban and rural. And when you look at rural, again, the gender divide gets still more accentuated. And again, to quote a few examples, we have a school in about 300 kilometers here away in a small village from Pune. And this is a beautiful school that actually trains both boys and girls in the middle school and the high school. And, there we realized that during the pandemic, when somehow teachers got together to teach online, the smartphones were only given to the boys and not to the girls. And therefore, whereas the boys could get educated, of course, not a very pleasant way of educating school kids, on smartphones, but nevertheless, they could access education, but girls could not. And, when we spoke to the parents, if there was one phone in the family, then it was obviously given to the boy and not to the girl. And therefore, I think there is this huge accentuated gender digital divide that started right, in the house during the pandemic, got accentuated more in rural India than urban India, because in urban India, obviously, everybody had access to, to smartphones at that point in time. If you look at the statistics, the recent AISHE report, which is the All India Survey for Higher Education, shows that out of the almost 9.5 million students, in the STEM disciplines, just about 43% who were women, and hardly 14% who, became scientists or technologists and so on. And therefore, there again, you see a divide. You also see this divide at, not just the master's level, but more importantly, and again, accentuated at the PhD or the doctoral level, where, you have less number of women or girls passing out of the PhD program than boys and then men. What we did here, and I always believe that, instead of blaming the government for not doing certain things, of course, in India, you do see a lot of programs that help girls, both urban and rural, help them not just study in good institutions, but also, get encouraged for empowerment. And there are a lot of women empowerment focus here in India. But nevertheless, I think as universities, we have a very important role to play. And just to again quote a few examples of what we have done here is that, our whole university campus, a large university campus, is in a rural area close to the city of Pune. And we've adopted 22 villages. What we've done there is, because we realized that this kind of issue getting, focused during the pandemic. So post-pandemic, what we did was we set up digital mobile vans, because we knew that, these girls could not come to the schools or to the university campuses, even if when we started some skill development programs in IT. So we sent out these digital mobile vans, and we had, in one van, we had about 12 laptops. Our computer science faculty and our computer science MTech students actually operated this program, and they went into these small villages around the university campus. And the focus was on training or giving technology skills to women or to young girls. And that became so popular that it wasn't just girls, but it was old men and women who wanted the program. There were young children, school-going children who wanted to access this program. And, now we've kind of, from one van, now that we have about 3 vans that go into these villages. So we thought that this was one good way to actually instill, technology or infuse technology learning, for women, across these villages. The second that we did was, and we've been doing this for many years, was, giving scholarships to girls from poor families from these villages, because we just felt that maybe one girl who's educated here will educate many more. And the mandate was that if you get educated and you get employed, then you should fund another girl, or at least part fund another girl for education. This program has been going on for a long time. And again, the focus is STEM. We've also included medicine, which is nursing, medical technology, such programs also in the scholarship program. And this is again doing very well. We identify girls from poor families and ensure that they go through some STEM program, a degree program at undergraduate level. And then, of course, they get jobs through campus placements. We support them with, giving laptops. We also support them with English communication and English language training. And of course, the technology skills through the bachelor's in computer applications, or a BTech in computer science, or any of the STEM disciplines that they would want to study. And our over the last 8 years, we've been doing this with phenomenal success. And we see that there has been a huge transformation of those families being benefited, because one girl gets educated, and obviously the family gets empowered. The third thing is that our focus on women entrepreneurs. And here again, technology-driven entrepreneurship programs. So we have an incubator on campus, which is funded by the Government of India, the Department of Science and Technology. And we have a wing which is called as a Women Entrepreneurship Wing. Again, in these 22 villages, colleges, our students work with these self-help groups or with even individual women, look at what kind of startups or what kind of small businesses they want to start, and again give them training in technology, because we know that it is technology that is going to help them grow their businesses. Again, this program is we've tied up, collaborated with Niti Aayog, and it's been very successful over the last almost 6 years. And definitely we see a lot of women empowerment through the women empowerment wing, so much so that Deakin University Australia has collaborated with us for a research program on women entrepreneurship. So a couple of such examples, I can go on quoting many more, but I feel that of course there is a digital divide, there is a gender digital divide, but I think instead of just sitting and blaming, talking about it, I think it is for each one of us as individuals, and each one of the universities. We have 1,000 universities in India. Even if 50% of them really take this up as their responsibility and kind of train and mitigate this digital gender divide, at least in the neighborhood of those universities, I think this will be a great example that others can emulate. So I think, Kathleen, I'll stop here, because I don't know what the time is. Maybe I've covered my 5 minutes, but I will be happy to take more questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And you've brought up some of the questions that I'm sure we'll have a chance to discuss later on. And I'm sure our participants, the people who are watching at a distance, will have questions about it. So Dr. Vidya, thank you very much. And I think we're going to move on to Professor Dr. Sandra Almeida. And would you like to address the public?
Thank you very much, Professor Kathleen Modrowski. I would like to thank Digital Global University for the invitation. For me, it's a pleasure to be here today. Good evening to everybody. Good morning here in Brazil. So as you pointed out, I'm the president of one of the largest universities in Brazil. One of the few women in this position as well. So I'm very happy to talk about, to be here in this global event, which is wonderful to be able to talk to you in India. I was the coordinator of the Center for Indian Studies here at my university. And for me, it's really a pleasure to be here and also to talk about something that is my field of study. I think it has to do with my position as president of this university, this large university, but it's also my field of research as a professor. I am a professor of literature, of comparative literature, and I work specifically with women, contemporary literature by women writers, and also with feminist literary studies. So I'm particularly fond of this subject, and I also make this as my duty as a president, to work towards bridging the gap between the genders. And here, our topic for today, which is gender digital divide, I consider it as one of the many divides that we have when we talk about the presence of women, at the universities or in the workforce as well. I like to say that we've come a long way. I am the third woman president in my university, which is a rarity. Most of the universities in the country have not had a woman president yet, but I'm the third one.